Okay. Hello everybody, it's Mikefield here. Hey there sis, I know you're here as well.
Hello, my intrepid gamers.
Perfect. Guys, we are ready again for the second season of the Butchers League. This is day one. It will be a short tournament today because it's just going to be a single night event. We'll play the tournament simultaneously, so there are certain matches that are taking place right now off stream. So as you guys probably know, there is a bracket already available. You can have a look at it. It is available under this address over here, and you can just go there, have a look at the status of those games. In the meantime, we'll be streaming selected game for you. So the first one is going to be Sticky Blood versus Androphago. Then we'll choose a game from the second part of the bracket once that one is finished. And finally, we'll do the semi-finals and finals fully cast with you guys together. So that's the schedule for today. It's going to be quite a lengthy stream. I believe we should be finished around midnight. So I guess 5 hours, 4 hours, depending on how long the match is. Obviously, this can be way shorter than it is anticipated by us. So guys, stay tuned for that. We are going to get into game one very shortly. Let me just have a look at the picks and bans for today. So sis, what do you make of this? What would you ban if you are Androphago and if you're Sticky Blood?
Well, right off the bat, if you're Androphago, looking at Sticky Blood's teams here, we are only seeing one of these jesters. Very, very terrifying opponent. Especially, we've seen how good Flagellant performed in the last tournament. I might be wanting to ban out that Flagellant Jester team, especially because the Bounty Hunter and the Arbalest as well, they're such a powerful core kind of duo in any team. So I think really that Child's Play here from Sticky Blood has an explosiveness to it that I would want to remove.
You kind of hit the spot here because it is indeed removed by Sticky Blood. And on the other side, we have the Halo ban. That's kind of the golden standard here for the tournaments, I think. So it's, yeah, those are quite standard bans overall. Like both comps, extremely lethal, very fast. You make one mistake and you're out, right? So both players just opt in to remove those. We are down to several other compositions still being left. However, like all of them look very powerful. We have two Bounty Hunters, as you can see. We do have an Occultist from Androphago. We have the Highwayman comp, like two Highwayman comps actually coming through. One from Androphago, the other from Sticky Blood. So all those look very, very intriguing. We do have like a touch of those classic builds, like the stress builds, the one that you have introduced to the tournament on the side of Androphago. Also, a classic high stress build, the Undergrass Stress by Sticky Blood. So a lot of cool things really there. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how those matches really do progress in the end. We can jump to the tournament match right now because we can just start, having a look at what Sticky Blood is preparing for us here, and we might just start the matches momentarily. Sis, are you hyped for that?
Brother, I cannot wait. Even right now, looking at which teams either one could pick. If Sticky Blood makes a wrong choice, he takes an AoE comp into a Highwayman team. That heavy riposte teams that Androphago's got here could be remarkable. Really exciting games, and so much of it is based on this time right now, what they pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players also very high rank. I think Sticky Blood is Champion 1, and he's super experienced as well, whereas Androphago is actually Darkest 1 as well. So pretty crazy stuff. Overall, can't really wait to see what happens there. Let's jump to the tournament match right now. Let's see how it goes, guys. I'm just going to let our player know that we are indeed ready and they can fire up the match. This being said, yeah, we'll just jump into the matchup as soon as the players issue the challenge. We're just waiting for those guys to just set it all up. Yeah. I'd also... Oh, Sticky Blood is also already muted, so that's really perfect for us. The guy knows what's up. We see the pick, you guys don't. We're very hyped to see the match number one. Because there are just so many variables in the Butcher Circus, even when you know what your opponent might be up to. So it's just such a hard thing to kind of read those games.
Jumping right into the game here. Can you believe it, Mike? I don't want to let the secret slip, but we are seeing everyone's favourite Peely boy.
Yeah. Oh, there's a leper comp. Crazy stuff. It's like, looks like a stress leper comp, no less.
Exactly, Mike. Not just any leper comp here. Sticky Blad really knocking out of the park here with an Intimidate leper stress build.
Oh, that's insane. Guys, this is madness.
No Arbalest here from Androphago as well, so he won't be able to reliably do an AoE clear of debuffs here. We'll only have that Crusader's heal to really get him get that debuff off. Not that effective, not that efficient either. What do you think about this early defensive play from Sticky Blad?
Sorry, I'm trying to set up the music here, so can you take over the cast for a second?
Okay. So a very early defensive play here from Sticky Blad, choosing to drop down that 20% prot buff across the board, Bulwark of Light. Obviously, that is going to persist through the entire game, so he really does want to keep that applied very early. From Androphago here, taking some time, he's going to duelist advance there on the Crusader. A good idea, getting down a post up very, very early. But Sticky Blad here does not have many AoE abilities here, can choose just to not hit the Highwayman.
I mean, the Hue, I guess, and the Zealous Accusation, which you might want to be using there, may be the reason why he's doing this. So, you know, it kind of reposes both really core abilities that frontliners of Sticky Blad are using. And also, we have the Jester in this composition, right? So this might be kind of a big issue kind of later down the line as the match progresses and the Jester kind of slides forward for that finale. So every single riposte might indeed be like a potential killing blow later on down the line. And you really don't want to lose the Jester too early, right? This is kind of a smart move, really.
Great budge, though.
Yeah, but honestly, this is kind of a risky one as well, because you can imagine this Highwayman critting the point blank now, and the Jester just getting a free finale next turn, which does look quite frightening, honestly.
We do have to admit that Sticky Blad has given Androphago a lot of ammunition here. That Holy Lance is a very, very powerful ability. If that crit there could have been doing an awful lot of damage, but still here, almost halving this Grave Robber. It's 16 here. That dodge, brutal. That's a 15% dodge there. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, that doesn't look too great for... it doesn't look too great for Sticky Blad, honestly, from the very beginning here. He's getting controlled quite heavily. I'm not sure that, what the role of this composition is overall either. So, you know, we have a lot of stress here. We have this kind of solid staple damage dealer in the form of the Leper. But quite frankly, giving this Androphago's composition backline access with this Crusader being pushed back feels like a very big mistake, honestly, because this might just be finale 10-2 at this point. Or maybe not 10-2, but 10-3 for sure. Like, this Grave Robber doesn't seem to be long for this world, and from there, I don't really see any way for Sticky Blad to win if he does lose this super important damage dealer so early on.
I mean, Androphago here has got a gluttony of options. He goes for a Harvest here, but the high bleed resist on the Crusader.
Yeah. And the MAA as well. Both resisted, so basically a move just gets completely removed here. With Standoff, that's kind of peculiar. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, Sticky Blad here has...
It's a stress leper.
Very, very slowly. It is a stress leper with that Intimidate there. I think the point of this team is that he has and that's a Death's Door there.
Yeah.
Very, very, very risky. Even an Illumination here, something like that from the Vestal could try to pop it.
Yeah, he
is in rank 4 outside of that Dirk Stab range, so I'm not entirely sure there was much...
No, you can't actually hit this at all, unless the Crusader gets moved back again. Obviously, though, the finale is still a big threat, so probably something that Androphago is kind of... that Sticky Blad is kind of afraid of. I would really be afraid of the Jester right now, because if you... I mean obviously,
Mike,
the guard does...
That's the first bit of stress they've taken. Look at that. That's the first bit of stress he's taken.
Yeah, it's 10-2, right? Usually by the end of 10-2, you're about 50% of the first stress bar across the board, really, against a heavy AoE comp, which is not the case here at all. A stun comes down on the MAA as well. This is not looking too hot for Sticky Blad, guys.
I mean, Sticky Blad has just been brutalized this game, it would appear. Choosing now to heal, get the Grave Robber out of Death's Door just for a turn. But still, if he's playing this defensively, what chances he has of taking this game? He's against the Jester and this really heavy control duo, the Control Core, of the Stun Crusader, Stun Vestal.
I mean, he can control the Jester almost indefinitely, you have to believe, unless the Jester does get a dodge off, right? So that's kind of okay, because every single time this Jester slides in, Sticky Blood does indeed start every turn, so you can always just try to stun this, maybe get some footing in this game. Also, you can also always stealth the Grave Robber if you want to, so this kind of prevents that finale from coming through altogether. Although we actually can see this bleed from the Justice Harvest come through and do a significant amount of damage to Sticky Blood.
Mike? I don't like that. I think the point of Sticky Blood's team here, a few of the Intimidate in particular, reduces damage done by a considerable portion. So to have that being thrown on the Vestal here is just a stun, but I don't think it's going to do it for you. I think he's trying to make at least one of them act out.
Yeah.
Try and perhaps leverage a pass on a stun turn into some kind of tempo advantage. But it's not doing it quite yet.
It's so slow.
Here. Yeah, I wanted to see Sticky Blood, maybe even throwing that on the Crusader. If you want to be very risky about it, you did use Withstand on your left. You could even try and throw it on the Riposte Highwayman.
We have so many better options than the Stress Leper, I think, that it just doesn't seem to be doing the job here. So, because you can just use an Occultist to do single target stress. It does it so much more efficiently, even if you just go full tank Occultist. Seriously, I just don't see a reason to be using a Stress Leper when you have so many other very reliable single target stress sources.
I'll tell you why, Mike. It is because Leper is one of these incredibly tanky stress dealers. And Sticky Blood's team across the board here, you hate to see that double stun.
Double stun is bad.
He's now taken the reins of this game. He can do whatever he wants. He can even try and throw a stun on that Leper. He might get it. You see, this is really the issue against the Crusader in general.
Yeah.
Such incredible tech. He can start throwing out those inspiring cries, those stress heals onto the Vestal. Not only that, they will stack up the Virtue chance by 15% at a time. So he might, the Vestal there, might just Virtue, Mike.
It's crazy, honestly. I mean, you have to wonder, like, what if this, if Sticky Blood is able to keep the Grave Robber alive for the duration of the fight, what exactly does Androphago do to the composition of Sticky Blood? Because he will eventually just get stressed to death, I think. So maybe, just maybe, if Sticky Blood is able to drag this game out, he will probably persevere, right? Because, this stress will be just mounting and mounting and mounting. The way to remove that debuff from the MA is also going to be kind of not that reliable, because you have to waste your Crusader's stand to do this, so you're effectively wasting a turn anyway. So you kind of give a lot of control to Sticky Blood, because he can just start stunning you or dropping those accusations then, which obviously isn't the greatest feeling in the world for a damage dealer or a damage player overall. So perhaps it isn't such a terrible spot for Sticky Blood overall. He hasn't taken that much damage yet. Though
that being said, Mike, you need to understand he's faced up against a Jester, and all it takes from Androphago is a Vestal stun in the Crusader, maybe throwing the Crusader stun onto the Leper just for kicks, push that Jester forward, and by turn 5, turn 6, that'll be maxed out. We're talking 240% extra damage.
Yeah.
That could knock out a Crusader from half health easily.
No, absolutely. Seriously, he hasn't done as much stress as one would have hoped for. I feel like even a Houndmaster would have done a way better job than this Grave Robber here, because if you're trying to play this kind of slower game with a lot of tankiness available, maybe even Antiquarian would have done better, because you can, get those heals off
there. I appreciate this pivot, Mike. I appreciate that pivot. Swap it. It did resist. Resisting that is very, very painful, though.
Yeah, it is, but... So I feel like there are so many better options than the Grave Robber, unless you're playing this kind of DOT twist on your team, like, which obviously Sticky Blood isn't doing here. He has like a lot of those direct stress characters, like the Crusader, like the Leper, like the MAA, but he's really not using that much damage. So like there is no real threat coming from this Grave Robber, spamming the Blights. However, the Jester of Androphago has actually been able to land like 12 stacks of bleed on this Crusader and 8 stacks on the MAA. So it's not really looking too hot for Sticky Blood.
It's not every day you see a Crusader with 12 bleeds ticking down on him, is it, Mike?
Yeah, no, it's kind of uncommon, especially if he has no coin here. I would understand this if he had a coin, perhaps. But right now, this Crusader is probably going to just die next turn. Like, you have to believe that this Jester is just going to be able to finale this. That's 8 HP left for the Crusader altogether. And there is no real way other than just a stun on the Jester to prevent this finale from coming. For this 200% bonus damage, this Jester was left unchecked for the duration of the fight, and he's just going to get this finale off no matter what, be it on the Grave Robber or on the Crusader alone. Oh, there is no stun available for the Crusader Sticky Blade. It's a big mistake here, I believe. Like, you have to take the stun. That's crazy bad.
I'd say that's very bad. This is the danger of taking that Bulwark of Light. Use it on turn 1 very early on. Lots of people say that is the only time you can really use it to gain its full effect. But Sticky Blade, we've seen turn 5, and he's not really got anyone being afflicted, really. The Highwayman's close, as is the Vestal, but that Vestal's probably got a 50% chance to hurt you now, Mike. You don't want to hit her. She's a liability to your team now. Stressing her out is good for... Well, let's see. Is he going to get the coin flip, Mike? This could end the game. Oh, and he doesn't.
No. So,
Sticky Blade not entirely out of it yet, then.
Yeah, it's looking so scary. You have to believe, it's just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point. Honestly, stress can always win, though. This MAA still very healthy. The Leper very healthy as well. So maybe, just maybe, those act outs will be enough. But look at the state in which those characters are.
Yeah, you are being really whittled down here, aren't you? You've been defeated in this battle of attrition. I'd say already. I don't think there's much coming back from this kind of health deficit as a team like this. I think right now you need to push forward aggressively. Thankfully, those blights have ticked up from that Grave Robber. They're doing 16 per turn to that Vestal. Oh, there we go. Bye-bye, Grave Robber.
That's really scary for Sticky Blood, honestly. I don't know what he's gonna do right now. I honestly have no idea what he's gonna do from here.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the Man-at-Arms alive, you've got that Leper alive untouched, but that Leper, you don't want him as your last character in this kind of 1v4 stress matchup, do you? He's only really able to attack one person, and right now, you need to be doing that a ridiculous amount of stress that Bello can do out. Something like 60 to 70 in one single ability. That is what Sticky Blade really kind of needs to try and rely on right now. He doesn't even have the stun to try and lock down the oncoming stuns. So I'd say maybe bite the bullet with his Crusader and start using Zealous Accusation as soon as you can.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, that kind of might work, but still, man, this Crusader hasn't got a single accusation of maybe one over the duration of this entire fight. It's looking so uncomfortable for Sticky right now. Like, I wonder what really he can do here. Like, this MAA perhaps, still kind of healthy. Maybe, just maybe he manages to do enough stress to kill this Vestal at some point. But I just don't feel he has done enough damage yet. Like, playing stress is this battle of attrition, where at some point you have to just start trading off your character's lives. Exactly. But honestly, like, at this point here, he hasn't traded enough. Like, he hasn't done enough damage for how much damage he's taken himself.
I mean, Mike, even if we are Sticky Blad, I'd say that the prayer I am on right now, the wing I am holding on to achieve this prayer, is killing that Vestal. But even if you do kill that Vestal, I reckon you're still really fighting an uphill battle here.
Yeah, because the Highwayman is the biggest threat, right? The Vendetta did drop, so he's going to just shred people right now. And the only real way in which you can threaten the Highwayman if you are Sticky Blood is this MAA, because everything else will just get reposted, and those repost crits, provided obviously Androfago does remove those debuffs, right, will just be absolutely huge. So that's something that he has to really consider here right now. Like, this Highwayman is just a constant threat. He probably could have tackled this a bit sooner. In this fight right now, it just looks insurmountable, honestly. Yeah,
I really would have liked to have seen him pivot onto the Jester, if only for maybe one Intimidate, just to get him, afflicted early. Get some acts out if you can.
Yeah. Or maybe just focus the Jester altogether, just to force the Vestal to start healing, because Jester is such a fragile target. You can really take the guy down to 0 HP, even with those non-damaged characters, even with a stress composition. You can just take the Jester to the 0 HP mark within a single turn if you're lucky. Okay, this is a crit though.
That is just quite basically out of luck. The Blight on the Vestal are going to disappear very soon. So he's not going to be put in that position where every turn he's getting knocked down into death's door. Sticky Blood is going to struggle to, I'd say, cement any kill, especially because he doesn't have a stun. So we have two active healers here from Androfago who can do it whenever they want to.
I mean, those bellows are actually kind of weighing heavy on Androphago's composition. Though we have to believe that this Highwayman has like about -60, maybe -80% damage right now. Low debuff resistance because of the affliction as well means that he will indeed be taking a lot of punishment right now from the stress and from those damage debuffs as well. Androphago has not cleansed those debuffs yet.
Get the kill here, brother.
Yeah, very likely to happen. It is indeed a death blow as well. So. That was kind of something that he probably should have seen coming. Given that there were very heavy damage debuffs across the board, he could have just healed with the Crusader and probably been fine. He did not do this, so right now it's looking like double scary for them. And like obviously those stress, this stress is kind of mounting up, but it's so late. Androphago isn't
because a lot of Sticky Blood's value here and his staying power is baked into these debuffs and the reduced damage. All Androphago needs to do is realize that he can just cleanse these.
Was it 3 damage PBS though?
Yeah, I mean we've seen 4 damage crit open veins.
Yeah.
We've seen
So those debuffs are really hard.
They're doing their job. They are doing their job, and I think Androphago needs to start cleansing them, really giving them the respect they deserve.
He should have just started doing this way sooner than he did. So right now, if he just removes this from the Highwayman, I guess like this is a person who has a Vendetta active as well. This is just going to be so huge. So he can just cleanse. I would just go for the stun cleanse, man. Sorry for the debuff cleanse, because this means this Highwayman is basically untouchable. He does this as well, so he just goes for the removal here, and this means that indeed this Highwayman here is going to do a large amount of damage. However, we do see a pass from the Vestal. Another one, though, there's just a lot of stress across the board again on this Jester, who is going to hit Death's Door very soon again, just because of the stress that is mounting up and of the very high debuff that he is under right now. 100% more stress taken is something to be reckoned with.
These bleeds being resisted here from the Man-at-Arms, really, it's exactly what you need to see if you're Sticky Blood. I think you need to be a little bit worried. You are starting to see these 2 guys at the back here starting to have heart attacks, starting to really always be threatened. But saying that, Androphago is in complete control. If he wants to stun the left, he can stun the left, but if he wants to heal, he can heal.
Have we doubted Sticky Blood too soon? Because it feels like he's kind of slowly clawing his way back into this game, despite like some medium mistakes, you could say. He's actually doing a lot of stress across the board. You can see like a lot of afflicted characters fall right now. 180, 170 stress across the board except for the Crusader. This is looking very grim all of a sudden.
I think Androphago here, in these last 4 turns, he's not bit the bullet and really started to try and kill any of these people.
No,
Maybe this is that Jester syndrome we talk about, right? You get that first kill, the second kill, and then you just don't know what to do.
You have to feel like he underestimated the debuffs coming from Sticky Blood, and this is really starting to mount up into something that you might not be able to come back from. Because let's have a look at this. Like the DMA just keeps bellowing. He's not bleeding at all. Those bleeds are continuously resisted, and Androphago has no other bullets in his chamber other than just bleed and a little bit of damage. That is mostly just really denied by those heavy debuffs that the MAA is able to stack.
We are going to need to see some sort of acts out for Androphago here, though, for Sticky Blood to basically take the win home, because we do need to bear in mind Androphago has AoE healing and he's got single target healing here and a stun also. So really, I mean, we need Androphago here to win the game. He'd already won 5 turns ago, right? Yeah. You hate being in a position where you need to win a game twice, especially now when, quite frankly, it's it's 11:30, yeah, so close to midnight.
I mean, you have to appreciate how tanky those boys are, though. Look at this leper. Look, like he has 70% protection, man. Look at this MAA, also very, very protection heavy here. The bleeds do come through, however, so this might spell the end of Sticky Blood eventually, right? So you have to hope, that Androphago, if you're Sticky Blood, you just have to hope for those afflictions to come into play right now. You have to hope for the stun to come through as well, which it does. So it actually means that Androphago assumes some control right now, because he was really lacking in terms of control up until now.
With that bleed on board, Sticky Blood's Man-at-Arms is not going to be able to act a single ability before he's put on death's door here. probably going to die before he can do any acting.
Yeah, very likely to happen. 2 finishes on the side of Androfago here. Like, you have to believe that this is gonna be enough damage right now. Like, you just kind of play it slow and safe right now. If you're Androfago, you just kind of pick the Crusader, maybe just go for this Hail Mary stand. It's like more than 50-50. Oh, it's actually 50-50 really. Almost. Ooh, wait, I need to do the math in my head.
He's only got one of the trinkets, I believe.
No, he has both actually. This Crusader has both. So
Vestal, sorry.
yeah, so you can just go for the stun with the Crusade on the leopard, quite likely to hit that as well, and then you just kind of go for double potential finisher here with those 2 other characters. He doesn't actually go for that either, so you have to just believe that this is gonna be just the killing blow from the Jester. Potentially it is indeed. It's kind of fortunate he gets 2 50-50 killing blows. It was actually 35% to resist this one, so I stand corrected, but still. This is looking very, very grim, and all those passes are just not gonna do it anymore for Sticky Blood. Losing this MAA is absolutely crucial. Like, this was the backbone of this composition, and this was his ticket to winning the game. Losing the MAA probably means that, you know, no more AoE stress, no more like multiple characters at death's door just kind of chain killing each other. That's never gonna happen again. Maybe.
I mean, it's not quite over yet, Mike. Look. If we get a few act outs here, let's say the Vestal starts shouting and then passes. Maybe this Intimidate Leopard can start taking one down, taking another one down.
Okay, Jesus, yeah. Okay, I see this now. Oh my god, I hate to see it though. If you're playing the damage I was in this place yesterday. I like 4 perfectly healthy characters at 150, 160 stress, and I was against a single freaking MAA. Sorry, against a single freaking Houndmaster.
There we go. You see that, Mike? You see that?
It is collapsing slowly. Holy shit! Look at this, man. It's a Devil Crusader as well. Come on!
Mike!
Can you believe it?
God. This is what happens when you sit on your hands for 7 turns. Don't even try. You get 1v4'd by a leopard.
No!
By a leopard, no less.
No, it's not happening. Yes, is it happening?
Yes.
Sis, is this happening? Is this the reality? Yes, he's dead on the Jester. That's gonna break both the Vestal and the Highwayman. This is so much stress all of a sudden. It looked like this was a game over. But honestly, this is looking so freaking grim right now.
I mean, Mike, it is game over, just not for the person you think, pal.
It's not over yet. No, it's not over. I disagree. This is still a possibility for a stun even. It's actually an act out stun on the leopard. It probably comes through, it does. So still 8 DOT stacked on the leopard. Obviously impossible to stun the man next turn, but you can safely heal. Okay, safely in quotation marks, obviously. But still, it's feasible for. Oh, never mind. Holy shit!
Mikefield, what did I say?
We watching the same game.
My gypsy blood paying off in spades.
No,
I predicted every tip and turn.
You just no. This is not happening, sis. This is not happening. I am not buying this narrative.
It's already happened.
This is fake news. This is it's fake news. I'm not buying this. That's impossible. What the hell?
Typical liberal.
Oh, the House of Cards collapses for Androfago. He was stepping onto thin ice and he went one step too far. He's down! And Sticky Blood takes this very late into the game, 16 turns in. He takes game number 1. Crazy ending.
That leopard that is walking away with a little bit more skin peeling off than he was when he came in, brother. The amount of damage he took, the fact he could take that in a 1v4. I mean, really, we saw Sticky Blood very, very, very presciently. Rather than trying to push to get one character into Death's Door, he focused on the Crusader at the front, got the Crusader onto an even level of stress as everyone else. That way, chain reaction, tick, 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 tick. The Jester killing the Crusader. Oh, my compliments to the chef, Mike, right?
Yeah.
Just a spicy one right there.
That was a spicy game, guys. Really crazy stuff. I can't believe this happened. Like, that was the most insane moment I have experienced in a long time in the Butcher Circus. I have been in so many really insane games, guys, but this was just the craziest ever. I believe like even Sticky Blood didn't see this one coming. Seriously, it was just absolutely nuts. I can't believe this. We do actually have the first result coming in right now, so it is Ratzi taking down Death Decimator as well. So we have the first person moving into the second part of the bracket right now. So it is going to be Radze taking over here. Which,
one of these dark horses, Mike, right? One of these guys none of us know anything about. Very interesting.
I told you he might take the whole thing, actually. I saw him play yesterday. He was crazy good. So I'm not really surprised to see this happen. But still, this is just such a nice tournament. But let's just have a look at the bracket very quickly before the guys just jump into another game then. Because they're just inviting each other, so I'm just gonna show you guys that, okay, we don't have the time, guys. You can just go check the bracket yourselves. I'm updating this with the results as I get them, so you can just go to the live bracket using this link here. You can also, thank you for the follow, my man. If you do follow, just follow in the guys' steps, just follow me as well on Twitch or subscribe to me on YouTube. Let's get ready for game number 2, guys. I think that this is almost ready for the players, and they are setting up.
Really quickly, Mike. It was one deck. Right, so we have to use the same deck, correct?
No. Yeah, they have to use the same deck, but they have like 4 teams per deck, so they have to.
Oh, you dummy. Okay. I thought deck was team. I guess.
No.
They are allowed to change teams.
Yeah, Sticky Blood has no longer has access to his killer leopard team apparently. Thank you, Razvilman, and thank you A4Cubic for the follows. Appreciated, much appreciated, guys. So there is no more Sticky Blood comp on the cards here. The crazy leopard comp, he told me he was gonna show it off, he was gonna showcase it in the tournament game, and he did, man. This was a crazy outcome of a fight, but still, that's just, I'm just still shattered by that. I'm just still shattered by that, guys.
I mean, someone out there needs to buy me a new Hyman, because that shatters me, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I am speechless. So as soon as those guys are ready to go into the second match, I am ready as well. So they're preparing. I think they experienced some small bugs, so they're just kind of trying to fix it as we speak. And we will go into the game once the guys indeed prepare all their characters, right? So just a reminder, guys, we're playing in a deck-based system, which indeed means that every single time you do win a match, you are no longer able to use that team in a single best of 3 or best of 5. This actually is very interesting in the best of 5s as well, because this actually means that you are forced to win with every single unbanned comp. We're going into game 2. Guys, get ready. This is going to be freaking amazing once again. I swear, those guys... seriously, every single tournament game just freaking delivers.
We are seeing from Sticky Blood a team I don't think I've ever seen in tournament play before. You've seen this. Flagellant, Man-at-Arms, Arbalest, Highwayman here. Really interesting team. Coming up against this incredibly strong Jester control team from Androfago here. I think right now it's either player's game. I want to see Sticky Blood really using that Flagellant to do insane amounts of damage to Androfago's backline. And I think I want to see Androfago keeping these stuns active and going for any kill he can as soon as possible off a crit, maybe right into the finale. Mike, what about you?
Yeah. Okay, so what the read I'm getting, I think this is somewhat similar to the comp that SBRH was bringing to the table, right? So we have a lot of riposte, we have this very steady front line, we do have the Arbalest to remove any sort of debuffs and bleeds as well. Also, she's a very strong healer overall, like she's just this kind of ultimate character that you want to bring to the table. I feel like this is a very decent comp from Sticky Blood.
I mean, especially running into the Harvest and the open veins there. Both.
By the way, you can't harvest this lineup because you get like double reposted by the MAA and the Highwayman, yeah. So this means that your Jester is very likely just to drop to 0 HP instantaneously from a single turn of repose.
55 dodges, so I think you might be able to take one.
Yeah,
I think we'd risk one.
Yeah, right. I would probably go for it now. Like I don't know what he's waiting for. Because he should just go for this now before anything really dirty comes down here. Because there's gonna be a lot of dirty stuff coming down from Sticky Blood here now.
Just turn order, I'd say improper play around turn order here. Stunning the Flagellant after the Flagellant has already used his turn. Now, if Sticky Blood wants to, he could pop down that riposte and Jester can't harvest.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do it on that.
Yeah, that was just...
down for no reason.
You have no reason to do this. You can even just risk getting dodged on because this doesn't really matter. The damage is almost negligible here. What he really wanted to do just is probably getting that repose down. It was a big misplay because you can just, lose the game off the back of a single play sometimes.
I mean,
And
the
I
man
feel like-
is at half health now.
Yeah.
Half health.
I mean, granted, you have a lot of sustain here. You know, the Flagellant, you have the Arbalest, you have a lot of possible sources of just sustain and healing, right? So it's not really that bad yet. But, you know, there's a lot of threat actually coming down here this turn as well. So he chooses to heal with the Arbalest, maybe a bit prematurely as well. I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, he probably just waits.
Confused.
So I think he just wanted to heal this fast. He's just waiting for a double stun to come down, and he really just wants to remove both of the flare and just keep playing from there. So this combo is actually quite good against what Androphago has brought to the table, because he has like the stun removal, right? He has a lot of control here. He has a lot of damage. This dodge obviously very, very fortunate, but he can basically counteract most of Androphago's game plans here. So obviously the flare has to come down right now. This will probably be counteracted again by another round of stuns though, so we might just see kind of this small exchange here where we see a lot of stuns coming down from Androphago, and this is just traded for the illumination, so for the illuminating flares coming from Sticky Blood. So he's probably just doing this right now.
Androphago right now can definitely kill that Flagellant. If he gets a heavy crit with the Highwayman, straight into a finale there, that's really the issue. Okay, and now he can't guard it. He can't guard it now.
Yeah, guys, a short note though, you are not allowed to start playing the second round yet. You have to wait. So, because you might want to cash your games. Okay, so, Ratzi, please do not start the second match. Sorry, I have to just message Ratzi, I think, because he's maybe no longer here.
Talk over you for a bit.
Yeah, can you just message Ratzi? Can you message Zapine? Can you message those guys, because I think they want to start the match. Please don't start the matches yet. We're just still not finished the first round. You're not allowed to start the second round without the first round being finished. So having a look at this right now, obviously a lot of damage comes down on the Flagellant actually. That's kind of scary for Androphago altogether. Sorry, for Sticky Blood, because he might just lose his Flagellant very, very early into this fight. Like, this finale might just be enough, because there is very little protection on this Flagellant here. He doesn't have the Gauntlet of Absolution here. He has 0% protection indeed. So this might just be a very quick finale. This can be even emphasized further by this bleed that comes down, and even like a little bit of damage that comes from Dazzling Light too. So this is very, very scary all of a sudden for Sticky Blood. Honestly, he probably loses this Flagellant from the get-go right now. There's gonna be a bleed that takes him to 8 HP,
exactly
I think.
What I
7.
talked about, Mike, right? This early setup, Sticky Blood here, using this Arbalest first, then there we go.
Yeah, finale. Clean, like
this
knife through butter.
Turn order is.
Yeah.
Seriously, turn 2, you've got a dead Flagellant. That is really one of the worst things that can possibly happen in this game. Sticky Blood right now, what can he do? He doesn't have that long-term DOT to pressure with. All he really can rely on is the Highwayman for damage. And that requires some setup, right? You want to get him into first. And then there's no one he can really move around with, jive with easily to get point-blank shots off every turn.
And you have to consider the fact that you are playing against double stun comp that has a healer, that has still active healers really, while you have no real ways of getting those kills. Which means that potentially Sticky Blood here has very little to do. Like, even those repose, like if you're Androphago here, or Androphago, not sure about the pronunciation of the name, however, but the idea here is that you really can take those repose to the face right now, because you don't care. You can get, the stunning loop. Okay, this obviously doesn't work. He does a small misfire, but still, like, you have so much healing available, on top of all the damage that you can do. That you might just want to risk those. Maybe not right now, because you are under a lot of threat actually. It's a surprising amount of damage coming down from this Highwayman. Obviously, the Vendetta doing the work, but I feel like Androphago is just always going to be able to out-heal this, as we can see in the picture here.
38 crit, right up to full health. Now, obviously, Sticky Blood choosing to pivot, try and take down that Jester. The Jester's already shot its load, so to speak. His money shot is over. So I think, really, he's not the target you want to be going for. Maybe Sticky Blood kind of feeling out the competition, seeing if he can poke any weakness, because we did see Androphago before, maybe not bite the bullet soon enough, not go for that second kill early enough. So if Sticky Blood can kind of figure out how to win on turn 3 as opposed to turn 14, maybe he still has an advantage in this game somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we are in the comfort zone of Androphago. I think he picked the very same team twice, which probably means he has a lot of practice on this particular setup. So once even if he wins this one, he probably will be driven out of the comfort zone, because I feel like this is just the comfort composition for him. So And he's playing this very well altogether, right? So I feel like if he takes this win, even if he takes this win here, he still has to deal with Sticky Blood, and with Sticky Blood's comfort comps overall. So that's something I would be very much afraid of. So he may pivot to Stress here. That's kind of surprising, to be frank. It also like, kind of sets him up for the Repose here. I don't think he can actually do enough damage.
Yeah, I'd suggest that maybe if Sticky Blood can really start to hit every single one of those bellows, he might be able to take it home, but I really don't think so. I mean, Mike, I'm at a bit of a loss here if I'm Sticky Blood. What can I actually do to win this?
Go to kind of click the white flag in the left top corner of your screen and just move on.
Time is money, Sticky Blood. I can make you, I don't know, $5 right now, pal.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like this is just kind of slow and steady loss. Obviously, unless Androfago makes a large misplay somewhere, which is obviously a possibility as well. So, yeah, that's something you just have to consider, right? Thank you for the subscription, Jill Rodriguez, man. Thank you so much. Now, you can still lose this if you're Androfago. You just kind of make a single 10 order mistake, like we saw from Sticky Blood before. And you may just get outpaced, like you eat a big Repose perhaps, and this kind of snowballs into a kill for your opponent. I just don't see this happening. I feel like Androfago is a Darkest One player, he knows what's up. So he probably will just kind of capitalize on the small misplays of his opponent. And, he just has a one game, like this game looks pretty solved to me. I didn't update the score, sorry guys, I actually didn't update the score, just realized this. So Sticky Blood is winning 1-0. So this Highwayman here probably dies this turn, frankly, because he has no Repose available. There is no threat. He's unable to reactivate the Repose either right now. So there's no threat at all for Androfago coming into this one right now. He can just go for a lot of damage on this Highwayman and just follow it up with a killing blow with one of those finisher characters he has. So it looks just like a pretty much solved turn number 5. Very fast game, by the way. This is 10-5. We're already kind of seeing a very decisive advantage for one of the players.
We've seen one we say very slight, but it was a giant misplay in turn order. But still, turn order isn't something that some players would even consider. Something you need to be very expert on the game to even kind of have an understanding of it here.
Yeah, so it's kind of game sense, right, that you need.
Exactly. Such a tiny thing has just thrown Sticky Blood's entire game off. The Flagellant is the strongest character in the game, I would say, in terms of late game prowess, survivability, and how well you can leverage him to really take down an enemy team. The longer this game goes now, Sticky Blood doesn't really have that advantage.
Yeah.
I think that's just... He can't dig himself out of this grave. He's 6'5".
No. And he has so many ways of salvaging this. You have a guard from the MAA as well. If you just kind of plan your 10 right, you can kind of salvage this Flagellant every single time. Obviously wasn't the case here, so we probably shouldn't be dwelling on this too much, but really looks like a game that was lost off the back of a very serious mistake, right? And this just kind of shows, Androfago just not making the mistake already makes him like probably a deserved winner of this fight here. In my eyes, anyway.
Yeah, I think we've seen Androfago perhaps make, at least in the last games, mistakes in a more holistic sense in terms of how well he kind of aggresses his overall offensive strategy. But Sticky Blood here, I think, going into this game 3, Sticky Blood is the guy who will learn from this mistake. He's the stats guy. He'll have known exactly what he's going to do. And he might just use this team again and get an easy win with it, Mike. Because all he needs now is one more victory.
Yeah, because Androfago is out of comfort zone. You have to think that this is like his...
He's the stats guy. He'll have known exactly what he's going to do. You're going to see that Dirk Stab death blow. Oh, Death's Door there. Not when you would have wanted to see it, but maybe... look at this stress.
You can't guard this. There's no way you can guard this because you get double stuns available. Okay, even a single stun from this Vesta, I feel, is just gonna be enough. And also this Obelisk still... okay, there is a Jester with the finisher even to penetrate the guard, so there is really nothing you can do to prevent this this Highwinder from going down. And if he does indeed go down, there is no saving grace. And it actually is a stun as well landed by this Vessel. This is looking super dire right now.
That Highwayman there sitting on the finisher. Open vein, duelist advancer, even set up a riposte, boom, there's the death blow.
What do you think of the open vein, by the way? Because I feel like Wicked Slice is just such a more potent skill for the Highwayman overall, because it just allows you to get this very highly confident killing blow, like every single time almost, whenever someone is at death's door. It's like plus 20% death blow. Whereas obviously, you know, not having that, instead, you know, using the open vein, it also doesn't have that much damage base. I don't think it's just very situational, isn't it?
Well,
overall?
It does turn him into a quasi-bounty hunter, which does kind of synergize well with the Jester. You get the first finale kill, and then you capitalize on every other death store. But this open veins here, there is always something to say about the potency of DOTs when you are in a Jester comp, right? You put that a few times, you stun someone, he hits the stun, boom, pop down, can't heal, finale.
True.
Really, really potent here. And I think also the open veins here, especially against man-at-arms, very, very, very potent, right?
Yeah. That's true, like, last game just actually paid dividends. Like, having that skill probably meant that Andrew Fago got where he got with that comp, right? Because otherwise he would have been just completely disarmed, like, not having the ability to land any DOTs. By the way, I just realized that, you know, using this guard preemptively with this MAA, if you run... Like, this might have been like a small mind game, maybe. You just kind of can take the snuff and... Okay, this is GG, by the way. You can take the snuff, and you can just keep using the guard to just stack the bleed resistance as well, which could have potentially been detrimental here.
Enough about is that it gives remarkable protection and bleeding blight resist. Also, if you take command, it increases the damage that people who are guarded do. And he was using command quite a lot that game.
You know what character we're no longer going to see in the following matchup, by the way? Jester. There is no more Jester available for either of the players, so we'll just see this kind of clean game right now. Perhaps, I'm very anxious really to see what comes out of this, because you just have to feel like the Jester was the name of the game for the past two matchups here, and right now this is just out of the picture. We'll see like a, you know, we have two stress compositions from Andrew Fago here, one of them being probably like a variation on the SBRH composition. We also have two kind of stress repose comps from Sticky Blood, so I'm very curious to see what happens there.
I mean, you've got to be a little bit worried as either player here, just due to the prevalence of riposte on either side. If you take a team that wants to kind of focus on AoE, even on 2-slot AoE, you might be in an awful, awful lot of trouble here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on, I need to solve the tournament a bit here. So we have Dr. Close, etc. taking down Winter Bliss in a 2-1 game. So we have a little update here again. So we have Cetra moving on Winter Bliss, unfortunately eliminated 2-1. So I do submit the score right now. You guys can check it in the bracket yourselves. And the guys are slowly... Sis, can you keep an eye on the Discord so that we see when the guys are actually ready for the fight? Or they're actually coming into this one right now. So I'm ready as well, we can go for this. So it's going to be game number 3 coming very shortly. As these guys also state that they are all, you know, ready to go too. So let me just show you guys the state of the game right now. We see the bracket. So we see Ratzi and Cetra already securing the spot in the second round here. Mizukin and Zapin and SBRH awaiting them. There obviously Zoko Forever was forced to forfeit his matches, which means that forfeit his matches. Yeah, so this means that, you know, there is a single player who just moves on 2-0. Very, like, no problem, Zoko. That's fine. Like, this is a, you know, community tournament anyway, so it's perfectly fine by us. So we kind of see this bracket, you know, shaping up slowly but steadily. I'm very excited to see what in the end comes out of this.
I think I'm going to keep you to our little bet we made yesterday of the beer to whoever guesses the person that goes furthest. My money was on the racehorse I like to call I Love RNG. What about you, big boy?
Oh, so I was thinking SBR8 still, right? So I think...
No, it was when we weren't allowed to pick him, remember?
Oh, like who gets further, right? Yeah. Oh, so you said I Love RNG. I think I said Cetra, didn't I?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like a race between those two guys. We have no result of Isle of RNG versus 135 Jamin yet, so that's something to kind of keep an eye out for, right? I'd really love to see like if you kind of lose this from the get-go or not. And again, like we had our bets for the tournament winners. I think like SBRH was our very big favorite here. We also considered Musican potentially just taking it as well. Also, Cetra, a very big contestant, right? So just have to kind of think of all those possibilities coming into the next series here. So we're just kind of looking at the brackets right now, waiting for the guys to get ready. I think the opponent of Sticky Blood, so Andrew Fago, is taking his time right now. So it's just kind of the matter of him setting up, because it's a very important moment for them. And like, you make a mistake in the draft here, like if you pick a wrong composition, you know what your opponent is going to pick. Like you're 1 out of 2 basically. So you have to just optimize to the limit. If you are able to do so, you probably persevere and move on.
You love to see this, don't Mike? Though you absolutely love to see this. I know that when I was in these last tournaments, I took an awful long time really making complete new comps on the fly just to counter what I know I'll be up against. Andrew Fago here, that's exactly what he's doing. Really, really want to see something completely fresh from him. I want to see counter and lock down Sticky Blood.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very curious to see what those guys bring to the table for the final game. I think they're starting the match right now, so just gonna go right into it as well, guys. Game number 3 between the two players here, between Andrew Fago and Sticky Blood, coming to the cinemas near you once I'm able to find my right channel here. Here we go, guys. We are 1-1 in the series. The winner of this one advances to round 2. The loser is unfortunately eliminated from the tournament altogether.
Oh man, Sticky Blood right now is in a world of hurt. Andrew Fago with 2 ripostes available to him. And Sticky Blood with a Houndmaster and an Antiquarian. Brutal there. The early dodge, it's nice to see, but really, for Sticky Blood, you've got to be terrified right off the get-go. Maybe I would have even thrown that stun onto the Highwayman, just so I can get these early bleeds out, these early blights out.
Yeah, possibly.
What? It's in Andrew Fago's corner right now, isn't it? I think he's taken this one already.
I mean, not necessarily. I actually have seen this comp win against this sort of stuff. Like, you were actually doing super well on something similar. We would just transform, go really hard with those rages or slams, just to eliminate certain character from the fight. I would just say, Highwayman, you can just kind of risk taking some damage from this character even. Just, take him out as soon as you can, or just at least threaten him. Because this means, like, the Vessel has to start healing, and you're actually free to start doing your own thing in this case. Like, obviously we see a rage come down here on the Flagellant. I'm very much against that. I feel like this is just kind of a wasted turn. The Flagellant can always heal with the Exsanguinate here, and this is just gonna be probably a world of trouble for Sticky Blood. Because
not only is it a wasted turn, Mike, it's very, very detrimental to him if he actually does need to focus on a different character now. He's got 2 characters now that can essentially full heal from Death's Door if they get critical.
Also that,
For Sticky Blood, considering this remarkable direct damage now, is the only real avenue he has of taking this home. He's not wow. You see, that's something that I would never do. It's the only damage Sticky Blood really can rely on it, single target wise, is that Holy Lance. And I was just about to say, he's never going to get a chance to do that. But if Andrew Fago pushes that Crusader out, just because he's scared of the stun, he might be facing a monster crit from Holy Lance. And this is another reason why we didn't want him to attack that Flagellant, did we?
Oh, the debuff doesn't land. It's crucial as well. It's absolutely critical. Exang, very low accuracy, but still doesn't come through here. This debuff would have meant that Flagellant would have probably had to reconsider, maybe redeem instead of doing this very heavy bleed attack, which is no longer going to be the case. Here we have a stun and a daze. This actually means that this Crusader will have to act last next turn, so there are no possible stuns coming down. There is no way to control the Flagellant here, and he's just going to do monstrous amounts of damage with those bleeds and, and the Exang as well. Like, a Flagellant below 40% HP is ridiculously lethal. He has bonus crit chance, bonus damage. He just obliterates people, and this is what this guy is gonna do right now, I feel. Like, there is so much time right now to do what he wants to do here. Because
single Exsanguinate onto the Abominational Crusader, and 3 turns, There'll be a half health, probably a death store. That is how strong the Flagellant is.
It's like 9 bleed per turn, on top of just the sheer amount of damage you can do. Obviously, Exsanguinated the Crusader, probably not the best thing in the world to do, but you can just easily Exsang the A-Bomb and you're gonna be golden. I also feel like not taking the MAA on a composition like this one, like on a very pure stress comp, is a big mistake as well, because this actually means that there is no way to lower the damage that Repose does here. Like, if you can
That's
just...
an interesting healer. I don't think he's going to get the full value out of that.
No.
Really. He's only going to get value out of that, perhaps incidentally a small amount of healing onto the Abomination, the Crusader, and obviously the big healing onto the Houndmaster. Maybe it would have been more worthwhile just taking the Houndmaster and licking wounds instead. Maybe trying again to throw a flash powder down on the Flagellant, but also have a look at the Flagellant's trinkets there. He's got the Crown of Thorns, 15% accuracy. That means he's going to throw down one more flash powder just to kind of overcome that trinket. So maybe that is not a viable kind of route to go through.
Absolutely. Androfago actually goes for Open Vein. He took too long to think about this, but he's still kind of doing alright. I guess like in those heals from the Antiquarian mean that probably, you know, if we had an MAA on top of this would have been kind of a salvageable position, I feel like, where you can just kind of keep spamming those bellows and eventually just outpace the damage output of Androfago and take over the game. However, no MAA present. I don't think he has the Bellwalk of Light on the Crusader here either, which actually means that there is very little he can do to mitigate those, you know, very high damage reposes coming down from his opponent. And this just feels really bad, because if he had actually had access to this, you would have probably been able to just kind of, as I'm saying, kind of outpace what Androfago is doing here at some point, and maybe, just maybe, win the game. However, not having that, you know, there are just so many threats. The bleeds from the Flagellant, the sheer damage output from those riposts.
You know, man, I don't think I like that move. He guard dogged the Abomination there. Only putting himself up to 35 dodge. That's nowhere near a reliable amount of dodge to basically dodge any riposte or oncoming attacks here.
That's Exsang. That's Exsang, though, that you dodge. I feel like you force the redeem here from the Flagellant of Androfago, though.
You definitely don't. You definitely don't. Every single time you're Exsang, that was wrong. I mean, it's a big crit. I don't think it lands. Wow.
Yeah.
I
mean, he had to do this because there was so much he had to do. Is he couldn't have exsanguinated the A-Bomb. That's why Sticky Blood actually dropped that guard dog there, just to kind of force this to come down onto the Houndmaster.
Nowhere near forced. It was nowhere near forced. It was still about a 70% chance to hit. I think you still take that, especially because right now what you've done is you've given Sticky Blad's rejuvenating vapors a lot of value. It's not just healing one target anymore. It's healing 3 targets, and it's healing 3 targets who basically right now are all kill targets. So right now, Androfago is actually given Sticky Blad the opportunity to get value for things he'd used already, which really, Sticky Blad is a fantastic, fantastic thing. It's going to take this now, try and do some damage to the Flagellant again.
Yeah, but do you want to risk it if you're Androfago? If you see that you have a foothold in this game, even a stranglehold, do you want to risk that Exsang just missing completely and maybe lose the Flagellant later down the line?
I'd argue right now that he's potentially fallen down the mountain he previously had a foothold in. You never really... I mean, if it's 70%, 70 to 80% basically, you always go for that, especially because when that lands, the Houndmaster is essentially as good as dead. He needs to be lick wounding every turn down. He might even need more incidental healing from the Antiquarian there. Really, if you did that, you would almost have someone basically dead already, you know? You've got quite a few finishes on this team. You've got some increased death blow chance coming out of the Highwayman. Probably could have got the Houndmaster down with relative ease. Right now, Sticky Blad can use these rejuvenating vapors and heal almost all of his team. He's got incredible value out of that right now. And Androfago, I mean, you know, he's got a pot on the front, his Flagellant's in the back, he's going to have to move that forward. He's going to go for a stun here, obviously.
Maybe that regev was a bit too late, maybe just kind of, you know, using that powder was a long shot. He could have just used those vapors from the get-go, like, keep stacking the regev. He would have been at 9 regen right now, just completely counteracting any sort of damage coming through. So maybe this was a small mistake, honestly, from Sticky Blad, because he could have just potentially had, like, so much healing going in his favor, which he kind of still does, but it's just not enough, I feel, still. Obviously, this Flagellant also out of position. Actually, you might be right, like, Sticky Blad might still have a decent amount of control in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Sticky Blad, I think he was given a lot of opportunity to basically steal this game right now.
Yeah.
If he focuses on healing, he's got his Houndmaster in position to stun Holy Lance. That's a fantastic combo. Might get someone out of that store.
Okay, so right now I'm actually not sure whom I would bet my money on, because obviously still a lot of potential damage coming from Andrew Fago. We can definitely take this still. Like, you have to believe this Flagellant also might be dropped to within the X-Rank threshold again. You can just use this to stack some more threat across the board. Obviously, those Regia Vapors coming up huge for Sticky Blood here. Like, he is actually healing a lot of the damage coming through, and at the same time, Andrew Fago really not doing that much stress, which is secondarily could potentially be doing as well. Because you can do stress
Sticky
with
Blood
this.
isn't doing that much stress either. Sticky Blood is ostensibly a stress team, right?
Yeah.
And it's turn 4, and these really are not turn 4 stress bars you want to be looking at. He's kept that Abomination transformed for the entire game, but not really been able to do quite enough pressure to actually land a kill yet, or really even threaten a kill potentially. So Sticky Blood, I would want to see him pivot slightly, maybe transform the Abomination, throw off right now, perfect, transform it. I think you throw off a Beast Bile there. I think you do throw off that Beast Bile.
I mean, do you actually do this? Because
it's going to eat into that Highway Mantra boss, but the Flagellant, you do kind of want to see the Flagellant taking dirty. Now.
I don't like this though. I feel like you have to be doing stress damage if you are Sticky Blood. You can't be playing with that Clubman. You have to be just throwing those Hunt Harrys no matter what. You have a lot of region going in your favor. You can't freaking afford to keep trying to stun people. You have to be doing stress damage. Like, you either just try to sustain, keep yourself alive, or you do a lot of stress damage. You cannot be risking, just kind of this game dragging out too long.
You never want to stun a Flagellant who is going to use their healing to put them at minus 100 healing.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, here... Obviously, he could have actually used the Abomination to achieve the very same goal. Like, he's now going to be forced to use the Absolution anyway, so maybe there's a good reason to actually be using that stun there. But still, you just have to be taking control of the game. And the way you do this, if you are Sticky Blood, is just dropping those AoE stress attacks, which obviously Sticky Blood isn't doing right now. This is 10 form and no afflictions. We are nowhere near getting anybody afflicted yet, because he has been using all those characters to try to salvage this situation, and the attempt to salvage this situation is okay if and only if you have this MAA who just continuously lowers the damage potential of the enemy team and just makes the game winnable for you. This is not the case at all. We might just see a dead Abomination, not the case yet. Still very, very scary for Sticky Blood. You have to feel like this is just such a scary situation for them.
No, I mean, I'd say Sticky Blood right now is...
almost out of it.
Yeah, I think he's about 17 miles up Schitt's Creek, and his paddle broke before he even got in the canoe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really an awful lot of trouble right now. He's been completely locked down from using his AoE stress strategy. Even when he had the opportunity to do it, with a full health Houndmaster with Rejuvenation on, you almost want to take damage there, because it gives that Rejuvenating Vapors more value.
Absolutely.
Trying to stun a Flagellant, trying to always kill that Flagellant. A Flagellant, every time it takes melee hits, it heals stress. So really, don't want to be doing that too often if you are a stress-based team anyway.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. So that's looking so damn dire for them. And obviously this Flagellant, again, forced to move. He can't use that healing move yet. He could have actually done the redeem here, but I feel like he just decides against this here. Still possibly a game that Sticky Blood can take control of, like, at some point, maybe, but, like, still, look at the heals he has. Why is he trying to stun this man? Like, you don't probably... Okay, you know what? He might win this off the back of this play, because you can just kill the Flagellant at some point next turn. Because there's
Remember, Androphago can heal with that Vestal.
Yeah, twice, but it's really the question of if... first of all, the Abomination gets the slam now, which is still on the cards. You can just slam to 0 HP. You just have to go for the slam, man. You just have to go for the slam or for the rage. And then you just follow up with the Holy Lance and try to kill that Flagellant.
He's going to transform and heal.
I don't like this.
If
you have to go all in.
If I on you in the street and say, who's one person that hates playing defensively in Darkest Dungeon, who would you say?
Yeah. I always have gone hard on this Flagellant here. Like, this is the light in the tunnel for you right now. Just the corpse of the Flagellant means you probably win this game, and the corpse not being there now means that you probably lose this, because this Flagellant heals up to full HP again, and he's so freaking safe, man. And there is nothing he can do right now, because this, he's out of the range for the Crusader. He can no longer punish that. So you can no longer Holy Lance anyone. You are really in trouble right now if you're Sticky Blood, because he could have definitely just kind of at least forced Androphago to play in his hands. right? Because he could have forced, the Vestal to heal and potentially just kind of followed up with a killing blow somehow. He would have like 2 chances to do this. Obviously, very risky to do this at the same time against the Flagellant, but still something you can consider doing, at least if you are in a dire spot. However, we can see Sticky Blood actually playing very defensively and maybe just getting away with this. We have seen this type before in the tournaments. SBRH, Adelbart as well. Those strategies, like this very slow and steady stress play, has actually worked for quite a few players. So maybe we're just underestimating the slow and steady play style of Sticky Blood, who might just be able to take it.
You say slow and steady stress builds, right? But Sticky Blood is turn 6, and those stress bars haven't moved since turn 3.
No, that's true.
Exactly. He's went all in. I mean, this is something that I like to do, and actually won me the first tournament, I believe. Just really going offensively with this stress team. Your opponent might not expect it if you just really rage, start doing insane amounts of damage, keep pushing the flash. I hate flagellant. Say flagellant, please.
Okay, alright.
Okay.
Actually, ask another native speaker about this. He told me this was like
Cloaked. Cloak likes flagellant.
Yeah, he also says it, but no, I asked like a friend of mine from the UK as well, so there are 2 alternative pronunciations of the word. It's like, I think like someone like, so both of them are correct. Right? I'm just gonna say it your way though, okay?
Cheers, bud. Love you.
So say it again, man. Say it again.
Flagellant.
Flagellant. Okay, perfect. Let's go. Flagellant. Team Flagellant.
Speaking of the devil here, this Flagellant has been ramparted into position 2. Now Sticky Blood's Crusader can Holy Lance in here. We're seeing an awful lot of kind of slight misplays from both people. Yeah, but I think really are kind of counteracting each other now.
Yeah, so the kill might be on the cards. Okay, that's a stance, so he does read into this. He sees that's kind of on the cards. He anticipates that, takes this Crusader out of the equation here. This might be good, actually. So honestly, like the only character who's actually able to do stress in this entire freaking fight, 6-10s, was this Abomination. Like those Hara stacks are what decided that, those characters of Andrew Fago have any stress on them whatsoever. Also, this Flagellant, is healing more stress that he's taking from those hits. So very, very scary situation for Sticky Blood here. He has actually probably taken equal amount of stress to his opponent, and that's just something you don't want to happen if you're playing this pure. This is the purest stress comp you can imagine.
Brutal. He's got 9. Wow, look at that though.
And the region is crazy.
If you get put against a riposte team, if life gives you lemons, do you know what you do? You just heal. You don't eat the lemon, you just heal yourself, right? That's exactly what Sticky Blood's doing right now. Absolutely pushing that Houndmaster out of any harm's way that would have came from an Exsanguinate. The most punishing DOT ability in the game, right?
Yeah.
27 damage over 3 turns, negated completely.
That's absolutely insane, I agree. 15 healing per round, I have not seen this in a long time. I used to play a composition called the Immortal comp, this was basically that. Like, that comp was healing for days. But yeah, that's just kind of something that reminds me of this. The only difference being that, you didn't have the Houndmaster there, you just had the MAA, I think.
What on earth can Andrew Fago
even
touch the Antiquarian, Mike? He cannot touch her.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for the follow, Epic Samurai. Welcome to the dungeon. Guys, we are witnessing one of the longest series I have ever been in. This is such a lengthy best of 3, guys. We started 7 p.m. sharp. It is 8 p.m., like 7 past 8, and they are still playing this final match of the best of 3, and they're nowhere near the finish. By the way, look at how long those guys are taking to actually execute their turns. Actually, they're usually letting the road burn out, because this has been a very long fight, time-wise, but we are only at 10-8. They are really playing this slow. You have to appreciate this if you're cis, especially if you're cis.
Exactly, I more than any people always keep mentioning you want to take as long as you have. That's one of the only resources you really have you can use to gain advantage of your opponent. Here, that stun onto the Abomination is actually more backbreaking than you would think, because that Abomination is really the only damage dealer for Sticky Blood here now. That Houndmaster, I would say you just want to lick wounds on it, right? You just want to make sure that all of your characters are at full health now, because every single turn you use Rejuvenating Vapors like this, the Crusader, the Antiquarian, and right now the Abomination aren't even getting any value out of it. So you really want to try and play a little. You know what? I would have even thrown down Festering Vapors that turn. Maybe thrown down a Flash Powder. You know, he loves down Flash Powders. Maybe throw it down on the Man-at-Arms so that when his repulse does come back up, it'll be a little bit less accurate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that now. He won't be able to select him heal out of Death's Door. This is why. You asked me earlier why Open Vein is strong. Brutal. We see that here. There we go. I'd say that's a reasonably smart decision there. Big heal cut off that. Getting big rejuvenations there. Probably in about 17, I'd say now, per turn.
Still such a freaking slow game altogether, right? Both players really not doing much damage or stress. They're just kind of trying to... I feel like they're both very much scared to go all in, just make any risky call at all, because this might just mean the end of your tournament life. Like every single, I think that's why he didn't X-Tank this Houndmaster as well, because he just knew that he misses that, this might be just the game, like the tournament losing move for them, man, right? They're all on the edge here right now.
You are not going to heal. You are not really.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy stuff. Like I actually see light in the tunnel for Sticky Blade right now, because he's slowly taking those guys to Affliction without really taking much damage himself. So if he's able to kind of keep the pace here, obviously those bleeds will come in handy for Andrew Fager, but those heavy heals from Sticky Blood, they might just be enough to keep the man in contention.
Probably the highest DOT and healing over time numbers we will ever see. Look at Exile now, pushing his bleed over time up to like 26.
Yeah.
28!
So really, that's the problem for Sticky right now. So Andrew Fager just takes this gambit to him, and you just have to feel that this might be enough to turn the tables here, right? Because he might just not be able to keep this Houndmaster alive long enough right now at this point.
The Houndmaster is taking enough DOT to essentially zero it from 100 every single turn.
Yeah.
He needs an Arbalest critting when he can just do that every single turn, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is very scary, but at the very same time, you can potentially just use the Crusader, use the Houndmaster's heal. Like, okay, no more lick wounds though, so no licking, man, for you. There's no licking, sis. Unfortunately,
Get your mind out of the gutty Polish freak. Back into it.
Oh, he could have. I feel like he is overdoing those Reader Vapors, though. He could have potentially just gone for the for the Festering Vapors here.
I mean, at some point, you need to be remotely aggressive in order to have any form of defense, right?
Yeah, because you do need to break those characters. Like, if you are playing just slow as Sticky Blood, this is okay for the most part of the equation. However, you have to break those guys, beyond 100 stress, because if you don't do this, you're really playing against a clean slate, really. There's nothing else. Like, you just play against a blank slate. Clean slate. I mean, it's clean slate, right? So you're basically in a...
Sticky Blood right now is genuinely trying to out-heal all the incoming DOTs from a Highwayman with open veins and from a Flagellant with 3 per turn.
I don't like what I see. That's a Death Houndmaster, man. That's a Death Houndmaster, I think. Or close to being dead.
That's a stunned Houndmaster as well.
Yeah. So there's gonna be that's a stunned Crusader Death Houndmaster. That's what I would title my movie anyway. So he stuns the Sager now,
I think
prevents the heal.
I'm in linguists, pal, and not in the movies. But right now, this is looking to be a movie ending, right? Into the game 3. Again, I don't like that. I think that's a little bit too defensive. I say try and kill that Houndmaster. Try and kill him. Because that Crusader now, on the following turn, can heal him. Oh, well, he's probably dead now. Yeah, he's definitely dead now.
Yeah, so dead. I mean, I'm not really sure about the ranges that the Highwayman has with his attacks here. So this might just be the saving grace for this Houndmaster. Like, maybe there's just no attack that can hit this guy in the 3rd row.
Stun.
Yeah, but that's just not enough, right? You can just kind of try to repose this.
You can Retribution, you can Retribution. Yeah. He's got a lot active, but again, if there was a Man-at-Arms on Sticky Blood team, this might have hit our Death Store. Thank the Lord.
Yeah, that's fortunate, because you can now heal this and maybe not be safe or okay, but you're just gonna be...
To be honest, Mike, you'd be safe enough, actually.
Yeah.
Probably now Lick Wounds there, you're only taking, I believe, 3 or so DOT per turn. That means if you start to do those Rejuvenating Vapors again, you're fine.
Heal as well. Yeah.
There are no Sanguinates on the field, are there?
Yeah, that's true. So he's going to be okay.
Turn 10, he's run out of almost all of his healing, right?
Fuck, that's crazy.
He's going to get him down.
This is gonna be the longest series we ever cast together, sis. I'm gonna kind of call it now.
What a series as well.
Yeah, that's insanity. That's absolute insanity. So we see another redraft. I mean, Sticky Blood might just take this freaking game. I don't believe my words, but this is what's happening here. Like, I feel like he's just slowly taking over. Like, he has been able to. This is like way slower than Adelbart, by the way, which we hated. Like, we hated his playstyle, but it was efficient. And this is
I'll tell you what. There's a huge difference here. Sticky Blood has, some would say, been backed into a corner here by the sheer fact he's facing a double riposte team, and most of his offensive abilities are strictly AoE. So they'd hit the riposte twice, probably get 2 kills if you were to do that, right? But Sticky Blood said, you know what?
Do you really hear this? Fuck, no!
Wow,
I'm sorry. I would have zealous accusation this, like 10 times out of 10.
Too far. He's taking the meme too far right now.
Shit, that's crazy. This is insane. I mean, he probably will advance because of those plays, though. You have to believe, like, he's just... This is the slowest killer, guys. This is like... I don't know...
I would have loved to have seen that, to be honest. If you did Zealous Accusation now, when your Crusader is put down to roughly half health, somewhere about there, right? Androphago, they're mind games for him. He's going to try and target the Crusader as well. Oh my god, look at that.
Oh,
do it again. Play it again, Sam. Come on.
Yeah, so as chat is saying, man, this flagellant will run out of heals eventually. He will no longer has Exile available. He'll probably use the Redeem now. And at some point in the future, there will be no heals available. And honestly, Sticky Blood's composition as good as new. Almost. Obviously, this Houndmaster being the exception to the rule. But still, he is doing extremely well right now. Like, obviously, he cannot run out of riposts, which is kind of unfortunate, I guess. But still, like, I feel like...
I mean, to be honest, why would Sticky Blood want Androphago to run out of riposts, right? He can simply stack his rejuvenation over and over and over again. Not give a care in the world, right?
It's like, that's such a sick game. That's such a crazy, crazy, crazy game. I just can't believe we are witnessing this. It looks like, seriously, Sticky Blood
we can literally see the cogs work in Sticky Blood's mind right now. He seems slowly mousing over them. That's a really good sign. It means he's thinking a little bit here. Unfortunately, though, Hoop popped right. There we go. This is so brutal for him now, because he cannot do any damage. Exactly.
But he can potentially just move back, like with the A-bomb, right? Just move to the second row at some point in the fight and maybe take over that. But still, it's just it's such a sketchy game.
This is a terrifying middle row to start beats Biling, though, isn't it, Mike? Look at that.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna die during this fight, man. Like, it's just looking like, you know, I should have just kind of written my testimony as well. No, sorry, what the hell? The will. I should have written my will here and just kind of sent it somewhere, because I feel like this is just gonna take us all the way to death's door as well. This game is so long.
Oh, guard dogging. That's interesting. I mean, maybe he can't recruit anymore, so he's gonna guard dog for the next 9 turns, right?
Oh god, please do something offensive.
This is just absurd.
No way, this is ridiculous. Like, because he can just drop the accusation, get someone afflicted right now, and you can take this fucking game. Please. Afflict, please just do it. Do it, Sticky Blood, you can make it.
I feel like I have been trapped in a limbo. I'm pretty sure both of us died last night and we're in hell. We're in some kind of ironic hell where they go, you like Darkest Dungeon? Here you go.
Yeah.
It's going to work forever, Mike.
That's where bad casters go.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that's where bad casters go.
You guys get to watch it. I'm sure it's... I don't even know. This is like watching
dying here.
It's like weird chess.
Yeah, the fuck is going on, seriously.
I've never played like this before, but I love it somehow. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
This is remarkable.
Oh, you know man, that's crazy, yeah.
This doesn't end too late. I would love to do a show match playing one of the first builds I ever made, which is a full healing build. Plague Doctor, Vestal, Crusader, and Flagellant. I do nothing but heal. It's fantastic.
Yeah, there was actually a build like that, right? We had the unkillable build, which was doing this, but it was killing people faster than this, though.
Yeah, I mean... Sticky Blood is trying to do some kind of pacifist route, right?
Yeah.
For the first 6 turns, he did nothing but Abomination Transform.
Oh, he passes! He tilted Androphago out of this one, I feel. Seriously. This is the time when you just press the go button if you're Sticky Blood. You go for this Hound's Harry. Now we have the HP, there is only one repose.
Rejuvenation, come on.
Jesus.
Really want to start being offensive. These rejuvenations, you've let them stack up so high.
I mean, that's risky because
these riposts. No, they allow you to eat these riposts. Start doing things. If you get 3 people afflicted, they act out enough.
Yeah.
By turn 12, the whole team would have been afflicted, right?
Yeah, he's safe now. He just wins this now because he starts doing those attacks. He gets people afflicted. He gets those debuffs that are just going to come into play right now. And slowly but steadily, I think like Androphago is just done for. Very funny. Androphago probably tilted out of this world by the play of his opponent Sticky Blood. He's showing the metal. He takes over the game in the end. Like, such a grueling fight. 12 turns, and it probably doesn't. It will probably be another 8 at least. It feels
like 20, Mike, but you've got to imagine right now.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet, like, on which turn this is going to end?
Okay, not counting surrenders, I'd say 22.
Okay, I'm going to say 20.
You piece of heck.
Whoever gets closer, then they win, right?
Another bit. Christ, let's go, pal.
Yeah. Chat. What do you think? When is the game going to end? Minute 20? Sorry, 10, 20, 10, 22?
This flagellant might just die here though, right? Pushing very low and he's got none of his self-healing left here. This Vestal going to have to start using all of her abilities now to start healing. Boom, Noel. We're saying that third crit. He's brand new, right? Sorry, look at that stress.
Pass as well though, so that's kind of big for Androphago. Just kind of getting this out of the system, at least just removing this A-bomb stun allows him maybe to spread his wings next turn, perhaps. But holy crap, that's just...
With that in mind, Michael, look at where the Abomination is. Still in rank 1. All he can do now is chain stun. And realistically, this is not a board of people you want to be trying to chain stun. With one, I think that is one stun trinket though, the chain things.
Yeah, it is a stun trinket. Like, you can just disable the Flagellant though, which is potentially a big deal, right? Because if you can just remove this guy from the fight, just, you know, disable those bleeds, you may just be able to take over eventually as well. Because there's going to be a punish potentially. Like, he probably just tries to kill the A-bomb right now. And obviously the A-bomb actually is taking heavy bleed and stress. So you might actually see this turnaround from Androphago. He turns it on. 10-13. And she might just be...
How remarkable is this game? Androphago, we think, is going to be able to leverage a stress victory simply out of the usage of punish.
Man, this is bonkers. This is absolute bonkers, man. I just don't believe we're seeing what we're seeing. It's just the craziest game I have seen in weeks again. Like, those guys are delivering. You have to admit it. They are really delivering.
This is like Lord of the Rings, the extended edition, Mike.
Like, maybe this game just never ends. Maybe we just get stuck in this endless loop of healing.
Did you see what he just did there?
Yeah.
I did not even know he had Hound's Harry on his bar. That is remarkable there. Yeah,
I wasn't expecting him to...
You're not the only one, love.
Yeah, holy shit. Actually, this is big because he did a lot of stress damage here. This might be a pass from the Vestal. This is a move though, so not that big of a deal. Though this Vestal is in stun range for the aim bomb though, so at some point you might see the stun just come down. However, you can see the aim bomb actually taking such heavy punishment. That's surprising, but those heals still outweigh.
Right now, he's still in death's range. One punish, put him down to death zone, and also will outweigh that healing. If you get stunned as well, he won't be able to use Absolution. Really, Androphago here, I think, could take it on turn 14. See?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think so. This is possible, actually. That might be a killing blow right now. I agree. So
170 stress there, Mike.
Yeah, he has Absolution available, doesn't he, though? So he just drops it, yeah. And this, you know what it does? You know what it does?
Minus 25 stress. It makes this game last until turn 22.
Yeah, probably. So you win. You win, I lose, right? Congratulations.
That's the second bit you're going to have to be sending me, pal.
Yeah. Oh man, I do owe you a beer, don't... No, not yet. We don't know how it goes for our guys.
Oh, I mean, not quite. Look at that here. No. You want to be healing. You want to heal that. Bad.
Yeah. I mean, there is nothing that penetrates the guard though, right? So this is okay. He can still stun this though. I mean, this MAA is unable to do anything here because he can't use the retribution from the from the fourth row. So maybe this is still okay. But yeah, you have to believe that Sticky Blood just switches kind of flips the switch at some point here and just goes really hard.
Mike, what game do you think we're watching, pal?
I mean, I think if Sticky Blood just goes...
He's sticking to that healing there.
Yeah.
He's sticking to the healing. He's at enough stress now, though, where Androphago... Yeah, I'm not sure about that, pal.
Yeah.
Androphago starts bellowing. He might just die from the heart attack here.
Yeah, he can't bellow. He has no bellow on this MAA. This is a pure support MAA. This is like Riposte bot, not the bellow bot.
That move there is especially brutal then, isn't it?
Yeah. This is like a next gen bot though, guys. This is like the support bot rather than the bellow bot. I really like it, but at this point here, it's double rejection. Like this man is never gonna find true love here in this. And honestly, it's looking actually very dire. I feel like if Sticky Blood just flips the switch completely, just goes super hard on stress, there might be very little Androphago can do to counterplay that. We are in the end game now.
That's gonna stun.
Oh no! So it's gonna be there's gonna be a longer fight. There's gonna be Absolution probably again. My God.
Yeah, he's going for. I said this is probably the more veteran play if you are going to play Spartan. He does the smaller heal fight. Yeah.
Can you please take me out of this game?
I mean, Mike, come on, we're in hell. We've got to face up to this, all right?
Oh,
how do you think I feel? How some Polish man laughing at me, huh?
Yeah. Yes, it's just. Oh, there's a crit for 16. This might be the deal breaker.
Look at the stress there.
Yeah.
198, Mike.
He has no absolution, there is nothing he can do to salvage this now, he just...
It's all over, he's taking
God!
He's gonna take that riposte, he's gonna take it all the way to Browntown. Come on, look at him, boom.
Oh, dead! Easy clap! The stun is prevented by this, by the way, the stun doesn't come through.
Absolutely killer, man.
That probably might be the game-ending play for Androphago here. What a grueling fight, really. But yeah, the stun doesn't come down, guys. If you kill a character before the effects can come through, so if Riposte kills someone, the stress doesn't come through, the stun doesn't come through either. So any sort of debuffs are just invalidated.
We are going to see festering vapors.
Please do this.
More flash powder. What are you flash powder? Don't flash powder the Vestal. Why would you do that?
No, but he does.
I mean,
I am dying here, man. I thought this was gonna be like, we'll be at semi-final stage right now, but we are not. This is a crazy game.
It's the only character that has been unmolested the entire game. So quite frankly, you do want to be starting to brap out a stinky festering vapor, huh?
Yeah, you probably will.
He had chili for dinner, and by God, she wants to put it to good use, Mike. All she's doing right now is throwing like lavender and incense, delicious herbs. Unfortunately, Androphago doesn't really care about that, does he?
I mean, Sticky Blood is full HP across the board. It will take another 16 10s to kill someone else now, I think. And, Androphago is heavily stressed right now. He's under heavy duress, you have to believe, right? So this might mean that at some point, those afflictions will indeed take over the match. But I would have never anticipated. We have to just make a rule for this, maybe to decide the game at turn 20 some way, one way or another, like maybe the more characters standing or something.
I mean, Mike, to be honest, you've already considered this game as over, and quite frankly, this is the best of it. Sticky Blood, I think, is still basically in it to win it here. The Abomination did not have much to offer as a mere stun bot, especially because he was facing riposting people and also people with really, really high base stun resist. So quite frankly, right now, boom, bingo, there we go, pass, bingo. Sticky Blood right now, proving true to his name, is gooey as heck. You try and wipe it off the floor, it doesn't. Right now, his antiquary is refusing to be wiped up. Throwing down a stinky flash powder, gonna blind that guy, just throwing sand in the High Woman's eyes there. Debuff accepted, a little bit less accurate here. Maybe Sticky Blood is finally setting up for this offensive push. Huh?
Yeah, this might be the time to flip the switch. He probably does this now. He just goes all in.
Every turn for 16 times.
Yeah. Please just flip the switch, Sticky Blood. This is the time. This is the moment for your guys to shine. Hound Harry, Festering Vapors, Zealous Accusation, all of those things that you have. Obliterate Androphago now with what you have, or face the consequences of not doing so. Because otherwise, if you just
got 6 healing on him, mate. You see that? That's only.
Oh God, that's brutal though. I mean, Still okay, unless... Okay, this is 60% death blow chance, by the way, so
No,
death blow res.
I reckon it's not that, man. I reckon we're going to see a kill. I'm going to owe you a beer, pal.
This might be a kill. It's like very likely to be a kill. 40% it actually comes down to, 2v4.
Brutal if that was the kill that's done.
It's not. So you can activate the Houndmaster and you salvage this again because you can just heal the regions. Man, I'm just dying on my seat now.
No, listen, Mike, this isn't a big rejuvenation though, is it? It's only going to heal him for about 3.
Yeah, not much.
Where did all these heals go, Mike? What happened to them?
Flash Powder took it away, yeah.
What have they done though, really? Nothing, right? What do you want? Festering Vapor heal, Festering Vapor heal, Festering Vapor heal. All across the board here, they're taking, a little bit of that pass again.
Second in a row. That's very big. That's actually very big. So, no, Regen Vapors, please.
You know what, Mike, I think you do that here.
I know. I'm just kind of praying he does something aggressive at some. I mean, he's playing this game correctly. I feel like this is the only way he wins this. Like if he plays this super slow. I don't like how slow it is.
I feel like a raw sex attack on Sticky Blood's helmet.
Yeah, he's gonna heal this again. No, he actually goes for. Oh, that's dodged by the. Oh, that's very bad. Because I feel like he was banking on the fact that this does indeed stress this Highwayman and takes him out of, just forces the vessel to heal the Highwayman right now, which obviously wasn't the case here. He doesn't have to heal this because there's no Death's Door. From the stress, this might be a Death Houndmaster now.
Right now, it's Flesh for Fantasy with a Sticky Blood Houndmaster here right now.
Yeah.
One single hit and boom, bingo. Thank you, man. That is a dead doggy. You lick too early, the doggy gets sad, Mike.
Yeah.
Used the lick wounds very early on, ran out of this incredibly high rejuvenation amount. Now, every time he accepts it, one hit back on Death's Door. Sticky Blood here. In this very, very defensive, it's turn 17 now. Very defensive game style has unfortunately not really pushed him forward. And to be honest, he's had quite a few act outs here. The man-at-arms passed twice in a row. Things like that. Sticky Blood, I think we just have to say, didn't quite play quickly enough. He had lots of opportunities where he could have bit a single riposte with this Antiquarian. And right now, if he had 3 more turns, he could have won this, right?
Yeah, but now it's just...
This team are just ticked down by raw DOTs.
Yeah, no recalls now, though, as I like to say. Feels like he just heals this completely and he's just gonna be alright. He has to graze this, by the way, because otherwise the Crusader just does enough damage and stress to take the guy to 0 HP and to stress him to Death's Door. So this would have meant that, the immediate demise of this Highwayman.
I mean, Mike, to be honest, Sticky Blood right now, maybe he's the kind of guy that's been listening to Eurobeat all night long, and it was a kind of sad song, but now gas. He's going to do nothing but throw down Festering Vapors. Maybe he can even get a killing blow on the Flagellant with the Festering Vapors. He can really do a lot of damage to all of these other guys anyway. On top of the heart attacks, they're going to be taking him down. We've seen Antiquarians clutch 1v4s, and I think if Sticky Blood actually decides to play aggressively, finally, he can probably take it home, Mike.
Yeah, it's probably too late though. Right now it's just, I don't think he can take it anymore. Like, this looks like a solved game pretty much, with this flagellant, able to just kind of probably redeem again, right? That's refused guard though, so I feel like still this looks like a game that I would call solved, because like feels like Androfago just got this in the end. Like, despite all those really lengthy turns that he was taking, like, feels like he's eventually just gonna persevere in this one.
He's still got a redeem left, by the way.
Yeah, but he can just full heal this guy right now, so there's no threat from the Crusader anymore. You can just do whatever you want if you're Androfago. And this Crusader, by the way, is going to regen some HP, but can he indeed just drop the Zealous Accusation? He actually does that, so he goes really all in on this one. That might trigger some sort of a chain reaction, doesn't really do this.
Not quite.
No. And you can just actually, if you are Androfago here, you can just pick the Vestal, be safe, heal this guy, and just make sure you win this in the end. Because this he just basically guarantees that, this Highwayman never really drops.
We see, thank God. Festering Vapors, I believe that might be the first time he's used that ability the entire game.
It is.
Brutal. It's one single attack here. Look at this now.
I'm actually keeping track of this. This is the first time he actually does this. So there's no repose on the Highwayman, but like, I feel like this is still Okay, I'm not gonna try to guess this. I feel like the Flagellant alone can probably take this, despite not having the X sang. So maybe. No, I have no clue what's happening anymore, man. I'm just gonna kind of surrender here as a caster. I have no judgment over this game. I judge myself incapable of judging the game state. Seriously, that's just crazy.
Weak. If I wasn't eating a child-sized cookie right now, I would have mocked you.
My game sense died like 7 moves ago. Okay, by the way, this is a dead Highwayman, isn't it? Because he has no more redeems left. So this Antiquarian actually just kills the Highwayman, yeah.
Oh, or not.
No, the Satyr is okay. The Satyr is gonna be fine for now. Maybe he gets a Vigorous as well. Like, he might just heal now. That would be funny. But no, he gets Hopeless. But this Antiquarian is almost guaranteed to kill the Highwayman, proc a chain reaction on this MA. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. You have to.
He's not going to. He's taking the piss out of us, surely. Come on.
He could have killed the Highwayman and killed the MAA at the same time. This is such a big misplay.
He's taking the piss. Come on, he's taking the piss. This guy knows what he's doing. The King Mima.
Because he takes a stun now from the Vest, and suddenly, like, this Antiquarian can't do anything.
He's gonna do it. What?
No, he can't. That's the thing, like, he had a win in the, like, this was potentially a won game for him. If he had just used the Vapors, you kill the Highwayman, chain kill the MAA, and now this is just off the table. This just isn't gonna work. He basically squandered the biggest opening he had to ever win this game. He can't win this anymore, I think. He just threw the entire game away. Like, he threw 20 turns of work with the singular move there, not picking the Antiquarian, not taking this small risk, relatively small risk, you have to believe.
Mike, I think he threw this game away every turn for 20 turns.
Oh, that's an exaggeration. I feel he kind of had control. This was a semi-controlled game for him, but I feel like he's just so risk-averse that he's just gonna lose for that.
I failed to understand the idea of control. Control is nothing if it doesn't lead you to a desired outcome. That isn't control. That's you doing something stupid, basically. Obviously not to insult Sticky Blood. It was fun as hell to watch it. If not a little bit kind of tiring. But boy oh boy, to see him not take the advantages he would have been given, that is just, it's really hurtful almost. I feel insulted.
No! No! You can just kill this! Oh man, no! What are you doing? You can just use the festering vapors, kill the fucking Highwayman, take over the game. No!
Probably Sticky Blood's bedtime, to be honest.
Oh man,
probably his bedtime. I mean, how many exits ready?
Cool. But that's a throw. He could have done this again now. He's just out of it now. This is done. Lord, this is over. I can't. I don't understand why he didn't take those kills when he could have, but now this just looks unsalvageable, really. This game has just gone out of the window for him. I don't understand that.
We are hopefully going to see a heal into a back away, into another heal, into a heal, into a heal, into a heal, into a death.
Yeah,
it will be fascinating gameplay, Mike.
You just won, by the way, on the bet, because this is 10-21. It will probably take a bit longer than this now for this game to be solved.
Send me any of that fucking Polish swill, though, mate. Send me a true beer. Send me a Guinness.
We have some decent Polish. Okay, Polish beer is actually mediocre most of the time. It's like it's good mediocre. I have to say it's good mediocre. Like we have some decent beers.
Using punish. The punish was hitting the corpse, but what it felt like is he was punishing my testicles.
Yeah.
What a brutal game.
Absolutely brutal, I agree. I have no idea what's happening now. I mean, he has to hope for an act out, right? You just kind of hope this, I don't know, someone kills themselves. They can capitalize on this with festering vapors. It's just too little too late. It's just so late now. No, it just does. I don't see this working. Like, he had an opening. He could have taken that, not even a risk, just a confident kill into a second kill that kind of would have maybe snowballed this game out of control, and maybe this Crusader would have lived then. Because he could have healed with a Seder later on, which he didn't do. And, you know, this 2010 game, which could have been potentially won by him, just turned into a shit show.
Everybody, 2 rubber ducks, bingo. Yeah. Oh boy, Mike.
Whew. Yeah, that's insanity. This is just insanity. Now, by the way, the beer discussion, I disagree. Belgian beer is the best beer in the world. I've never had a better beer than the Belgian beers. There's just no competition at all. The flavor, the texture of that beer is just ridiculously good. So, no way. Czech beer is piss compared to Belgian beer. I love Czech beer, but seriously, Czech beer is piss compared to Belgian beer, guys. I know we're talking about
95% left blow resist, Mike.
That's gonna take a fucking while, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's talk about beer. Let's talk about beer, sis.
Nah, fuck that noise, but I'm gonna listen to Billy Idol.
He's gonna go for it, I guess. Like, eventually he's just gonna get that kill. Like, there's no way to salvage this for Sticky Blood. You know, he just runs into repose.
So odd. So odd.
Yeah.
I really don't think there is... I mean...
No way. No way.
If Andrew Fago, I probably would have surrendered.
Yeah, he probably should, because this is just kind of taking a ridiculous amount of time right now. And it's been 1 hour 40 series. Can you believe this?
Well, I don't need to believe it, but we've been living it.
Yeah, we are living this indeed. Yeah, he surrenders.
To this game.
He surrenders. GG, guys, this is over. Sticky Blood eliminated, and Andrew Fago advances to the second round after a grueling 2 hours almost of a match. Crazy outcome. We probably will just have to fill in all those brackets right now, so please be understanding here. Show us your patience. I'm going to take a short break right now, guys, just to kind of take a breather.
Likewise, brother.
So let's say 10 minutes, guys. We're gonna be back at 50 past 8 for the second round of the bracket. I'm also going to kind of decide on whom we'll be casting, because I do have to fill in the bracket first. So the second cast will probably... So 135 J-Man wins against Mizican 2-0. Wait, they were not supposed to even play this. How the hell did this happen? I didn't know they were actually gonna... They actually played this out in the end.
Just want to say GG.
Yeah, GG, guys, GG. So I'm just
Very
gonna kind of...
long game.
I'm gonna sort it out, because I need to kind of figure out who we're gonna be casting, because apparently 135 Jamin played out like through the entire bracket right now. He advances to the semifinals. So I'm just gonna kind of type those results in, guys. So it looks like, yeah, just kind of give it a while to load, I guess. I don't know why it's taking so long, actually. So I feel like my tournament just kind of crashed for a second. I need to refresh this because it took such a long ass time. Okay, we can report the scores now. So it's gonna be 2-0 here. So unfortunately, the chosen one for Sis is eliminated here, and this means I do win my bet because Setra did advance. Now Mizican versus 135 J-Man. 135 J-Man does move on to 2-0 as well. So we are filling in the gaps here as well on this one. Let me just kind of keep reading the results. Now it is going to be Tanaphat, who did lose against so Tanaphat lost against Dino, so Dino does advance to the second part of the bracket as well. So we see Dino versus SBRH potentially as a second matchup. That's very exciting, I think. That looks very, very enticing to watch. And finally, the Sticky Blood versus Andrew Fago. Andrew Fago does indeed move on 2-1. What a strange turn of events, really. I thought like at some point Sticky Blood could have taken that. So we have Zapin versus Ratsi, SBRH versus Dino, and Andrew Fago versus Cetra. Sis, are you still there, maybe? I think he took a break. So that's probably... I feel like we should be watching SBRH versus Dino here. I would bet my... I would kind of put my money on this duel here, because those are two darkest one players. Obviously, Cetra versus Andrew Fago also looking quite exciting indeed. But I feel like we should focus, we should switch our eyes to, turn our eyes to SBRH versus Dino, guys. So I'm going to take a short break because I do need to prepare the brackets for the bands. So this means I do need about 10 minutes now. So we're gonna be back in like maybe 7 actually. we're going to be back in 7 with another part of this stream. So we'll be taking a short recess now. I'm going to go to the countdown window, and we'll just go into SBRH versus Dino, or Andrew Fago versus Cetra. So I'm just gonna make a pick since Sis isn't here. I really want to see.
Hello. I thought we were taking a 10-minute break, pal. I'm back now. Though.
Yeah, I want to see SBR8 versus Dino. So we'll watch this.
So we're asking this now then, brother.
Okay, now we're getting this short break now. I need to prepare the brackets, guys.
What's the story, pal?
Okay, I think we're back, guys. It is going to be the matchup between Dino Boy and SBRH coming into the second part of the series. As you can see, the matchup is here. I'm just waiting for the messages from the guys just getting ready to set up the stream as well, so it might just take a few seconds here. Hopefully Dino and the boys are ready to go now. So let me just see. Eric has messaged me right now, so he bans. We know the ban of Eric, Dino Boy. Okay, so they both have banned stuff now. I'm just gonna mark it on the board right now. So I'm just gonna ask them to stream for us now. So Dino is gonna come and stream. Sis, what do you make of this? We have two, again, very distinctive playstyles from Dino SBRH. Let's have a look at the draft. What do you think Dino is going to ban, and what do you think SBRH is gonna ban? Can you bet on the bans here?
Well, as Dino Boy and SBRH here are both looking at teams where you have two Jesters and two Flagellants here. So really, I think for SBRH, you want to take out what I think we call the Halo comp here, the Arbalest, Jester, Bounty Hunter, Crusader team there. And I think maybe for Dino Boy, on the reverse, we take out perhaps Smash and Crash there, just because of the potency of that Jester.
Okay, so let's have a look. So Dino Boy does ban deck number 3 of SBRH, so Kushi and Rigid go out of the window here. Surprisingly, so he does let, another very strong Jester come through. Maybe actually the weaker one. Whereas SBRH does indeed... hold on, I need to confirm actually. I do need to confirm because it looks kind of weird. So he bans the composition number 1 of Dino Boy. So this Grave Robber comp is out actually. So the pure Mangle comp is actually banned. Very strange. So we do see a Halo being let through by SBRH. That's quite insane, to be honest.
Maybe SBRH here believes he has the tools necessary to kind of shut down the Halo comp. We have seen Halo comp, a very, very strong kind of ladder build. But perhaps in tournament play, you can easily counter against with certain trinkets or certain skills. Maybe that's what we're going to see here.
Yeah, I think so too. So the guys are setting up. I think Dino is getting the stream ready for us. He's already with us here on the channel. He actually says he can't connect, so I'm just gonna disconnect him. Actually, I'm gonna kick him, and I'm going to I'm just gonna drag him back in, I guess. So hold on. I don't know why he couldn't join, but I just need to invite him back in, and it's gonna be okay, I guess. So I'm gonna add Dino Boy. I don't know why he couldn't just rejoin this. So I'm just gonna drag Dino Boy here again. How the hell did I do this actually? Yeah, he says he can join the voice chat, so okay, I'm just gonna drag him through maybe. Now? Dino, can you hear us, man? Hey there. Can you hear us now? Because I did drag you in, so you should be fine. I don't know why he can't make this work. So we could just join the the general chat maybe even, or just go to the tournament cast. Or no, Dino looks okay now. He says it won't connect, so let's just. How about this, Dino? How about now? Sis, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so it's just Dino having technical issues now. So I'm just gonna ask him. I think he could just restart. Maybe it's just a bug, right? I would just assume it's a bug. So we're just gonna allow the man to restart. Maybe I can just, or we could just directly stream in a in a group conversation. Then maybe that would kind of solve things as well. Let's just try it like this. Let's just make a group call and just do it like the old-fashioned way. Yeah. So his Discord just crashed. It's probably just going to take a few minutes more, guys. In the meantime, you know, the other players are actually ready, and they're probably playing out their matches as well, which is very, very exciting. So we have 135 Jamin, who actually made it all the way through the bracket, eliminating Mizican, by the way. It's very exciting to see that one happen. So let's just have a look at the bracket while the Dino kind of tries to set things up. So let's just have a look at this now. So 135 Jamin is already in the semifinals. He is locked in this spot, which means, by the way, Sis, Isle of RNG is out, actually in the very first game of the day. So your champion is Danzo. He hasn't moved on. Whereas Cetra versus Andrew Fago, still possibly Cetra taking it and moving on to this semi-final here on stream. That's kind of a very exciting prospect as well, I believe. Okay, we're just waiting for Dino right now, guys. I'm sorry about the delay. It's just something you have to live with sometimes, I believe. So yeah, the game just does funky things, and you know, Discord also not the most reliable tool in the world always. The best thing we have though. Because we could ask Eric to stream as well, right? It's a possibility for us. But obviously, probably not the best thing in the world. Because Eric's stream was like way lower quality, in fact. So Dino is here. I'm just gonna drag him back in. Hopefully this works now. I think somehow Dino just got kicked out of the channel altogether. It's really funny because he lost all the roles as well. It's ridiculous. Okay, how about now, Dino? Okay, this could just keeps crashing, so we will have to ask Eric to stream. So Eric will be streaming, guys. That's kind of a small change, so I have to just change, kind of alter the stream frames for that. So let me just do it now. We're gonna have Eric on the left and Dino on the right. Obviously the bands have to be alterated as well alongside, so this is what it looks like right now, and that's gonna be...
Mike, I'm super sorry, Discord just got me.
It's fine, it's fine, so Eric will just stream for us, it's fine, man. So Eric is just gonna stream instead. You just go get into the game, okay? And it's all fine, it's all set, guys. Eric, could you please switch on? He doesn't hear me. I think he needs to switch on the music for us. Oh, he has music. Okay, that's fine. So we have everything. It's fine. It's working. We have music, man. It's fine. It's fine. We can hear everything. It's okay. It was just kind of yeah, it's my fault. My volume was low. So guys, I'm ready as you are. So we are ready to jump into the game. Sis, are you there?
I am here, brother.
Perfect. So we can just get into this matchup right here, right now, guys. It's very exciting. SBRH versus Dino Boy. The guys are making their final choices, their final picks, getting ready for the fight. And indeed, we are going into the game number 1 here between those two competitors.
Brother, best matchups we could have seen. SBRH here, such a powerful opponent against Dino Boy, someone we all love, who has not been able to perform in tournaments thus far. Coming in right now, we're seeing Dino Boy in the Halo, and SBRH around this very, very powerful Flagellant Antiquarian comp. We're going to leverage these DOTs with the survivability of his middle two to basically just attrition Dino Boy out of the game. Something that might be hard to do against the Jester.
Yeah, possibly indeed. So it's like it really hinges on the very first few turns that Dino Boy takes here, right? Because if you're able to just get one very quick kill, maybe just catch your opponent off guard, obviously going first helps you a lot here in this matchup. It allows you to kind of, capitalize on the previous damage that you have dealt over the, over the course of those.
You don't really want to huck in the Antiquarian though, do you?
No, you probably just
jump right back out.
Yeah, you can just eliminate the Crusader first. It's kind of an easy thing to do, and from there you can just actually, keep pressuring, keep just trying to eliminate those future targets. So you can probably set up for turn 2 finale even if you play your cards right, if you're Dino here, because you can easily just kind of move on, get the mark down first with the BH, then follow it up with the Arbalest and the Dirk Stab as well. So this probably does eliminate the Crusader from contention overall, unless there is something coming through for SBRH. But obviously both. You have to understand that both the Jester and the Arbalest pierce guard. However, they do not pierce protection.
We've seen such expert play from both players already.
It's kind of clean. It's
stunning to try and attack without finishing, and then SBRH taking that Crusader, taking the stun just to not get hit with the finishing, and then going into this defensive guard after having that mark placed on him. Whilst that might be strong, I believe Dino Boy with the correct trinket that most people do take on Arbalest, we'll be able to paint right through that, maybe get a crit, push him all the way down, and from there, really you can do anything really. You can Zealous if you've got that, you can Dirk Stab, you can Caltrops.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see this Arbalest, he's going for a sniper shot of all things. He doesn't do that much damage here actually. I would have expected this to do a bit more. I feel that maybe he does like less offensive trinkets. I'm not really sure about the trinket choices here, but this means that this Crusader actually survives and he is going to be quite okay. Obviously, like another shot of damage might indeed be the end of it, though. So it's kind of all. It all is going to rely on the.
Reasonably risky stuff.
Yeah.
He lands it. Huh?
It's very important that he does as well, because this opens up.
Base stun resist there with against the double trinkets from Crusader. They're only 40%. So.
Yeah. As Bellwalk though, that's gonna be very hard for Dino to end the game right now, because even if the Seder dies, which is very likely, the Arbalest shoots. And there is no way in hell you can heal this anymore. So it's just going to be like, I believe it's going to be a sniper shot into finale or a crit. Or it just actually isn't enough for the BH to finish the job. This is very good for Dino because this means he actually gets to keep the finale for later. You cannot underemphasize, you cannot overemphasize how important this is for the man. Because just getting that BH kill the Crusader right now means that the Jester can always pressure SBRH's lineup. It looks like, really, this is the perfect play for this composition without getting a crit turn 1.
Mike, it looks as if the game has just started, but SBRH Crusader forgot to turn up.
Yeah, he was late to the party. Like Zoko.
Absolutely remarkable.
Sorry, Zoko the Crusader. We're gonna rename my Crusader to Zoko. Now, obviously kidding, man. Props to Zoko for being the upstanding viewer, but yeah. So we see this looks super good for Dino right now. He has full control over this fight.
How good does it feel to see Dino Boy actually being able to get off a really competent and decisive victory, we hope, early on, especially against someone like Eric, SBRH here.
Yeah, SBRH smashed the previous tournament, got very far. We had to just kind of remove him just because he was unable to turn up, but he was such a terrifying opponent to play against. He played like an AI almost, and seeing him kind of falter in this very first game, I feel like this might be just a compositional matchup, however, so we might not see this happen again. Maybe this was just his plan, kind of, take this bullet here, it's okay, you just lose to the Jester comp that is clearly overpowered, let's face it, and then you just kind of take over game 2, game 3, right? Because this is just still okay, this is still on the cards for SBRH, but this game looks really dire. You cannot understate how dire this one is for SBRH, because there's a lot of damage coming through right now, and there's so little stress actually that SBRH has been able to do, and he is playing a stress comp of all things. So the sniper shot does come down. Actually, it's kind of a nice pivot here, and this is going to be followed up probably by Festering Vapors. So he's going to stealth next to him. This is the only way for him to kind of escape this now. It's gonna be probably like a finish him dropping on the Antiquarian right now, and potentially a finale after the flare as well. So it's second kill kind of confirmed already. We don't see this yet. Probably it's just gonna be a finale to seal the deal. kind of unfortunate for Dino, obviously not getting like a full damage hit here with this BH, which could have potentially
He does have that bleed on him though. Hopefully that bleed will be enough to take the anti. But realistically,
there's harvest bleed, right? There's harvest bleed.
You've got to be really, I don't know here. What are you even thinking, to be honest? Maybe you're going to change some of your skills or trinkets.
It's over.
It's likely you are to go against the Jester. Maybe you could put Rampart on there, something like that. Even for the Bounty Hunter, try and push that Bounty Hunter out, maybe.
Yeah, I mean... No, this is Dino just completely dominating this right now. I feel like this is just... Oh, let's say Death Blow as well, man. There's no finale still being used. And it's already looking like, you know, the curtains really for Eric in this very first game. Dino
he can probably just finale the Man-at-Arms right now, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. He probably is going to do this. Like, shoot, maybe you can just even skip the shooting with the Arbals. You heal with this, you go for finish him into finale, and it's all done. It's just there's just nothing you can do as SBRH here. Like, you're getting control from the beginning until the very end of the fight, and it's just beautiful show of, you know, skillery from Dino, just being able to execute this composition to such a high degree of accuracy, where he just made zero mistakes here, no hesitation either. He just makes all the correct calls. He heals now, he's safe, he finales, the Flagellant is the only character standing. You know, this BH, by the way, is super safe still, not really taking that much damage. Finish him, comes down, 8 damage is enough for the finale to finish the job right now, and this is just over. Like, this Flagellant, can never take this fight.
Did you expect this to happen?
Yeah, I thought...
Quite frankly, seeing Dino Boy actually do this, I'm really, I'm not going to say surprised, but I don't think he was the favoured come in with these odds.
No, he was, but in this very first game...
potentially take the lead against SBRH. And from the last season, we learned reverse sweeping is a lot harder than just winning twice in a row.
Yeah, but you're facing SBRH though, right? It's not like a random player anymore. This is SBRH we're talking about. So I feel like SBRH has the mental to kind of persevere in such situations. Oh, that's unfortunate. He wanted to finish this. Like, he just wanted to use finishing, but this is an act out preventing that from happening. And you don't have to rely on the 65% death blow with the Jester, I believe. Just a stab. You just stab this.
Luckily enough, it does push the death blow resist down to 45%.
Questionable move.
So with the mark, I'm pretty sure that's 100% killing blow.
Yeah, this was questionable though.
15% plus 30% base.
I mean, that's still over, right? You just deck stab, he probably just tries to use the Rain of Sorrows and dies. There's like no other way, I think. So even if this Flagellant somehow gets double kill now, it still won't matter, right? I feel. Yeah, it's actually nothing. GG, Dino gets a very clean, decisive win, I think, in this game number 1. Such a fast-paced one as well, guys. We have seen a game that went up to 24 freaking 10s. This is finale 10. 6. This is GG, very clean.
Securing that final kill with the finale.
Very clean.
Need it. But now, Dino Boy doesn't have that comp left. And that Halo comp, as we're calling it, is probably, I'd say, across the board, one of the strongest in the game. It needs to be countered a little bit to have a good chance of beating. And unfortunately for us, SBRH did not quite make adjustments to his team to really facilitate that victory or that control. But coming into these next games now, SBRH has a fantastic advantage over Dino Boy by the simple fact that he has a much higher percentage chance of guessing what his opponent is going to take. That means he's got a lot more leeway in what skills and trinkets he decides, what positions he moves his team to. He can accurately counter his opponent. And really, with a guy like SBRH, you know he's going to try and use that to his advantage. Dino Boy here, although he did take a very, very convincing win there, is not the favourite looking forward. Yeah. Unfortunately, his last tournament performances were not the best. Even though we all love him, he is a little bit kind of frightened by this stage. But I think right now, Mike, I think he's over those phases. I think he's just here to win, you know?
He does have a very solid composition with the Leper as well. Like, the control Leper looks decent. And then you have the, you know, the Flagellant comp as well, Flagellant comp, with this heavy stress as well, heavy stress bleed, control as well over there. So maybe, like, he needs a single win in 2 games, like, even if it's just RNG taking him there, I feel this is just good for him. So maybe, I feel like SBRH knew what he was getting into, he just kind of underestimated how precise And lethal Dino is going to be here because Dino didn't skip a beat in those games.
Well, I mean, SBRH there did play very, very well in that kind of defensive manner. He threw down a guard, you know what I mean? He didn't ignore the lethality of this comp. He tried to play around it, but unfortunately, not quite enough there. Maybe, well, obviously, there is always something you can do to maybe get you an advantage to not have your person die that early on. But really, Dino Boy here, he did exactly what the comp says it will do on the tin, right? He's taken that victory, a free win almost.
Yeah.
So coming into this game now, SBRH, it's all on him. Dino Boy needs to win once. SBRH needs to win twice in a row, and that's quite daunting.
Absolutely. Guys, by the way, everybody on the stream, have 49 people watching. That's really high viewership, guys. If you want to check out the live bracket, I just posted the link on the chat. Please remember, if you're new to the chat, follow or subscribe depending on the platform you're on. So here are our socials as well. You can join our Discord, which is very big. We have about 200 people really fascinated in RPGs and Darkest Dungeon specifically. And finally, guys, if you would want to kind of support the channel, support our work here, you can always become members of the channel using the final link I posted, or even
we are now going to the game, my brother.
Yeah, we are. So I'm gonna skip advertising, guys. We are coming into game
I'll make up for
number 2.
This one, brother. I'm really fascinated by what SBR.
It crashed.
Going right back into the advertising then.
Yeah.
Friends. Mikefield is a very humble man. We've been casting now for something like 3 hours. And this is the first time he's advertised, honestly. Things like this happen quite a lot, and it's a lot of effort for him. So if you can join on YouTube for $2.99 a month, it's, you know what I mean? For Americans, a Starbucks coffee probably costs you a reasonable amount more than that. So you get a lot of content, support, join the boys, have fun. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah, you have cool emotes as well available.
With us?
Badges and such. Yeah. So, once again, can you repeat yourself what you said, Sis?
Well, I'm just, you know what I mean. Everybody watching, you don't have to merely be a viewer. If you want to join and participate in these tournaments in any way you can. We've seen people coming on the statistics side. We've seen them play on the tournament side too. We've seen people coming to cast. Anything you want to do, just join in. Have fun. Anyway, we're in the game now, pal. Sorry.
Indeed, absolutely. Let's see this one. So we see the Leper comp coming. So the Leper control comp from Dino, and this heavy. This is the SBRH comp that I've been struggling to play, by the way. This was such a huge challenge for me to try to learn this. I actually gave up almost because it feels like, for me, it feels like super abstract as a composition, but maybe in those slower games that we might be seeing right now, it will persevere and just take over, right? Because this is going to be a slower game.
Well, to be honest, right already, Mike, we are seeing Dinobot, I would say, take a considerable advantage here. SBRH choosing to lead with his Arbalest in 3rd rather than 4th makes her extremely vulnerable to being stunned by that Vestal. And now, Dino Boy's Crusader can go for a 2nd stun, and leave the Flagellant or the Man-Arms here, get 2 stun. He can follow that up with another stun onto the Arbalest. He can lock down the enemy team there for stuns, maybe indefinitely if RNG wills it, but also the riposte that SBRH is bringing to this table from the Highwayman and the Man-at-Arms here, almost completely negated by Dino Boy, because his Harvest will be hitting the middle 2 if he wants to, but also he can just dark step, he can maybe hit a single riposte. He's got that Leper, very heavy single target damage, Crusader single target stun, Vestal single target stun. So Dinoboy, I think, again, has he's got a very good opportunity to take this game, especially based off how things are going right now.
Yeah, I mean, this Arbalest is going to be okay next turn, right? She's going to be able to purge all those, to cleanse all those stuns, unless you use the Leper perhaps to purge. Yeah, he actually does this, so that's a very smart move. If it does come through, it doesn't. Unfortunately, right, this is just a very heavy movement resistance on this MA. It doesn't work, which means that this Arbalest is out of the woods right now. She's safe. This kind of almost a coin toss really doesn't work. And right now it looks quite scary for Dino, because he lost a lot of control here. He goes for a chop instead, so there is no revenge on this character, but he hasn't taken the revenge at all. He has purge, he has the chop, and he does have the solemnity, right?
Being unable to purge that Flagellant in rank 1 as well is also brutal for Dino Boy. SBRH choosing to properly place his Flagellant in rank 2 here. unable really to be moved by anything substantial unless Dino Boy wants to go for the double purge play here.
Also, you have to wonder if that Snap is something you want to take against SBRH's compositions altogether. So I would never do this, because I feel like SBRH doesn't have that much control and that much movement, so you can just kind of safely use this Leper as kind of a Berserker archetype or just as a tank, right? Either of those two would have worked. I don't really like that the decision to take Snap, which probably looks a bit overly safe. The Jester here eats the Vendetta, takes the debuff to dodge, so he's a very, very easy target to kill right now. However, you have to believe...
say that, the Man-at-Arms. That Man-at-Arms looks very, very
absolutely
threatening. You are SBRH here, coming from Dino Boy's Jester's finale there.
But you do have the...
I'm not
you
sure
have the Arbalest heal.
It lands. It does land there.
Yeah, you
50%
have the...
chance, I believe.
Yeah, you still have the Arbalest heal, and as well, Dino Boy has to use the Crusader somehow. So this might just mean that, you know, this Holy Lance just sets the Jester out of position again. Obviously, like, probably if you're Dino, you don't want to be doing this. So you want to kind of maybe heal the Jester even.
I think, yeah, exactly. Look at the DOTs on that Jester. You
Yeah.
absolutely want to heal him. Don't push him out of the DOT range, pop him down there. One of the few times where you can actually play defensively, but still retain your offensive prowess there. I think this is the great thing about that stun here, because he's deciding right now, do I heal or do I cleanse the stun?
I mean...
I think I'd probably go for the heal, right?
I mean, the Jester is heavily debuffed though. Like, he is at minus 20%, I think, damage, minus 40, because those are like 2 bellows, I think, that came down, maybe 1. So it's a lot of damage decreased on the Jester, so he might just not have enough to kill. I don't know if I go for
minus
this.
20 dodge. He's got no minus damage debuffs, by the way, but he's
Oh,
got 80% on me finale. So
Okay,
that finale, I would
I'm
say
wrong then.
absolutely can hit for 10.
Yeah, yeah, he can do it, yeah.
10% protection here. So watch this, Mike.
Oh, fingers crossed he gets a crit!
And
Down he goes!
Look at that, Mike. Dino Boy is
Crazy
like
play.
Billy Idol here. He's letting loose to the wind, and SBRH is really just not cutting the mustard here, man.
No.
This is the opposite of what I think you expected to see by Dino Boy. I'm so happy to see him perform to this extent on such a stage, my guy.
Yeah.
It is fantastic to see him actually play like we all know he can. SBRH here, it feels like he's a lamb to the slaughter to Dino Boy right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and SBRH might just go down in the very first game he plays, the very first series he plays on the day, and Dino looks like, you know, he seems to be able to swipe SBRH out of this board. Like, he blows him out of the water here. The Arbalest is stunned. This is going to be followed up by another stun chain on the following turn, and it looks like, you know, SBRH just might not have a possibility to act in this fight at all. Looks super scary for him, right? I feel like he could have just,
I
as
think
you said...
you need to start, you want to duelist and maybe start trying to do point-blank shots, but you are in such a bad position right now. Your Arbalest is able to be constantly stunned by the Vestal, and Dino Boy has a Crusader as well. You can keep you can keep 2/3 of your team locked down, basically indefinitely.
Yeah, it looks super good for the man. Seriously, you can also take those heavy hits with the Leper, because the man is so healthy that there is really no threat at all on that. So it feels like SBRH just kind of got destroyed twice by a Jester comp. Like, he maybe just underestimated that, didn't ban the correct thing. It just feels like, seriously, Dino is just playing his A game today, and SBRH just isn't.
I think it's not quite over. Given that being said, however, this Jester, very, very low.
Ouch.
And these crits, these are doing more damage than he's actually kind of dealing damage. Dino Boy here has stunned taken again now. All of these reposts are active right again. Perhaps not a well-timed ordered stun here, because now that stun really doesn't stop any of the riposts coming through.
Yeah, absolutely.
The stun here on the flagellum, knowing Dino Boy's luck in this game, the stuns it will go through. Yeah, there it is.
I would probably stun the Highwayman again, though. I'd take that shot again on... Okay, no, he actually probably wants to... Because now he does want to restun the... yeah, he wants to restun the Arbalest here for sure, because this is a
you
ticket...
want to keep the flagellum locked down right now.
Yeah,
that's
as well, true. Right, kind of prevent any sort of clusterfuckery coming from SBRH here. This is something you really want to get. Like, however, this damage doesn't seem to be enough, right? So
yeah, that
obviously the Jester
is ball busting.
Yeah, the Dev's though debuff is really big. However, like, you can start harvesting. If you are able to keep this Jester alive for a single turn longer, you can actually start harvesting this Highwayman, you can start harvesting this Arbalest. A 35 damage crit is absolutely huge, and SBRH does kind of take a bit of momentum lead here. Dino has to stun the Arbalest again. Everything hinges on that. Like, he really does need to get that stun down and just kind of continue the pressure. This is the only thing that keeps him in the game.
Going down, I believe, with double stun trinkets,
yeah,
50% bonus. I mean, SBRH here is trying to kind of finagle any advantage he can get. That monster crit on the leopard there,
yeah,
that is the advantage he would need. To be locked down to this extent basically means SBRH has no opportunity to actually take advantage of that.
Yeah, he takes Hugh then, so... Okay, this is a dodge, by the way, for the Hound. That's very big for the guy, so... He probably does lose the Flagellant though right now, so the Flagellant, so that's kind of big. If he's able to get that killing blow here, this probably is a solved game. I feel like this is just the end of it, because honestly, what do you do?
He gets the bow.
This looks like that's just it, because you can just take a risky bow. Like, I think I would just take a risky bow, like close my freaking eyes.
Oh.
He has a single kill with this, but still, look at this. Like, this is 3v2, 2 stuns on the bot. You can consistently stun someone, and those guys are not the healthiest.
Look how ripe that harvest is as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So it looks very dire for SBRH, despite him being able to get this kind of fairly lucky bow out with, 25% death blow chance. Obviously, like, this is basically a coin toss because he was targeting 2 people with it. So still looking extremely dire for SBRH.
Just keeping these guns rolling.
Yeah.
Soon, wow, these stuns have always gone through for Dynamo.
That's because he's using the right trinkets. Like, he has plus 40% chance on the Crusader and plus 50.
There have been chances where you would expect a 30% to come through eventually for SBRH, but I think at this point, it's very difficult to say in these games. But quite frankly, the control Dynamo is putting on right now, I think we can both describe as clinical.
Yeah.
He has his game plan. He knows exactly what he's doing. Stun, harvest, stun, harvest. Just do that forever,
Dino is a clean boy, man. Dino's a clean boy. Seriously. He's just got this, doesn't he? He just gotta take this.
You do have to wonder, though, like, if one of these didn't hit, which, it's likely now for one of them not to hit.
Yeah.
One of these people, well, there he goes.
No, that's over.
But a grape shot blast there could have killed one of them, maybe a sniper shot killed the other. Look at that.
SBRH is out of the tournament. In the quickest series of the day, probably. Crazy stuff, guys. So, this basically solves this part of the bracket. I didn't expect this after the previous series, that 1 hour 40, we get 25 minutes of game time, and it's all over, guys. This is it. So, we are going to kind of have a look at the bracket now. Thank you. Good game, SBRH. Dino Boy takes him 2-0, though. What a man.
I mean, it's Dino Boy. I wanted to undeafen just to tell you, brother. I knew all along you had this in you, my guy.
Thank you, dude.
Who gives a fuck, dog?
Oh, that's crazy.
You got it, my brother.
So those matches were like super stressful, especially series. The first match of the first series was really close, and then my Grave Robber just won me the match.
Because we can try to piggyback into another match, because I think like the others might still be playing, so we can just kind of try to join that. So I'm just gonna ask some other players if they're still, this is still on the card. So I might just be able to stream another game from this this set of the game. So I'm just gonna message all the other players. So it's gonna be Zapine and Ratzi, for instance, to ask them if they're still playing. Maybe because Zapine went on a dog walk, so maybe he's still kind of. They might be still getting set up. So Dino and 135 J-Man are our semi-finalists, and then we're just kind of waiting for Andrew Fago, and so I'm gonna ask them if they can stream.
Mikefield, they're in there waiting for us, ready to be watched.
Okay, perfect. Actually, yeah. So Ratzi's actually streaming this as well.
Yeah,
so we can just jump into the game.
Now.
Perfect.
No, yeah, we're.
So I'm just gonna jump there right now. Sorry. So guys, we just crazy stuff, guys.
The bounty hunter dead. Oh, and the abomination going abusive there. Ratzi on the back foot to Zapine's team there, with a marked Arbalest here on low health. The Flagellant here on the low, quite low in health, but it does seem that Zapine here is in the kind of the driving seat right now. Ratsy unable to mark anyone else unless his Arbalest has that marking ability. So really unable to get a devastating critical blow to take someone out from Death's Door immediately. I mean, Mike, jumping into this, what do you think? We've seen that redeem there. It looks like Zappin's perfect right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's doing super hot. I don't know what could actually took game number 1. Is anybody watching this from the start on the chat, guys? Can you tell me if Zappin or Ratsy were able to... Because this is game number 2 of the set. So one of them is 1-0, so this might be the tournament life of one of these players on the table right now. So I'm just kind of wondering
we better hope it's not Ratsy, right, Mike?
Yeah, because this might just be curtains.
That blight. Oh, you want to transform there, I believe. That dodge there, 50 dodge, 109 actually. That was a coin flip you do not get here.
Sis, I have great news.
Yeah?
Because Ratsy took game 1, so we might be in for a long run.
Thank you, man. I'm so happy there's a game 3 here.
So it looks...
I really wanted to see Ratsy play. You've talked so highly of him.
Yeah. Because he's kind of smashed me yesterday and played like solid sets of games anyway, so I'm really looking forward to... It was like some longer time ago, but...
I believe he's using this Darkest Mark build that you were propagating, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Bounty Hunter dying for something that obviously you kind of want to do against a team like that. One of the issues with this comp is when you take out that Bounty Hunter, the Arbalest doesn't really have an option to do major damage. And the Abomination is kind of your go-to. You need to keep him transformed and attacking as well. This Crusader right now forced into healing rather than stunning. I mean, I think Ratsy is trying to stop the Titanic from sinking by drinking water, right?
Yeah. Crazy. So this looks, I believe it's a stalled game, right? Zappin extremely healthy on the day. Those guys, like, they're not dying anytime soon, especially to those super weak characters of Ratsy. And Zappin is actually playing this kind of heavy DOT comp as well. Kind of, I haven't seen this before, so... Oh, maybe Maggle played something similar, in fact. I think
it's fantastic whenever you see an Arbalest used in this purely support role.
Yeah.
A lot of people overlook the fact that Arbalest is actually probably one of the best healers in the game. Not only because of the fact she can clear bleed while healing, she can also clear stun, daze, and any debuffs. A remarkably potent ability. Perhaps not so much in a DOT-heavy team here, but Zappin definitely utilising her added offensive ability there with a sniper shot to really take this home. Throwing down these panning darts there, almost, there we go, she's afflicted as well.
Yeah. No, it's. I feel like this is just, there's not much to say about this, right? It's just a brutal stomp by Zappin. He brought a very solid... I feel like he just practiced very much on this team, so he just knows exactly what he's doing.
It would be interesting for us to learn which teams are banned and which teams aren't, just to set up in for game 3 we can know.
Yeah, but that's just gonna probably take a lot of time, so I'm just gonna... I have information from Zoko that, first of all, Ratsy won the first game, and he won with BH, Occultist, Musketeer, Arbalest, so this super heavy mark team, yeah. So this one is off the table for him. At the very same time, we see Zappin taking this one home as well, probably. Like, it looks very likely that, if you are healing as a comp that, that Ratsy has here, that you're just never gonna win this. There's just no freaking way. And, Zappin has so much damage, so much control with this, so much healing. Like, you can just cleanse every stun that's thrown at you, so it just feels basically insurmountable right now. Zappin is a very clean beast coming into this one. Feels like this might be a kill as well. That is not necessarily one, so it is looking very decent right now for our boy Zappin coming in this one. Obviously, Zappin, a long time viewer. He has been around for almost half a year with us, right? There's been like crazy 4 months with the Butcher Circus. Zappin has been around since forever, basically. He has been supporting us. He has been, there for every single stream almost. And he is here just now dominating this game.
I am loving this home team advantage, Mike. If you were to say to me, some of the people, that supported me when I was winning those tournaments, and especially Cherry's victory in the last tournament, I'd say Zappin, I'd say Assorted Chaos, I'd say Dino,
yeah.
Like exactly. And to see these people really finally...
Zoko.
Perform beyond their limits, some would say, judging their previous performances. It's absolutely fantastic here. So to see Zappin not get 2-0'd here really instills a flame inside me. And I'm really hoping he's going to take it here against Ratsy, this underdog character. Dark horse boy, galloping in, brother.
Man, I was rooting for Dino. I didn't expect a 2-0 Rod Stomp from them, and he did really demolish SBR Rage there. And I'm so happy to see him actually just make it through 2 brackets now. He's in to the semi-finals facing a winner of maybe this actually. No, Zapina's in the upper side of the bracket, so he's gonna be against the winner of Cetra versus whoever Cetra is up against, I feel. So this will be another kind of a game there. So I'm just kind of looking forward to seeing who won that one as well. I think those guys are just gonna pop in the chat and tell us very soon as well as to like what exactly we are working with. I'm very happy to see Zapin just kind of make this one an even match as well, because this is just going to be super exciting.
We're seeing Ratzi doing an awful lot to stem the bleeding, but quite frankly, not putting enough aggression to even get a chance at its advantage right now.
Yeah, it's just over.
That has absolutely sealed the deal.
There's just like in StarCraft and you are about to leave, you just press F10 and N. There's like the hotkey combination to surrender. I would just do this now if I were Ratsay. Or obviously just click the big, small white flag icon here. Also works quite well for you, Ratsay, please. Like he probably is strategizing right now because he might just face the very same composition again. He does step out in the end though. He does step out in the end. Guys, we have a series on our hands. Very exciting stuff. So it is Zapine versus Ratsy, best of 3. We are gonna go to game number 3 very soon. I'm gonna I think we just should let the players set up because I think they know what they're kind of doing here in the series.
Absolutely.
I think we shouldn't interfere.
Game 3 here, the deciding match here. I really cannot wait. I believe we saw the Occultist. That one banned. So.
Yeah, we'll just wait for that. Those guys know what they're doing. Let's just let them do their thing, okay? I feel this is the
Should we have a small look over the bracket or something then, my brother?
Once again, what?
Should we have a little look over the bracket, my brother?
Yeah, we could do this indeed.
Have been updated since we last talked.
Yeah. So let me just kind of go there. So we have 135 J-Man, and then the winner of this matchup facing 135 J-Man, who is a formidable opponent as well. Then Dino obviously advancing, and Andrew Fago versus Cetra. This probably will take a while, knowing how Andrew Fago plays, I guess. Might be like another really long series.
Man, can you believe we might see Dino versus Cetra in the semi-final? No, that's not the finals. No, the semis.
Those are semis, yeah. Those are going to be the semis, yeah, indeed. So
I mean,
very
right
much
now,
excited about that.
I've talked a little bit about the Mikefield home advantage, but look at this lineup so far.
We're going to the games. I have to butt in now.
Sorry, got you. Cheers.
We have to do it, man. We have to go for it. The final battle at the top here. Zapin or Ratsy. One of them is eliminated from the tournament.
We see an Occultist. I absolutely love that. The Occultist is really going to be able to do so much in protecting his team from Zapin's finale there. Really an unbelievable advantage because none of Zapin's team are able to go through stealth. The Dirksap can go through guard, but nothing can go through stealth apart from these AoE attacks. So quite frankly, if Ratsy's Occultist doesn't have Stygian Embrace, I'm going to really be disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. What do you think? What do you make of this? Because this is heavy DOT come from Zapin, obviously. This is so much damage, like the Flagellant. I'm so sorry, man.
So
yeah. The Helmmaster just there also, and the Antiquarian. Obviously, those dodges are not really gonna kind of keep happening, right? Because there is a ballad on the table.
That they are 4 bleeds across the board.
That's brutal. There's a lot of damage. And Zapin follows up with the Festering Vapors. This does connect, though. This kind of connects across the board. I would love to see the trinkets on this Antiquarian, actually, because I have no idea whether she might not indeed have enough there.
We see that is interesting there. That is he lands it, but that's risky.
Yeah.
He could have dropped a Beast Bile there. Imagine how much more impactful that Beast Bile would have been.
Yeah, it's kind of counters most of the moves that Zapin has, so it's kind of surprising not to see that happen. Oh, he also the stealth power move.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I love this.
That's smart.
The Stygian Embrace here is a 3 use per battle ability. It also will evidently equal out to more stress over turns if this Houndmaster lands all 4 twice in a row there. With that Crimson Hook, seriously, Mike, that is a very inveterate play. Something that a lot of people say, and we're going to see it right now.
Let's see that.
Look at the amount of stress this will apply. Look at this.
30, yeah, that's
28,
crazy. This is
23.
insanity, man.
Can you believe that?
But yeah, this is something you trade off because you do lose the 10 of the occultist effectively doing this, right? So
listen, Mike, that's offset by the defensive gains of the stealth and also the offensive gains there. You've basically got the stealth for free there.
Yeah, absolutely. But Zapine is doing so much damage on the other hand. So he is delivering. Look at those blight stacks. Look at those bleed stacks. This is not going to get any better from here. I feel like we are 2 turns for the conclusion of this fight. I feel like Zapine is just going to take it, man.
I think he's 1 turn behind here. This is so difficult because I wanted to say a Beast Bile last time.
No, you don't want to be mana. No, you have to be using the Bile. You have to be using the Bile.
He's trying to mitigate damage.
Oh, that's not going to work.
If a Harvest lands, that will be far too much, especially with that Hemlock there. Yeah. That's 6 damage per turn over 2 characters. I feel like
Ratzi actually botched the opening. He should have just dropped the riposte from the get-go with the Abomination. This gives you such a huge advantage because every single attack you use, using, the Houndmaster, the Jester, the Antiquarian, is going to be riposted and it just hurts you in a very, very bad way. However, it kind of forces you to consider your options, right? Right now, Zapine can just press those AoE buttons the way he finds suitable, and he's just going to get things done. I feel like this is just the problem for Ratzi right now. He's severely behind on the tempo, and honestly, Zapine, he has the finisher on the Jester. I don't know if he has the finisher on this Antiquarian, but you have to remember, finisher also gives you a lot of accuracy, right? So those hits are just gonna get even more brutal as the fight kind of progresses, and honestly, I just don't see a way for Ratzi to win this. Barring a very lucky crit.
Brutality is the name of the game right now for Zapine, is it not? Look at these DOTs across double dodge, Mike.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
That's brutal.
With 95% accuracy, you do expect to see at least one of those go through on the Hammer, so only 15 base dodge, but really, Ratzi is losing this fight right now based simply on the fact that he has no AoE healing. All he can do is that very, very powerful single target weird reconstruction that could also whiff and hit for 0. That could be a wasted turn.
Can you imagine this fight if this Jester hadn't been able to do his thing? Because he had actually been able to drop those harvests. He had been able to. He was able to drop a lot of damage overall, right? He dropped the Ballad as well. Like, if you just get the pressure going from the very first time you drop the Bile with the Abomination, just keep it going and just reapply it every single time. This middle row of Zapine.
And he's not transforming. When you have an Abomination, especially when you are put on the clock like this, you need to make sure he gets the stress out. If he gets the stress out when he dies, it's rough, but still, you've got the majority of the stress he will deal out there. What he isn't doing right now is trying to go for a rage and take down that Jester.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed finale now.
To play defensively.
It's a guaranteed finale.
He can finale anyone.
Yeah,
he can finale
literally anyone. Yeah,
I
would just probably go for the Occultist just because this is the sustain for the team, or maybe just the MAA simply because it's just an annoying character to deal with, right? So probably this is Zapine just kind of pressing the finale button. He does go fast next turn, so he just gets the finale down no matter what happens. There's a nervous staff for the kill as well. He has the finisher there on the Antiquarian, you have to believe, right? That's what kind of made this happen.
Brutal.
Yeah. That's just, I mean, he has no pool either, so he cannot prevent the finale. This is a dead I think the Abomination is the safest bet for Zapine as well.
I mean, quite frankly, Mike, I would say any one of these characters is dead. This is the potency of a Jester here. He's not being pressured enough to make it so he's even hit death's door. He's going to finale the Abomination, not even going to take their Apostate here, jumping all the way back into 4. Zapine here. The luck of the Mikefield gang. Right now, our brilliance are taking it home, Mike. Defeating this guy who you thought was going to take it home all the way, right? Ratzi, someone you played against, someone you thought was very, very potent. Yeah. Maybe on the big stage, a little bit worried. Maybe Zap, oh, look at that, and he's gone. He's throwing the game, I'd say. I'd stay. No,
just like this, he's gone. Yeah. Guys, this is the probably. No, we still don't know the result of Cetra versus Androphago, right? So that's another thing that will kind of be awaiting ahead there. So let's just kind of see this now. So I'm just gonna flipping through the pages here, trying to find the bracket. It's here now, so we can have a look at that one here. So Zapine advances 2-1 against Ratze. In a very convincing game number 3, you have to say, right? This is a very decent game. I feel like Zapine just kind of had a better read on what he's supposed to be doing. He just kind of dominated strategically. And yeah,
GG.
he just took it. He just took it. GG, guys. Well played.
Absolutely well played from both players here, we have to say. We didn't get to see Ratsy's victory in the first round here, but Zapine, I mean, we can't really fault either of their play here, I think. Zapine just applied so much DOT pressure, but Ratsy, it would have been a risky shot he would have had to take to win it. He didn't quite pay off with the risk he was taking. Very unfortunate for him coming into these games.
Yeah, let's move to the tournament cast, okay? Because we are kind of gonna skip a lot of noise this way.
Okay. Move me, how dare you?
Yeah. So I just have to. We just have to wait for the. Sorry. Can you can keep talking now?
What?
Guys, so we need to wait for Cetra versus Androfago to resolve first before we're able to move on. 135 Jamin versus Zapine is going to be our next match we'll be watching together. Both semifinals will be cast, okay? So we'll get the full cast of the semis and then the finals, obviously, as well. I have no idea where Cetra is. Cetra is probably playing his freaking games, Oko, so that's what's happening. Because Androfago kind of takes his time. I think that those games are naturally a bit slower. So I'm just gonna ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Cetra as well.
I'm gonna ask those guys as to whether they're close to finishing or not. This being said, Androfago is probably just sitting in the Discord chat alone, but we don't know the results yet. So I'm just gonna maybe message both of those players. Indeed, just get the correct read on the situation, and from there we'll obviously just move on. Guys, we'll take a short recess, maybe 10 minutes, so that, the guys can actually get ready. 135 Jamin versus Zapine, our first game of the semifinals will be, cast, and then finally Dino versus the winner will be the second part of the bracket. Dino, actually, since we can, we don't need to take the break. We can just go right into 135 Jamin versus Zapine.
Let's do that. Well, it's many of these games and on thing as possible,
So you want to cast that, right? You want to cast that? No, don't go there, guys. So I'm just gonna ask Zapine actually just kind of prepare the stream.
I just told him that he needs to stream the game for us, rather.
Who? Androfago? Oh, wait. No. Versus Jamin, right? So it's going to be Zapine versus 135 Jamin, the first matchup, right? Yeah. So I need to prepare the kind of... okay, we're just going to go with the raw variant of this because I don't have the time to prepare those cool, nice frames. So I'm going to ask Zapine to set up the stream right now. I'm going to get those kind of basic, rudimentary frames. And I just have to also... So guys, I'm just gonna set it up. Let's take a very short recess perhaps, because I just need to download the correct decks from both players and just get them into the stream setup. So we're just gonna take a very, very short recess now. I believe about 5 minutes, maybe 7. So we're gonna go back to the stream at in 7 minutes literally. So at 9:50.
They are all in there ready, by the way, pal. Right, but okay, you take over from it. Sorry, I spilled drugs on myself. You take over just for a minute.
The mind cannot hope to withstand such an assault. The reveling throng demands its portion.
I mean, Mike, Cetra is worried, isn't he, right now? That Vestal looks like an offering to the gods of Androphaga right now. In rank 1 and able to heal himself. Also afflicted and able to stun. It's brutal. Unless there is a rampart active on the man-at-arms there, that Vestal is probably going to die in rank 1 there. This illumination is basically like taking on a shovel and digging her own grave. I think Androphago here, having flashbacks to his game against Sticky Blood, deciding to pull in that Houndmaster. I mean, we can only imagine to disable the Lick Wounds, right?
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Well, I mean, really, Cetra has more than a large glimmer of hope right now. We've seen the Abomination, that dodge is massive too. But also, we've seen the Abomination here get his stress out, get his horror out, still ticking down on a couple of them here. Also, that means that Cetra, if the Vestal does die, all you essentially lose is a little bit of control. You don't lose too much of your stress damage here. With that Bellow and that Hound's Harry here, you are going to do an awful lot of stress damage across the board, especially considering the Abomination in rank 1, not rank 2, unable to beat Spire, unable to riposte to effectively ward off the Hound's Harry there. So really, this Absolution not really doing much for him, is it? An Adcat Absolution there, that was. Yeah. I do not disagree with the stun here. I think Cetra's decided that his Vestal, the battery, is now being used up, willing to sacrifice her, really wants just to try and push out as much control and stress he can and get this game over with very quickly. Oh, and he gets it. I know. I don't think you can ever do that in this position. I think right now, if you do one bellow, one hound's harry, and then another bellow, you are likely to have 3 characters at death's door. And I think that is
Actually, my microphone was muted all the time, so you were talking to yourself, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is my bad. I just realized I was muted. Thank you, guys. All this time, like, throughout the entire match, I was muted. That
you
sucks.
lucky boys getting to hear nothing but me, huh?
Yeah, I'm happy those guys actually, like,
You guys
we have
better
active
get into
chat.
Mikefield now, right?
Thank you, chat. You guys are amazing. And yeah, I just kind of, because I muted myself, I set up the break because I wanted to just prepare the frames for the match between Zapine and J-Man.
No, we aren't. We're going to see a move.
No, that's kind of bad because you can't. That's what I was saying. Like, you really want to kind of move the MAA first and then just transform and use the slam as well. Because this
application of pressure, however, has made it so that act outs will potentially put 2 characters down to death's door. Etc. Choosing to take this early tempo rather than that late game decision.
Yeah, that's
potentially
reasonable.
Incorrect, though. Potentially incorrect. I will say that.
Yeah, this is really looking dire for Androfago, though. This is 190 stress on the GR, about 190, close to 190 on the Shield Breaker. Very stressed Abomination, very stressed Occultist, as well as a crit that lands as a dead character number 1 here. We do lose the Shield Breaker right away, and those guys are probably just gonna follow in suit.
I mean, Cetra right now, if I'm Cetra, I am laughing on my way to the bank. I think Cetra has absolutely got this. I wouldn't know. I would have really, really liked to have seen a Stygian Embrace there on the Grave Robber, maybe. I mean, yeah, I need to think right into the surrender. That's painful.
We do not know the score, though, so I really have to ask the boys about the score right now. They don't probably...
This stream sponsored by The Boys on Amazon.
Because I'm not sure if that series is finished right now, so we're just gonna wait for that to be kind of a confirmed kill, right? I really want to learn if Androfago is indeed out or not. So the series is indeed over, so this means Cetra with this takes it 2-1. And we do have the full bracket then for the following set of turns. So let's see. Let's have a look at the bracket right now. We'll take a break, as I said, because I do need to set up the stream frames for the follow-up. And this means that we'll see 135 Jamin versus Zapine, and after that we'll be watching Dino versus Cetra. Like, those are 2 excellent fights, and we'll be streaming both of them consecutively, right? So one after the other. So I'm just gonna set it up right now. I just have to refresh because I don't know why challenge kind of bugs out on me sometimes. So we do have the confirmation that, you know, Androfago is killed, as the memes might say. Androfago is indeed eliminated from contention here. It's 135 Jamin, Zapine, Dino, and Cetra. My boy Cetra, on whom I bet a beer, by the way, who won me a beer as it is going to compete against Dino in the second match. So those guys have some time to rest. And guys, I'm gonna take a very short break now, so I need to set up the stream frames as well, and then we'll go into Zapine versus 135 Jamin. So guys, again, I announced a break. The break is going to happen right now. Sorry about this kind of confusion, but yeah, that's kind of, we really wanted to see the ending of that series. So we're just gonna go into a short break right now. And after that, you know, prepare for Zapine versus 135 Jamin, an epic battle indeed. So 5 minutes, guys, 5 freaking minutes. Give it to me. Oh, actually 7. Let's start at 10 sharp. Okay, it's gonna be 10 p.m. sharp CEST for the next round. So 7 minutes indeed. I'm gonna prepare the frames now. Stay tuned.
Sis, I think I made it so that it only streams Darkest Dungeon now. Might work. Alright.
Hello, brother. What's the story now, by the way?
2-minute break.
Okay, killer.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the first semi-final of the day. Zapine versus 135 Jamin. They will be facing each other in a best of 3. It's very exciting to see this matchup come up. So Zapine, obviously a veteran, 135 Jamin also played in a multitude of tournaments before. So those two guys are extremely experienced coming into this matchup, and they both performed extremely well in the previous brackets. So, as far as the bans go, Sis, are you there, by the way?
I'm always here, brother.
Lovely. Because those are quite extraordinary comps overall. Like, what do you think is going to be the ban here for both players?
Well, if I am the J-Man right now, I'm looking at my own teams, because I believe for J-Man, your own teams, you need to formulate the ban. With these double Plague Doctors here, you've got to imagine neither of those are going to be banned out. So you want to try and ban perhaps the Shield Breaker team, perhaps the Bounty Hunter team, though.
No, Queen's Guard is gone. That's a Plague Doctor band right there, man. Is gone.
Wow. Well,
so one
the Jester
of this
is also there. The Jester is there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, this might have been the major reason there, obviously, but I would say, like, we can just kind of stipulate this was just because Zapine is super scared of the PD. And then 135 Jamin does ban Blood and Guts, so this is another time that the Halo comp makes it through the ban phase. I don't really feel this is the correct call. Like, you really want to get rid at least of a single Jester comp if you are playing against, if you're playing those kind of slower comps that, 135 Jamin is holding.
Can you ever imagine a world in which a Plague Doctor comp comes up against the Halo comp and wins? I sure as heck can't.
And takes you to the finals of the tournament as well. It'll be crazy seeing this. And actually, I didn't see that Jamin was running those double PD comps, because I wish I had seen this on time, because then I would have actually definitely just watched the 135 Jamin games before, because he took really far.
Musketeer. He's got a Musketeer.
Yeah, the man took it really far, actually. Look at this. So when you have a look at the bracket, which we can't because my Chrome froze. Okay, here we go. So when you look at the bracket, man, he won versus RNG using this. He took down Mizikin 2-0 with the same setups. And now he faces Zapine in the semi-finals. Man, that's remarkable indeed.
I do not believe we've ever seen a deck, if you will, a composition of 4 teams with a mixture of 2 Plague Doctors and a Musketeer in there ever exist, let alone get past round 1 round 2 into the semi-finals of a 16, even 18-man, I believe, tournament. That really is something special. You know, Zapine is one of our guys, but this, for me, gives J-Man a bit of an edge that I just want to see him work.
Yeah, same here. I'm actually kind of rooting for Zapine because he's like one of the old guard, right? At the same time, though, I'm also rooting for Jalen because he took this ballsy composition, like this ballsy deck, all the way to the semifinals. So I really want to see him perform today. I also need to message Zapine to turn on the sound because he doesn't have the sound available for us right now. Wait, he's also saying like his comps are different than the ones he uploaded. Hold on, so maybe I'm just kind of looking at the wrong decks somehow, but it's very unlikely. So, okay, he has to kind of... Okay, the problem is there's a different problem then. His comps just kind of got bugged, so he has to kind of redo the comps based on the decks he posted. So hold on. So I do need to get like the updated decks because this is very important right now for me to kind of get the screenshot of that to kind of move this into the frame as well. So we're just gonna take a little bit of time, I guess, for the guys to get this stuff ready, and then we will.
Can you imagine such a remarkable lineup for the semi-finals? Though we've got our guy Dino Boy taking out SBRH rather.
So
now,
we'll have to redo the bans, by the way. We have to redo the bans this way because this just doesn't work for because you know he banned a different composition than he was probably gonna face. So it's kind of messy, I know, but yeah.
Well struck. A moment of respite. Human mind.
Do you want me to talk?
Yeah, please talk for right, because they do need to set up things.
So, J-Man versus Zapine. We are seeing almost a battle of the Mikefield old guard here. Coming to the semi-finals, we've got Dino Boy, Cetra, Zapine, and J-Man. All of these people have been involved, if not superficially with the tournament. Behind the scenes, I've got messages from all of these guys congratulating me, wishing me luck, you know, really giving this kind of support the one in a tournament to try and take it home. So to see all of these guys facing each other right now, for Mikefield boys, it's going to be a little bit of a Sophie's choice here. Really kind of worrying. Who do you think is going to take it home? I mean, all of these guys to me are fantastic, but to see the J-Man here, I believe maybe Jeffman on YouTube, something like that, to come in here and not only take 2 Plague Doctor teams and a Musketeer team, but to actually get one of these Plague Doctor teams banned. Can you believe that? We have seen a Leper and a Plague Doctor in the same team, both getting banned. Things like this, Mike, maybe our tier list is all wrong. Maybe Plague Doctor is actually S+, brother. Maybe even the same for Leper. If the J-Man can do it here in these semi-finals, who's to say he can't even do it in the finals? Who's to say we won't see 2 Plague Doctors and a Leper duking it out alongside a Musketeer there, the sister-in-arms of the absolutely X-tier classes, trying to actually win the Big Boy Butchers League Season 2 tournament here. Unbelievable what we're seeing, Mike.
I think we have like some sound bug right now. Because he probably out-stabbed or he crashed. So we just have to wait now. There are like small technical issues. So we're just gonna have to wait for this. Okay, we're back. So we can go into the match right now, sis. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's a bit messy because, simply speaking, yeah, it's just kind of a lot of things you have to do if you're trying to organize a tournament. So I think Zapine is ready. We are ready as well. And we are like literally seconds away from this very first semi-final match.
Plague Doctor, she's my wife, she's my life. Take his life. I think right now the J-Man is going to meme stomp his way into the finals here. But to be honest, Zapine has played with a, what's it called? A scalpel-like precision, Mike, right? Absolutely taking it home here. So to be honest, right now, I'm not sure if the J-Man's teams can even do it. We've seen things like the Shield Breaker coming out from Zapine, these heavy movement characters that if not effectively picked against or potentially even countered, will really make a Plague Doctor's life a living hell.
Yeah, we're going to the game now. So 135 Jamin versus Zapine, game 1, guys, on your screens right now. I'm just going to get the score on the top as well to say the right numbers here. So it's going to be Zapine on the left-hand side, people, starting with a DOT composition by the looks of it. The one that we saw him win with, I think. And on the other hand, on the other side of the battlefield, we do have 135 Jamin. What do you make of this composition?
I mean, how great is that for J-Man to queue up into Zapine's Shieldbreaker team without his Plague Doctor there? Really, really lucky. Game theory, perhaps. But hello. They just get disconnected or something?
Yeah, I think it just crashed.
Okay, let's pretend that game is still running. We just can't see it, so I'll keep talking. You've got to think for the J-Man here, coming up against this team of heavy DOTs, he perhaps needs to act very, very... There, we're back in. Here we go. Stream paused.
It crashed.
Yeah. It just came back on for a second, though.
Yeah.
Regardless,
please.
though. Zapine coming up.
We'll be restarting this. We'll be restarting this. So
okay.
You can give it some time. Yeah, he crashed completely. Yeah, so we have to just restart. Right, yeah, we just have to wait for that to... I'm sorry, sis. Yeah, guys, it just happens, you know. Since this is not a spectator mode, it's freaking Discord. Bad things are bound to come down sometimes.
Brother, better happen now than any later in the turn right now,
yeah.
Obviously. Right off the bat, we're coming to this fresh, basically, as if none of the previous things had happened. Absolutely no kind of ill will towards either player from either side.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of an okay situation because we haven't even started that much. I don't think the players have actually taken their first turn. Maybe even the coin hasn't yet, or wasn't yet tossed in that situation. So we are still kind of...
being tossed, my brother. It might not have been the coin, but coming into this rematch, there we go. Zapine streaming now.
Yeah, he's loading into the circus. So it might take a little bit more time before we go. So the comps have to stay the same, right? The comps have to stay the same. And we're just going to go into the same match, basically, with no big changes there.
I mean, fantastic for us, Mike, because we now have this extra time to talk about the comps going in here.
No, we don't.
Really interesting comp here from Sabine. Yeah, we do. Really interesting comp here from Sabine coming in. That Flagellant, the Shieldbreaker, Grave Robber, really heavy DOT, both AoE and single target here. J-Man's backline in particular going to be very, very, very threatened. Here we go. You see this, Mike. What an incredible, incredible lineup we've got here.
Yep.
If J-Man can get those riposte from his abomination correctly, maybe he can shut down the Shieldbreaker's AoE blight.
Yeah, there's a lot of DOT action both sides, right? We have the Shieldbreaker, the Flagellant, and the Grave Robber, all able to deal a lot of stress and a lot of just DOTs. And this ability, like, I feel like she's mostly here to support. Like, he goes for lunge with the Grave Robber.
I love that. I was just about to say to you, do you know what I would do? Lunge, sniper shot, and then from there you can punish, you can maybe even hit him in the back row if he moves back, anything like that. You can maybe even get a kill first turn. Really start to pressure the Abomination, because it's the Abomination you need to worry about. If he gets off both of his transforms, you know, that's not good for you. If you can kill him before he gets off that second transform, that dodge is
wow, that's
20%,
annoying. That's
20%, Mike.
Unlikely. It does in the end go through though, so that's just what we're working with. This is the reality now, guys. This is our life if we are Zapine. If you have 135 Jamin, this is a very happy life, by the way, because this means he loses, there's a lot of momentum lost. This is kind of the disadvantage of going fast. Sometimes you just miss those attacks, but twice in a row.
Again, that was
very
18%,
unfortunate.
18% here. So basically talking about 15% if they're average, two 15% in a row. That is remarkably unlucky for Zappine right now, reducing almost all of his strategy here. He went on a risk here, I would say, to try and push down that abomination. Missing twice in a row here. Finally hitting with that punish. The bleed does land here, but quite frankly, it won't be enough to put him on death's door right now. He's choosing to transform rather than Beast Spider.
Yeah, that's safety for him, right? You move to the first. This means you kind of avoid at least the Arbalest damage. So you have to finish this kill with a lunge, or he raids.
Just to attack, put on pressure here. What I think the J-Man understands is that he is being pressured heavily with this abomination. He needs to transform now. He's got this. He doesn't actually have the trinket that applies stress on melee hits.
We are one lunge away from a kill, though. This is just a lunge and a kill, unless he guards this right away. He probably has to. He can just transform into Absolution, obviously, right?
Shield Breaker goes right through guard, brother.
Oh yeah, that's
true.
You
want to transform and you want to Absolution.
Yeah, see, I would have died here if I would have just died here. So he drops Absolution indeed. This kind of salvages the situation temporarily for him, but obviously, like, he has a lot of DOTs just kind of popping on the side of Zappine here, so he is kind of okay with just maybe using this character as a sacrificial lamb here. Probably this, he is not long for this world. You have to believe this. Abomination is just gonna drop eventually.
For the Grave Robber as well, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that might have set the coat. I think that has something to do with bypassing guard.
Yeah, but you have to be stealth to do this, so it doesn't work here. That's my thing. This code is
still potentially a lot of this defensive gameplay, both from the Man-at-Arms and the guard dog here, can be shut down. Because really, you do want to be using that stealth. You've got a very heavy movement team here. You see, moving back now able to stealth here. That stealth can go through with a 20% extra death blow chance just on the lunge alone. Might get the kill. If he doesn't want to do that, he can lunge at someone else, and probably with a crit will definitely do enough damage to get them down to 0, straight into death's door.
So there's really, no lunge now.
After the Shadow Fade, brother.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. But it's gonna take like 2 turns ahead right now. So looking at this current situation, I think it's just kind of okay for Jamin. Honestly, he is going to survive this probably, and I think he'll survive this, but Zappine now is in the kind of the gas pedal position. Although his team is slowly being whittled down, he's been given the opportunity, as he did there, to try and apply a DOT. Didn't quite work. Not taking the hemlock on this flagellant, really not too great for him as it happens. Yeah.
Taking so much DOT damage now that Zappine really, I think, needs to try and either kill the abomination or get someone else. Go for it. Break the guard, try and get it. He doesn't get it there.
Yeah, I mean, if you go against this much guard, you can just kind of assume you should probably take the finisher on the shield breaker. I guess this would be like a better trinket choice overall. But look at the shield breaker, by the way. She took so much damage for just being in this fight. She hasn't been, like, focused at all. She took a single rake, I think, and that's about it. By the way, she has super high dodge. It's kind of surprising to see the shield break on such low HP.
You see a lunge,
that
does get it.
It's so late, however. Like, look at the HP bars he has. He's almost dead across the board. Obviously, this flagellant is going to be able to heal now, so screw you, says. I like the other pronunciation more. It's going to you just have to live with that.
I believe, although it looks like a little bit on the face of it that he might have an advantage, every single character he picks for us taking so much DOT. I think you want to exsanguinate that Man-at-Arms, really start. He instead chooses to redeem here. Big heals, admittedly, putting both of his military characters up to full health, but really, J-Man, these 3 characters now are at full health. Zappine, all of his team are looking a little bit battle-worn.
And the Sound Fairy comes through again. This is gonna start breaking people so soon. And those DOTs mean that you probably don't even need to kill with that. You just can, you don't need to stress to kill. You can just actually kill people without stressing them right now. Those heals are quite big, though. This Arbalest
really would
with
like
that
to
full
see
plate.
An illuminating flare, though, brother. Don't see 40%, 60% on some. Get that illuminating flare down. You do have a DOT heavy team, but still, eventually they're going to hit it to 0. Especially that the blight AoE by the shield breaker. If he does eventually get into position, which it looks like he will be now with this shadow fade here.
Yeah,
I mean, really,
this trusty Grave Robber might just do enough damage to somebody. I feel like you might just want to pull the Houndmaster first, and then you just go for this slam dunk with the Grave Robber. Obviously, you need to flare for this because you need to get like some sort of damage efficiency first. And those, he's on the clock. He's definitely on the clock here. And it's not comfortable even if this MAA and the Antiquarians stay alive, this is not a comfortable fight for V2. Because you have no stance, you have no way of controlling the Antiquarian. She can just tag the heals, she can just keep stressing you, the MA will just shout you to death. So it's really not a comfortable fight for Zapine to be taking at this point.
The issue, as you said there, the issue for Zapine here is that none of these targets really, all of them need to be kind of focused down. You see, the amount of stress you're taking with the amount of health you are on with these bleeds and DOTs you're taking, if you try and focus down the mana times...
Oh, he passes! He just hesitated for too long. He just kind of let the clock run out. That's very unfortunate because this is basically the straw that breaks the camel's back here. I don't see like this actually coming through for Zapine anymore. He needed that pull, he needed the follow-up lunge, he needed to remove the debuffs and just kill the doggo. It's not gonna work right. You're also punished with this flagellant as well. Nothing of this sort works.
I'd say this is too late now. Using that now, the next time you pick Arbalest, we're going straight down. Some of these characters as well are going to be good. Oh,
yeah, double dodge as well.
Accuracy,
yeah,
91 accuracy there.
Yeah, he doesn't have that many good trinkets though. He's using the Snap defensively here, kind of afraid of the abomination you have to feel. And this means that, yeah, it's just really not looking good
you know
for
what,
Zapine.
Mike? The flagellant, the way you win flagellant, ostensibly here, Zapine has the advantage. We often talk, some people do at least, about this kind of trifecta, the rock, paper, scissors of Darkest Dungeon, and DOT beats stress, like it's quicker than stress does. But right now, Zapine has been unable, or unwilling rather, to actually land those Rain of Sorrows on the backline. He's dodged an awful lot, which is so punishing for Zapine, but still, could have maybe taken Hemlock instead of the Gauntlet there. Something along those lines, maybe a Crown of Thorns to make sure he did actually land those hits. Because he's got no accuracy buffs in these teams. So...
I mean, you can try to take this down right now. You can shoot with the Arbalest, follow up with the Grave Robber.
She just hit herself there. She just hit herself
there. That's very unfortunate. So you hope for very high roll on damage here, probably. Okay, he actually heals this. No. Okay, I mean, he had to probably do this because he did have like lower death blow resistance after hitting himself, right? So obviously Hound's Carry might have killed him. That's kind of the only good decision.
I think you needed to hit 13 there. I believe the ratio there is 5 to... Yeah, you wouldn't...
Look, he had 4 DOT there, so he only needed 9 because he has 9 HP now after his turn.
No, I meant with the sniper shot onto the Houndmaster there, instead of choosing to heal himself. Only like maybe you can take an Exangle on it onto the Houndmaster.
Yeah, you have to probably do this. It's so unlikely to connect though, look at this.
You do need
so
to
little accuracy.
You're never going to win unless you kill him right now.
You have to do this, probably you do.
You're likely to hit it. Listen, if 60% means you're going to hit it, right?
Yeah, you just close your eyes and go for it, I think. If you're Zapine, you just close your freaking eyes. You pray to all gods alive and you go for it. You actually take the risk.
It has a higher base accuracy, but then...
I mean, he snaps out the Houndmaster. Now, this is a guaranteed kill with the launch. Almost guaranteed. Like, he says he has so much death blow. It's going to be like 100-something%. He gets a clean 100% death blow here. And this is 2v4 that we kind of announced before. Honestly, not looking so bad for Zapine right now. If this Flagellant doesn't die now... He doesn't die! This is okay. He's alive in this fight.
He's good. He's good here.
He's Gucci.
The issue here would have been if he died, these Bellows would have just completely rocked him out of the game here. But right now, if you can redeem, get a big crit off, maybe save you a couple turns on these Bleeds and Blights,
yeah,
you can maybe take it over. Realistically, look at J-Man's team. He's got a full health Mana Arms and a full health Antiquarian.
Yeah.
Both of which are clutch stress characters.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right now, Zapine needs to pick one, focus them down, and really kill them. I'd say in 2 turns.
And it's so...
He does not have long left.
Yeah, it's so much stress. Look at those characters. They're like basically almost dead. Like they're about to start acting out. This is just going to accumulate a lot of shit. It's going to be
shoot now, don't you?
Yeah, it's just aggravating right now. We probably can't heal this even because I mean probably he was afraid of just dropping to 0 automatically from Blight. That's why he did this. But those are like consecutive act outs. Oh, that's very fortunate by the way for them, and because he can actually now.
He's going to push forward here. Though, watch him push forward.
Oh, whoa.
I was going to say that. Hey, that 127 versus 65 there, still a coin flip, 10% in his favor, but.
He shadow phase though.
That allows him to go back with the take cover. The shadow, I mean, we know
that's a lot of accuracy as well. Yeah, that's scary. But honestly, J-Man here.
It was 127 versus 65.
you hate to say that even, but I feel like the J-Man's comp still has an edge in this one because he has done so much stress right now.
Without a doubt.
It's just looking very grim for Zappin. Despite having that kill in the end on the Houndmaster, feels like this is just too little too late. I know I keep saying this. There's still a way for Zappin to win.
Isn't there? Where you've got stress and DOT. Because right now the DOTs are ticking them down to death's door, and that stress is going to heart attack them. That's the real power of these kind of hybrid stress DOT comps.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I've been in those situations, like, I was Zappin, I was J-Man, and honestly, I was able to lose both situations to some extent, so I feel like Zappin might just kind of drop the ball here, though. Like, it feels like he is slowly but inevitably falling behind the tempo in this game. Also, you know, this is kind of suboptimal for the man, because his Grave Robber dashing forward with the lunge will again set this Flagellant back to third, and that's again very unfortunate. He might just kind of go for the pick to the face though.
I really want to see panic darts there. You need to start applying stress to can you hit rank 1 with panic darts? I'm not entirely sure. If not,
I think you can, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can.
I mean,
you can't use them from rank 1. Oh, that's a death blow though. Okay, that's over.
It's brutal. Zappin. I mean, this perhaps is an issue with these teams where, perhaps even with the playstyle, where you don't accurately kind of stress across the board. You think, if I kill one character, I'll have a 4v3 advantage. But that isn't an advantage if all of your team is dead and all of their team is on full health, right? Yeah, maybe would have liked to have seen a little bit more target swapping, although the Rain of Sorrows were quite often dodged. And that was
no, there are no more redeems available. This is a very, very toast Grave Robber you have to feel, because is the MAA going now? He's just gonna bellow, and she is done.
Mikefield, you said toast, brother, and all I can say to that is brown bread.
Yeah.
Cockney rhyming slang, obviously, for dead. Look at him go down to death's door there. All this will take is one Festering Vapors. Get a lucky hit, 75%. He's landed it before, and he's right down.
Yeah, and I feel like the Flagellant doesn't kind of have the tools right now to take over the game. Like, you can see those, maybe the Exsanguinates kind of coming through, but not in this game. Yeah, also, you know, she just stands her back on her ally. This also does a lot of DOT.
Applying exactly enough flag to knock him down to death's door.
Also, 7 damage crit is very rough. Like, this MA has a lot of protection on top of the bellows that are stacked on Zappin's lineup, so it just
I believe Pink to the face does go through protection, however. So that was simply 7 from the debuff we saw applied. Big dodge there, big dodge there.
Yeah, that's important. That's very important. But I don't think like he has a way of winning this. So maybe the Flagellant actually. Oh, there's a heal coming. That's actually very big for Zappin, because this might mean that, you know, his Grave Robber stays alive long enough to get the execute on the MAA. That's so important actually. If he's able to just go back right now, Shadow Fade.
On death's door now.
Yeah, so this is bleed coming through as well. This is the MAA that is going to go to death's door inevitably for the remaining part of the fight. There's a finisher, by the way, on this Grave Robber. This heal from the Flagellant actually may have salvaged the game. This is not over yet. Looks like
this is the thing about in-depth Flagellant play, Mike, isn't it? When you get pushed down to death's door, boom, you heal everyone. That, thankfully, saving Grave Robber, especially...
He gets the death blow! He gets this game now!
That team has got this game. Can you believe it there?
No.
A single target damage actually coming to pay in spades there. All he needed was one dodge, and by God, you know he was owed it from the early dodges J-Man got against that Rain of Sorrows now. All he needs to do, and this is a big ask, quite frankly,
is
act out the Antiquarian.
Pass as well on top of this was the last move he was gonna make, and he doesn't get it.
Oh, thank God he hits that. That is a brutal hit.
Yeah,
because right now, even when he uses his fade or take cover, whatever it's called, to get his death blow resistance back up, he's still going to be ticking down with that bleed damage.
Yeah.
So I think right now, I mean, Mike, Flagellant or Antiquarian, who wins it?
The important detail here is that first of all, he cannot exsanguinate this effectively. 36% hit chance, ridiculously low
Do
to
not
actually get that
sanguinate that
through.
corpse. I punish him.
You can't exang now anyway. He has to just punish now, just hope. Maybe, or you exsanguinate the corpse, but you have no healing bonus right now. However, this corpse is gonna dissipate. So he probably just takes the only possible opportunity to do it now, and he just has to face the consequences. This is the last bit of healing this flagellant gets. And you know, this Antiquarian can just take cover, sit back. Oh, yeah, she has it. I thought she didn't have it now. She can take cover, just sit back for a while and relax and chill for a while.
I would much rather have punished the Antiquarian there while he's still on the chance before she starts getting up a dodge and death blow resist.
He had to do it. I mean, this was just the only confident death blow he was gonna get, right? So the only confident X-Sang. So obviously punishing himself, this is not a good sign. And again, like this dodges as well.
There we go.
Not very fortunate at all.
49% dodge chance there. So almost a pure coin flip. Not landing at that time. This Festering Vapors undoubtedly will. Hitting for one there. Also applying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There we go.
This comes down to a dice roll, man. This just comes down to a dice roll. But this is actually very good for Zapin. He has been able to salvage this situation to, you know, this game stage right now, you can see. So it's actually not that bad. Like 41% chance to hit. It's kind of again. Close your eyes, do it, man. You have to do it now.
I think you punish. I'd punish there.
Let's go.
I think you take the 25% chance to hit you.
Yeah, I mean the Antiquarian still has the fade again, like so she is going to be able to kind of stay alive a bit longer just because of that. So this Flagellant as well, 75% death blow resistance, not that much left for the man. So that might be a killing blow though. 15% to kill doesn't come through. And this is just going to be trade-off blows with the bonuses from take cover from J-Man.
This is quite frankly the matchup of stress versus anti-stress. I've often said Flagellate is a single cut. Is he going to land? Oh, and another 45% now.
I don't understand J-Man there. He could have just easily taken cover. Just, you know, he could have actually done this twice to kind of make this rotation a bit more effective. The Flagellate just kills himself though. Brother. And this is game one going in favor of J-Man. I thought he had it. I thought he was actually going to be able to claw his way back into this, but he doesn't.
Literally 1 minute, okay, bro?
Sure, of course. So it is going to be J-Man taking game number one. I think he kind of strategically played this better as well, but it was RNG, like the basically coin toss that decided this one in the end. So kind of unfortunate, obviously, for our man here. But yeah, that's how it is sometimes in the circus, guys. That's how it is in the circus. You have to kind of sorry, I'm messing things up. So, J-Man now not really able to use this composition again. So the old gods are gone. And this means Zapin down to his 3 comfort comps still. He can take this Halo composition to the next game. You have to feel that this is what he's gonna do. And J-Man has this really ridiculous Mark comp as well in store. So he might take the PD now, he might take the other composition. It's just up to the players to decide. This being said, we're just waiting for them to get ready. We're waiting for Sis to come back. I'm just gonna talk to the players. I feel like we had some other players who wanted to cast. And yeah, the guys are changing trinkets, they're making alterations to the strategies they can see from their opponents, and we're slowly moving on towards this conclusion of this series potentially, right? Because we have match point for Zapin, so he really needs to take this one. And Zapin goes into the matchup now. It's J-Man versus Zapin, people, game number 2 of the series. Really exciting to see this one come down to another best of 3. So let's go and see how this one pans out. And man, J-Man brings out the big guns today. He takes the huge, powerful Mark composition into this matchup. So you have the Arbalist, we have the Musketeer, the Bounty Hunter, and the Houndmaster. if you are Zapine, also Jamin goes first, which means he gets this mark down before Zapine gets to react to this. You really need to stun the BH you have to feel, right? This is the important pivotal thing for your composition to do. And, you know, obviously both comes very, very bursty, very spiky in what they do. So it really comes down to this to kind of 10 to 10 decision making and basically to reactions that you kind of have to what your opponent is doing. You have quite a few options here. Obviously the Bellwalk Hill will prevent a lot of damage from coming through. Illuminating Flare, on the other hand, might have actually prevented the... Okay, I feel we crashed again. But the Flare might have prevented... the mark from being executed upon, right? So there's another deal here. Like, I don't know what's happening here. I think we have to kind of respect the 10 order in this one. So we'll have to just kind of, if this crashes, we'll have to keep restarting until one of those players... okay, we're actually back. It uncrashed. Never mind. We're Gucci, guys. We're Gucci. So we get a crit on the mark. See, this is not enough even with this ridiculously high protection buff. This is still not enough healing. And you have to feel like this Arbalest is just dead to rights. Because this Helmmaster can easily finish the job here.
We are going to see Musketeer retain our 100% win rate, Mike, aren't we?
Yeah.
Can you
also,
believe this?
This is a big mistake by Jamin, though, because I don't think Helmmaster gets bonus chance to execute unmarked targets, whereas the Arbalest does. And this means that he missed like a chance to get the kill there, like from the get-go. However, you have to believe, you know, this this BH of Jamin obviously does have a decent lead here.
Interestingly, maybe one of the strongest counters to this Halo mark comp is simply more marked damage here. Putting just a Musketeer instead of the Jester, absolutely critting from 100% every single time. If you pull in the Musketeer, the Arbalest pass.
I'd say pass, so Zapine just kind of takes too long to resolve his action here. It's looking really dire for the man right now, seriously, because he loses this, he's out of the tournament. He worked so hard to get here. Feels like you can't miss a 10 in a Mark versus Mark fight. This is just unacceptable. You just lose the game off the back of this play.
Mike, one of the most interesting things we've seen in all of these tournaments, especially these last two, is quite how many people think too hard and pass. I'm pretty sure I did it once.
Yeah, you did, I think.
Adelbart
passed so many times as well, right? It's kind of unfortunate for the man as well, but he won those games. Like, every time Adelbart actually was passing his sense, he was winning the games as well. I don't think this is going to be the case. He's going to be, like, probably Caltrops and execute as well. No, actually not a death. It was a death blow, so it is 3v4. And this Jester is nowhere near getting that kill there.
Probably one of the most difficult 3v4s to ever climb back in.
Yeah, no, it's
you are
virtually
facing
impossible.
Double mark teams, and also, although you have this Jester here, you don't have an Arbalest to take note of that mark damage to crit someone down into a range where Finale would be effective right now. So Zapine.
Yeah, this is over. I feel like J-Man just takes the momentum in this game number 2. In a very decisive fashion, he just takes the game altogether. Like, you can't do anything with this. You can move the Jester forward, sure. Like, what does that accomplish for you if you have no damage sources at all? It just feels super bad for Zapine, but he just kind of... I feel like he just obviously went second, but he also could have kind of just tried to salvage the situation by stunning this BH, perhaps, or by just kind of going hard on damage using this Arbalest of his, just kind of match what Jamin brought to the table instead of just trying to out-heal a Mark comp, which is virtually impossible to do. So he just made a very serious misplay, obviously took a lot of crits to the face as well.
He's secure enough to use that guard dog, take the hit on the Helmmaster, really obviously inveterate play here, knowing that when you finish him against a stunned target, that is probably the only source of damage you have when the Arbalest is dead here. That's the kind of new Mark Arbalest combo. Unfortunately, not being moved in there is pretty brutal for Zapine, especially because you forgo the hit on the Bounty Hunter for that. And that 21 hit is going to put him right down to death still.
Also, another thing, this kind of Bellwalk of Light doesn't really have that much effect in this fight, because both the Arbalest and the Musketeer have trinkets that penetrate protection. So this, this bonus 20% doesn't quite accomplish anything for the lineup of Zapine. He would have been way better off stunning someone on J-Man's lineup, just going for the damage after all, just hoping maybe the 50-50 doesn't kill him in the end, just doing something productive with his turns, maybe even cleansing the flare. Cleansing the mark would have been more beneficial for the Arbalest.
Quite frankly, Mike, this is with Bulwark, isn't it? Especially when you're a Mark versus Mark team.
Yeah.
You need to get tempo. Tempo is this kind of ineffable concept that we often talk about, but really, what you've seen right now is J-Man just completely out-tempoing his opponent. Zapine is always on the back foot here, trying to get any advantage he can, trying to maybe heal when he can, but he just can't.
No, he can't.
Has free range to do whatever he wants. And tempo is basically another word for just control.
Yeah.
How much control you have at the moment.
It's kind of the pressure you put on your opponent, right?
Exactly.
And you
pressure and control.
You kind of force your opponent to take certain actions just because you have the tempo advantage, and that's what we saw here right now. Like, I feel like Zapine kind of gave up to this. Like, he could have actually played this aggressive, which I feel like this is the only way of beating this comp, right? You just have to play super all in and just take over the mark composition instead of trying to kind of play it slow. Zapine there's another missed turn as well.
Very tilted. I mean, as you were saying here, the only way to ever take control of any kind, and that's a dead bounty hunter. Zapine here is completely out of the game. He's got no chance here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But realistically, against an Arbalest Mark team like this, especially with the Musketeer, you need to be forcing those two people at the back who can, without a doubt, take you from 100% health to 0% in one crit. You need to be forcing them to heal. And that isn't what Zapine did here. Zapine was on the back foot, forced to heal himself. And being forced to play defensively against a team as explosive as the J-Mans, you just no luck.
This is kind of, I feel like Zapine just has no practice on this comp. This kind of shows here, like, he plays this as a default setup, you have to believe, right? Where, you just kind of assume you can play it, but actually it's kind of tricky to execute against specific comps of your opponents, against specifically this one here. I did win games a lot against Mark comps. If you just have to play forward, you have to take initiative, you have to take risks, and you will potentially take the game. But if you just play it too slow, you play kind of, you kind of let this kind of go, let the momentum go into your opponent's hand. This is just what happens. You have no way of coming back into this now.
Exactly. I mean, if this were a game of soccer or football, if you were to kick the ball to your opponent, you don't expect to score a goal, do you? And that's essentially what handing over tempo is like.
Yeah. It feels so hopeless for Zapine just because he messed up his opener, guys. The opening 10 in a fight like this is absolutely crucial. You get the stun through, you try to do damage, you have to respond to your opponent. You don't respond to your opponent.
Have you ever seen a Jester in the first two ranks never finale into turn 5, Mike?
No, it's very unfortunate, but that's indeed
very,
the case.
Very rare performance we've seen here, quite frankly. Halo comp being defeated by a Musketeer. This is why I absolutely adore these tournament formats, Mike. I really do.
You can't allow a comp like this to, just kind of... You can't slow down a game against this. If you play a comp the Halo comp, right? There is no way in hell you can slow down the game. You have to just play forward and try to demolish your opponent before they demolish you. This doesn't happen, and J-Man here takes a very decisive 2-0 victory.
Such a dominant team, though. I mean, the only person on that team that has any scratches on him really is the bounty hunter, though.
Yeah, and this means that in our bracket now we only have a single unknown, a single question mark, people, and it is the result of the game between Dino and Setcher. One of those guys will move to the best of 5 finals, and one of them will be eliminated as well, just like Zapine right now. Unfortunately for the man, this is all she wrote. Zapine is out, J-Man is in, reporting for duty in the grand finals of today. And honestly, he also secures the spot in the grand finals, because if you do get to the final here, you do secure a spot in the grand finals of the season, right? Which will happen after 4 tournaments. So J-Man is actually already safe. He made it all the way from the bracket. He smashes his way through Mizikin, through Isle of RNG, through Zapine. Now he gets it all the way to the final here. And we will just...
such a stacked Mikefield team, especially to see J-Man knock out my prediction, is remarkable. Everyone in this bracket needs to be congratulated, though, to be honest. Really impressive play we've seen so far.
So we're gonna get Dino to stream, I think, because Dino's streams were very reliable altogether, and we're just gonna get Dino versus Cetra on the way.
Mike, this is one of these games that I'm really looking forward to. It's so painful. I feel a little bit like watching, I don't know, like watching some of my friends fight in the UFC together.
Yeah,
These
absolutely.
guys I consider kind of brothers in arms in our cause, and to see them go against each other, well, let's just consider it some unfriendly sparring.
Yeah, you could say this is a friendly sparring even. So Dino will be streaming, guys. I'm gonna pull up the comps on the screen in a second. Just need to make a few mouse clicks and just switch the image files because that's what we're working with. No elaborate algorithms here. We're just working with pure GIF files that I'm kind of trying to switch around here. It's Cetra versus Dino Boy. People, let's just have a look at the comps right now. Give me a second. I just need to kind of move the bands out. I need to hear about the bands for both players. So let's have a look at those compositions. We just await the bands from both guys right here. And we're just gonna get ready for the games. I'm just gonna acquire bands. I do have a band from one of the players as it is. We just await the second one.
Looking at these teams right now, Mike, I think the thing most interesting to me is we are seeing double Jester in both teams. We're also seeing double Abomination on Cetra's team. However, Dino Boy here only choosing to take that one Abomination rather in his team called the GR, eponymously named after that grave robber here. So quite frankly, as either player, you need to be thinking very hard about what team you are taking. Well, I say that, it's a double Halo ban for both of them.
Yeah.
It's that simple, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah, it is that simple indeed.
I think, you know what, Mike?
That's a no-brainer. Like, if you saw...
This isn't as strong as we think. I think people have kind of almost been gaslighted as to how strong that comp is, you know?
Yeah, but if you saw Dino on that composition previously, like, he played this perfectly well. I feel like you just don't want to let that slip through. Like, you don't want to get, like, this guaranteed loss almost in this matchup, right? So that's I feel, why they're doing this. It's kind of reasonable for both players to just kind of get those comps out of the way. You know, if you essentially really don't want to face Dino on that, he has been on fire today. And again, if you're Dino, that's maybe not a guaranteed loss. We haven't seen Cetra on this comp specifically, but it feels quite scary anyway, so it's kind of reasonable to just get rid of that, especially that you are getting rid of the Jester as well. Cetra does have a secondary comp, the Sis comp at the very bottom there, so you have the Flagellant instead of the Crusader there. It might also come into play right now.
I mean, I think especially against some of the teams that Dino Boys field here, with taking the Flagellant instead of the Crusader, it's obviously some kind of omission to the tournament format where you only have 2 characters per deck of 4 teams. However, this Flagellant, instead of Flagellant, thank you, instead of the Crusader, there's an awful lot more damage and has more healing here. So you essentially trade off the control of a stun and the control of the ability to move forward with this kind of bulkier, more movement susceptible, heavy damage dealer, and also quite effective as a spot healer.
Yeah, that's true. So it's really peculiar. I mean, kind of the leper comp again, kind of coming through here is that I feel it might just upset the whole bracket here for Cetra, because Cetra just might kind of read a lot of things. I don't think he reads the leper comp, because we didn't read the comp either. It just was super clean. Like, it went like knife through butter again, and yeah, it really delivered in the end. So I'm kind of curious to see what comes out of this matchup here.
I think, to be honest, Mike, this is another one of the reasons why I love these tournaments. We're seeing a lot of teams here that, quite frankly, I wouldn't be able to put a name to. You know, like we have the Halo. You said the Sis comp or something that I can't quite remember. Quite frankly, we're seeing teams full of people who, on our tier lists, are not particularly S tier. Like, Abomination is a strong character. Flagellant is a strong character as well. Grave Robber, maybe not so much. Antiquarian, strong, you know, I think we can all agree she's reasonably strong. But looking at the way they all mix together here, it's kind of a mishmash of stress teams, of single target stress teams, of AoE blight stress teams, sometimes even direct damage teams, just go for the throat DOT teams. Really interesting to see these wacky comps being put forward, even this late into the lifespan of Darkest Dungeons Butcher Circus.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the players to get started, and that's going to be a very exciting game number one, because, you know, game one actually has been a deciding game for a lot of those matchups. Very important to get a big W there on the start of the day, and then it allows you to kind of maybe even sit back in game number two, just maybe strategize for game three if something goes wrong. And on the other hand, there is so much pressure on your opponent, right? Because you take a risky move that doesn't work, suddenly you're just out of the tournament. You really don't want to have that happen in the semi-final stage of the whole thing. So
I'll be honest with you, Matt, I'm going to take the opposite viewpoint of you. I believe that taking that first loss, whilst it is obviously painful, for a very good player, someone who knows his classes inside out, someone that can basically read what the amalgamation of their opposing teams will be, you can really get a good read on how to counter them. And if you do perhaps whittle it down to that kind of that coin flip level, really all you rely on is your own skill to try and wager out a win. And really, if you've taken the time to think, you will be able to do that. So quite frankly, between Dino and Cetra right now, I mean, I can't believe it. Dino, but I believe is acting a little bit on instincts. Very, very excited to be this far in the tournament after being, someone said, unceremoniously booted out of the previous ones with early losses. But Cetra here, the imperishable, the king of kings, he's partaken all of these tournaments as well. Well, slightly further than Dino Boy, but still not a character that I believe has made it into the finals or the semi-finals of any tournament yet.
yeah, we're going to the game actually. Very excited to see this one pan out. Both guys Darkest one. This is so okay. Cetra is Darkest too. What a noob, right? Coming into this one, you see a Leper come from Dino. This is Dino with the Revenge Leper coming back to reclaim his throne, guys. That's really exciting to see this.
Revenge Leper with a Jester is something you always love to see. Some would say maybe a kind of Goliath has made this kind of Leper with Jester team quite popular just because of the explosive damage Leper can dish out, followed up with that finale. That's stuck. If that is
that's big.
So brutal.
That's tremendous. So is there snap on this guy?
I believe there isn't, sorry.
Yeah, that might be a problem for Dino then, right? Because this Leper is just going to get controlled in almost infinitely.
There is.
There is,
90% move resist here. The Abomination having the padlock, which I believe is 15%, right?
It was 1 in 4 to get that. Yeah, it was 1 in 4. He gets it though. This Leper is really toast right now. Obviously, this might not repeat itself, right? It's kind of unlikely to happen again, but still very scary for the first turn of the big man with the sword. I don't think this is good for him at all.
We've seen these people act out their turns on instinct very quickly, but I don't want Dynamo Boy to do this right now. He's in the losing position, throwing down that 70% stun resist. Exactly, you've only got 50% with your trinket, 70%. Yeah. It's a coin flip you're probably not going to get, even though it's in your favour here. I think really you need to protect your kind of team, just control this game until you can move your Leper forward right now. Because ostensibly, what you need to do is Jester Dirk Stab forward, then move the Leper forward. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be in this awkward position of move forward, Dirk Stab forward with Leper, caught in this limbo back and forth.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
Right now, Dino Boy needs to slow down, think. I wanted to Dirk Stab right now, I believe. You need to Dirk Stab out of that Leper range. Good, but he's seen me do this many a time. He knows how to play this.
I mean, the problem with the Leper is that in rank 2, if he gets pushed again, he's rank 4. This is just unsalvageable from there, right? Like, the Leper is just out of the fight completely. Another possible move for you is obviously just getting this Jester move back and just activate Revenge on the Leper. Just kind of doesn't delay the Leper that much. But as you said, like, this kind of screws you over in terms of 10 order later on, and you want to get the Dirk Stab and finale later. This kind of forces you into like a very specific rotation of abilities. You have
what you kind of need to see here coming off of this is you really want. Well, I didn't potentially like how he acted that out, by the way. I'm not entirely sure about that. What I would have liked to have seen is maybe if you do get pushed back now, which is very, very unlikely with this leper, especially because the Abomination is stunned on it, you do have almost complete control. This Bella's going to apply. This stress is actually piling up right now for Dino Boy, isn't it?
Yeah, this game is a dumpster fire for the
You
man.
need to kill. You need to kill right now. You need to throw down something with that leper. Maybe something else right now to set him. You don't. What are you going to do with this? You're going to try and finale right now. You're going to throw down.
No. He just. Yeah, he does that. Yeah, I think this is the only reasonable way for him to. Like, I mean, okay, the problem for him is he could have actually just used the Crusader to cleanse the debuffs, because there's a lot of Bellow stacks. Look at the stress, by the way.
Boy right now is fit. That was not a correct play. That is a play he overthought. That's a play someone makes when they overthink. It's not a good play, but they think it might be better strategically.
I mean, he could have just kind of gone all in, right? You kind of go for the leper, chop, followed up with lance, just set the leper to third, and then you just finale and close your eyes.
He had the perfect 3-turn combo. You've got two very heavy damaging abilities with high crit.
And
leper,
finale.
Holy Lance, finale. That is a 3 order you have. Unfortunately now, look where that gesture is. He's in rank 3. Finale not used, not able to use it right now.
It's like so little damage because he's debuffed.
Right now.
He's at minus 40% damage, man. This is looking really bad. This is looking so bad. This is gonna be multiple round 3 afflictions coming through. Also, he hasn't done any damage. Round 2, still 0 damage suffered by Cetra. This comp is so tanky at the same time. This is so
the
hard.
Crusader's heal has a debuff cleanse for a reason.
Yeah.
You want to be using that right.
So in a couple of ways out, I feel like he just kind of underutilized those. So right now he's in a very, very bad position altogether. The manacles come down. Like, this is just so much control
it's
from
obviously
Cetra.
going to land that stun at 5% base stun resist for the Jester.
This is a very sharp play from Cetra, but at the same time, like, Dino just in a very bad spot from the get-go. Like, this opener didn't go his way at all. That push was really something you don't want to have happen if you have snap on your character.
Now it's too late as well, followed right up by this spell. If both of them land there at 20% again, they were 40% previously. They both land, Mike. They both land.
That's poor timing as well, right?
Dino,
Oh, this is vigorous. There's kind of a
is exactly what he needs.
Glimmer of hope.
That can keep his other people from affliction just for 1 turn, really. If he gets lucky with a crit hit, all he needs is 1 turn. You go for a chop, maybe even on that Crusader, on the Abomination if you want to. 8, not enough.
Yeah, that's a revengeless character, by the way. He has no revenge on this leper, so those debuffs to damage are gonna keep mounting now. Obviously, this version is very big.
You have Purge. The Abomination is in rank 1 at 25% move resist.
Oh, that's true.
You purge the Abomination, don't you? Purge the Abomination, get him out of the game, unable to do anything other than heal or move forward. You give him the treatment your Leb had early on in the game, Mike.
You can even stun the A-bomb first as well, right? Because you can control this indefinitely then. Like, if you get the stun, and then you push it out as well, it's just so long until this A-bomb gets to act again. Right, I feel this is the correct play. He stuns, he moves the Purge, now this A-bomb flies to 4th. He knows all those tricks as well, so he's just gonna get this thing done. And this is looking kind of maybe not okay for Cetra, but for Dino, but there is a glimmer of hope.
The thing is, Mike, right now, if either of these plays were played at the full capability we both know them to be able to play at, it is no one's game right now. All it takes for Dino Boy, however, is to dilly down for 1 more turn, because last turn, the turn before, we both agree he wasn't playing correctly, pushing that Jester back out into 3rd, not being aggressive enough against Cetra's team right now. It looks pretty unscathed apart from that 1 Crusader. Following up this turn, 70%. There we go, landing it, obviously. Coin flip in his favour. However, right now, Dino Boy needs to try and get that finale off. He needs 1 turn setup to do that. This is a thing maybe he should try to be doing a lot longer ago, considering right now he's afflicted. He can act out, throw a finale onto someone random, not do anything with it.
Yeah, the problem...
pass, hit someone else.
The problem is that the backline of Cetra is unscathed. The A-bomb is also untouched. The team of Cetra is in pristine condition apart from the Crusader. And this means that honestly, like, even if Dino gets a finale off...
He pumps up Purge, but it's too late. He's at 65%
It's resisted as well, because he still has the resist, So that's very unfortunate for Dino, but it just looks like this game is just going to collapse on his head.
Dino Boy is 1 turn behind. He took that 1 turn. All it takes against plays like this is 1 turn, Mike. Unless you get a lucky crit to swing the tables back, that stun there might do something, but still, you need to control this now. perhaps a turn and a half to get that tempo advantage again. And look at the stress. You're never ever going to get any sort of stress advantage, any kind of remote tempo advantage. Right now you are desperate, you're playing for your life. You need to try and kill that man-at-arms right now, just so he can't bellow about you 1v4, which will definitely happen if you leave another 2 or 3 turns. You've got so many targets that you need to kill. The Houndmaster, the man-at-arms, the Abomination, I'd say all of them need to be killed right now with a finale.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem realistic, right? It looks unrealistic for Dino to take this one right now, because he has ran out of steam already as it is. Like, those debuffs are very heavy. The transform might just knock the Jester back out to third, and it's just ridiculously dire. Like, he goes slam on this.
To hit the leper instead.
Yeah. Oh, he gets it again. So 25% chance moves, and this is like a leopard that will never ever act again in this game. You have to feel like this is just over for Cetra. This is over for Dino. Like, this all she wrote. This game is looking really.
Well, you say
really
that.
done.
You say that, but we've seen Dino. He healed there. Some would say that's a defender. Why are you healing there? There's no need for that. He healed there to remove the debuff, but he's going to be bellowed again. He's going to take the debuff, which is unfortunate because yes, it does have a reasonably high base debuff. It's obviously dropped down by 15% because of the affliction there. 80% finale damage. So he's going to go for a finale on the Crusader. He has to, I think, if he wants to try and get tempo in this game. It'll be lucky. It's 7-13. He gets it! On a 7-13, he hits 12.
Perfect. That's very fortunate.
Fantastic.
But it still looks very dire. Like, obviously, this is a single 10 also gained for the Leper, because this character is now rank 3, so he only needs a single move. Maybe the Vessel just could move back. But seriously, look at this damage. Like, this Houndmaster left unchecked for 5 turns. You can see what happens if you just let the Houndmaster roam free and deliver stress.
Given that said, what we need to appreciate here is that unless Cetra is able to really stack up DOTs equivalent to maybe 6 or 8 here, Dino Boy has 3 characters that are able to heal. Obviously, the Leper only healing himself, the Crusader able to heal 2 people, which will be very, very effective against his stress AoE damage that will be coming out. Also, the Vessel there with that AoE healing able to heal 4 people out of heart attack death zone, also probably bleed range. So right now, Dino Boy needs to be very.
Leper is dead. The Leper is dead. The Leper is dead. The Dream is dead.
You ruined that. I'm sorry about that. Was that an affliction act out, or did he just move on its own accord?
He got an affliction act out with damage there. He just attacked himself.
He survives it. He's nice.
No, he's gone. It's over. It's over, guys. Unfortunately, that's just done. This game is. I think it has been. I would say it was solved like 3 turns ago already, but now it's just super done. So that Crusade is just super over.
This is the issue. If your team isn't in a position strong enough to actually heal this stress, obviously you're taking affliction procs as well. 1 active spells your doom here.
Yeah,
it's just too late. You needed to be. I think. Mike, we can agree it's that one turn through the tempo for this entire game. He was struggling back against him. That lucky move on the Leper really ruined it for him.
10-6, game over. GG. Cetra takes it in a very decisive fashion as well. So we are in a series where Cetra does take a lead here. Obviously, this composition of his no longer possible to be taken. So the Zenith comp, the Vendetta comp that you actually won you won the tournament with this one, right? So the Mizican one is indeed out of contention here.
I mean, quite frankly, what we saw there, I believe, is Dino Boy. He got unlucky at pivotal moments, but I do not believe that unluck kind of cost him the game. Dino Boy in the games previously, they were pretty cut-forward games, right? There wasn't a giant amount of thinking to do for him. He was kind of given the opportunities to take a victory. And I quite honestly think that Dino Boy right now might be suffering a tiny bit from tournament nerves.
Yeah.
I think this guy, I mean, we all love him. I think I've referred to him before as like the little brother of the stream community, but he's an absolutely fantastic guy. He is the only guy, well, there are quite a few people obviously, but he's always there whenever anyone wants to do any kind of viewer games. So this guy really has so much experience, particularly in this format, that to see him lose, we saw a couple of passes there as well, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. So
Yeah.
I mean, not there. No, Zapine did pass a lot.
Zapine, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Zapine did
It's
pass
still,
a ton, but here it's like it was just a very dominant performance by Zapine. Sorry, by Cetra there, and it just feels like he was just controlling this fight. Even maybe if that move hadn't gone through, still would have been a win. Because I have kind of trouble figuring out how you're gonna tackle the Houndmaster just, wailing death from the back row there. I feel like this is something you just can't salvage. Obviously, this obstacle is out of the way right now, so your comp is kind of safe against the rest of those comps by Cetra there. So maybe Dynamite just kind of want to repick this. Like, feels like this is one of his go-to compositions as well, so you might just be super comfy on that. Obviously, on the other hand, though, for Cetra, you have the comp that is very remarkably similar to the comp by Halo, right? You just switch the Flagellant for the Crusader, and you get the same deal. So it's another kind of scary point. Like, you can see this one here. So the downfall comp at the very bottom right for Cetra looks very dangerous as well. So you have to feel like this might just be another comp that, can potentially just take down Dino out of the tournament. Because this is a best of 3, guys. A single win device Cetra from the grand finals facing 1-3-5 J-Men.
I mean, both of these characters would absolutely love to be in the finals. These are people who have put in so many man-hours, really. They have been present, I believe, in almost all of the tournaments, quite frankly. Unfortunately, being picked out right before the post, sometimes by me, sometimes by maybe Mangled Cadaver. But quite frankly, to see these people facing each other right now, I believe this is kind of the battle of the unsung titans right now. Dino Boy, again, he probably has more experience with this tournament format than anyone literally in the world right now. But Cetra, the imperishable, this is a guy that every single time he's in a tournament is, to be honest, sometimes he messages me, go, "Oh, I'm against you, let's have fun." Oh no, you know what I mean? He's always willing to take on whoever might be considered kind of the most, formidable opponent in the ranks. And to see him face up against Dino Boy right now, I'm gonna phrase it this way again, Mike. I'm sorry, but I quite frankly think Dino Boy, just judging by tournament results, is the kind of the underdog. But Dino Boy again is someone who he's going to take that extra time to think. He wants to win. He's going to spend time in between games, changing trinkets, really countering his opponent here. So Cetra, quite frankly, needs to be on the tip of his guard. If he decides to rest on his laurels for 1 second, he's going to lose. He'll be countered hard and he'll be pushed out.
Okay, so we have a request from the players to wait a minute or two. Sis, can you keep talking? I'm going to use the facilities in the
Absolutely.
meantime.
So obviously here, we're seeing both players request another minute or two to change up their trinkets, positions of their characters, and their skills. This really is something that I keep saying really, I'm sorry. This is really something we want to look forward to in these final matches here. Not only because we are reasonably able to guess what our opponent would be playing here. It's somewhat of a game theory matchup. If you can kind of amalgamize the two teams who are against and decide maybe I should take a riposte team. So you pick one of your teams rather, with a riposte hero, take that riposte. Maybe even if you've got a man at arms, you put him in the front row to hit the Jester back with a rampart, something like that. So quite frankly, right now, to see these two players take so long in deciding exactly what they're going to take should do nothing but instill us with joy and hope for a very, very exciting round 3 of this matchup. Quite frankly here, both people have remarkable teams that could be faced up into each other. It is not kind of decided. We're not seeing a heavy AoE Blight versus a heavy riposte team like that. What this game will be decided on, I believe, these meta choices right now. Which one of them will be able to eke out a victory based on purely trinkets alone, maybe skills alone, or even something as simple as position. We've seen in previous tournaments, the decision between whether to place an Abomination in rank 1 or rank 2 has actually decided the entire tournament. Are you back, Mike?
Yeah, I am back indeed. So we are ready. I actually am going to get some water refill, but the guys can start the match. I think it's fine. So as soon as they are ready, I'm just going to kind of really quickly...
whenever you're back, right, and I'll talk, yeah?
Yeah, I just kind of I need him to. Okay, I'm just gonna run for the wall.
Go. Last game, we actually saw the solo coming out here from Dino Boy, and solo is something that we've seen very, very impactful in previous tournament games. Obviously coming out from me at often points, but Dino Boy.
I'm back. There
we go, perfect. You want to talk about it then, pal? What do you think about this game? I mean, I'm so excited. You see how long these guys have been taking to decide what they're bringing, man.
Yeah. So that's actually very good, right? Because they are going to bring the top tier entertainment today, guys. And I'm just gonna remind you, if you haven't subscribed or followed me yet on Twitch and on YouTube, please do so now. And this being said, let's get into game number 2 between Dino and Cetra. Cetra obviously with a 1-0 lead right now. Oh no, mine just freaking crashed. Hype is dead. Oh, the client just crashed for one of the boys.
Oh, no.
It's fine. Yeah, it happens. This is just kind of a usual thing. So, rip. Guys, the hype is dead. So, we'll just have to wait for this a little bit longer, unfortunately. This being said, I'm super hyped still.
Talk, by the way. Let me know whenever you want me to talk.
No, it's fine. Like we can just kind of start talking whenever you want, because I'm ready to go.
Fair.
So as long as, you know, once the guys are ready, I think we're just gonna relaunch the game again, and it's just gonna be it. So once Cetra accepts again, it's gonna be game. The game is gonna be on. Let's say it like this, because it is on between those two players. Don't get me wrong; they're really duking it out hard.
Like, can you see that speed? These guys are at each other's throats. Cannot wait. So unfortunate in some ways to see the Mikefield boys at each other's throats in this way. But Dino Boy here, darkest one. I've not seen that before. This guy has been playing his heart out. No wonder he's so good right now, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And the coin toss goes in favor of Cetra, which is actually kind of okay for Dino, because he plays against stress. He doesn't want those dodges to come through again. So, okay, this is a variation of the previous comp by Cetra, but he picks this heavy push comp again. Hopefully he doesn't get the push through though. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
I mean,
that's
Mike,
crazy.
even though he's
he has full movement.
It's still very, very unfair. It's still a coin flip he got. Dino Boy right now, it's brutal. Maybe you didn't want to take that leper comp again, knowing you're going to face up against this abomination, but to be honest, right now, I want to see him. He's taken the revenge this time. Very, very good. He's given himself things to do while he's in rank 3 and rank 4. What I want Dino Boy to do right now is control the game, because evidently you're going to have to move that leper forward at some time. You need to move him forward in a position where you are in control. You need to kind of be in tempo advantage and give your opponent a little bit of that just to move him forward to be devastating with these strikes here. But again, we need to see Dino Boy counteract these bellows at some point here.
Yeah, it's also kind of scary for him, because, you know, those stuns on the Vestal can actually just keep this leper inert for the duration of the fight as well. Because what I think he wants to do, like, if you're Dino now, you want to kind of move the Jester back, and at the very same time, just activate the revenge. I feel like this is the optimal movement.
Do you know what I say? I think for Dino Boy, the more offensive play, what you do right now is you dark stab forward, which pushes your Crusader back into 2. You leper into 2nd. You take that turn of the stunned Crusader, you pass that, next turn, you can move your... This will be difficult, but it requires intricate setup, which I don't believe Dino Boy's set up right now, but essentially, you want to lay your Dark Stab into Holy Lance, into Dark Stab, into Leper Attack, into Holy Lance, right?
Yeah, but you just have to move the leper, and the problem is he really wants to buff the revenge and just get going with damage later, so it's kind of unfortunate right now to see this happen for him. So he will have to move the leper later after using the revenge. There's no way for him right to... I mean, can you move 2 back with Jess? I don't think so. You can move 1 back, right? So that's the problem. He has no way of getting this leper into damage range right now, and that's really...
Something a lot of people don't ever realize about revenge as well is it also increases the amount of damage you take by a reasonable amount. Coming against this High Master.
High Master, yeah.
It's going to hit maybe 4 or 5 every single time. That really is going to kind of rack up a lot oftener or sooner than you think it would, especially when you activate Revenge on turn 2.
He goes for
Moving back,
there is
I'm
two
not
move
sure
actually for
about that.
Jester.
We've
Yeah,
seen
so-
them do this exact thing last game, though. I never ever like seeing somebody do the exact same thing after they lost with that same strategy. I think right now we're seeing Sector on the same pattern here. He's completely outstressing Dino Boy. His team is
Yeah.
at full health. Dino Boy needed to play a lot more aggressive in that movement, though.
That Hue has to be devastating damage now. He has to just shred. It doesn't. It's 13 after Revenge. Very underwhelming, to be honest, on a 0 protection A-bomb. This is because of the minus 40% damage that has already been put on this leper. And this just means that, you know, I feel like Dino, again, has already run out of steam, even before the fight, you know, actually started playing itself out.
The issue here really is if Dino Boy even were to try and really play as offensively and as smart as he could, he would take that Crusader and start removing the debuffs so that he doesn't have to cleanse someone of the debuff with his Crusader 0% debuff. But unfortunately, with the stun right now, he's unable to do that. He needs to be late to the debuffing party, to the cleansing party rather. And with that in mind, he's got no chance, Mike. Listen to you giggling.
No, the cleansing party, I'm sorry, it sounds ridiculous.
Oh,
It's like,
you know exactly what I mean there, right?
No,
don't
it's
you?
gonna be cleansing party.
Realistically.
It's gonna be the cleansing party where Setra just cleanses Dino out of the existence, I think. I feel that's what's gonna happen here, honestly. By the looks of it. Like, if he gets another move, he's just gonna be... that. I felt this was gonna happen. This is over now, man. It's like, okay,
Even with
that's the
those
finale,
three
that's the finale. He actually...
6 to 11, 6 to 11.
Close your eyes and do it. Close your eyes and do it.
You don't. You can never. You will never hit that. That's so unlikely. That's maybe 20%. You need to rely on
70% crit as well, so it's...
It's not.
I
bad.
would
You
have gone
need
for that.
balance there.
I would have
You
gone
know.
for that. I would
You
just...
would have lost that game. I mean, Mike. So we've learned two things in the last minute. We've learned that you don't know what cleaning is. Obviously, you dirty Polish bastard. You should stay far away from me.
You said
But secondly,
cleansing, not
You
cleaning.
are quite frankly too trigger happy on that. You would basically have to rely on a crit there, right? You had a 1. It was 7 to 13 or something. Not 7 to 30. It was much 6 to 11, and he had 10 health. Correct?
Yeah, but still there was a
22.
chance for the crit as well, 17% for the crit. So it's kind of double stacked in his favor. I mean, not in his favor.
Well, it's you're sitting at a 20% chance to win the game, but if you also consider it like this, that's an 80% chance to lose the game.
Yeah.
Because if you waste that finale, you have simply lost the game right now.
But
Look at the stress piling up against you, Mike.
he's in so much trouble though. I feel like this is just... I don't want to jinx it, but it feels like there's so much stress already as it is. Maybe actually... Okay, so the thing is, you might want to conserve that finale for the Houndmaster, because you probably just want to kill them in first.
No, I think you just take one more turn. I think all it takes is one more turn, and then you have a definite kill here.
Can you
Quite
afford
frankly-
one more 10 though? Because this
Well,
bleed, by
you
the way...
can't afford, Mike. You can't afford any turns, and this is
Yeah.
one of these awful situations that so many people have no idea how to play, especially Dino Boy right now. We've seen him evidently take confident control in times when he really could play however he wanted to. He had every opportunity available to him. But some were very obvious. Right now, he has every opportunity available to him, but all of them are dire. This is where the men from the boys are really separated, quite frankly. And I think Dino Boy choosing to move that has really done it for him. Taking one turn, he's saying, you know what? If I miss a finale there, I've lost it. If I get a finale next time, I'm still in the game. He's trying to kind of leverage low risks all the time to try and win it for him here. But to be honest, with this stress rallied against him, Mike, it will be... I mean, it's ball busting. Someone called the Dominatrix and fucking pound my balls into oblivion.
Yeah, because the Vest's still here. Okay, he goes first. He gets the finale, probably. You really want to finale the Houndmaster, though. That's the real deal here. Like, you don't get that finale here. It feels like really almost game-ending damage being done to you right now. Obviously, you know...
I mean, Mike, you're in a
it's better
position
than
right
before.
now where if you finale the Abomination, I think you're in a kind of disadvantage. I think you would have liked to have maybe 2 more turns, try and kill the Abomination naturally, and then throw down a massive 240 finale on the Houndmaster. I agree with you entirely.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you have a Vest on the other side. She can always stun you, right? So that's something you can make. You may just kind of get stun locked by the Vest and never get the finale off, so maybe he just does the right thing. Do you really don't want to finale prematurely with the Jester? Because this just means that you take additional stress damage. Like, you don't really want to finale ASAP against those stress combs unless you can eliminate those really real priority target. So in this case, it would either have to be the MAA or the Houndmaster, not the Amon, because Amon just got his both rotations off anyway, I think, right? So that's kind of the problem. Cetra was able to get a lot of Harrod. This was a single stress rotation, never mind. So you got a lot of Harrod done anyway, and again, it just looks quite dire right now.
Punishing here, having to Hugh here. To be honest, quite frankly, I prefer Chop. Hugh here doesn't have a good crit for him. Exactly, I would rather have taken Chop here. Hugh doesn't have a big crit modifier. You really would have loved to have seen crits off here, because they would have reduced your stress. 2 crits would have given you an extra turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, it obviously isn't the case, right? He's going to be at Death's Door, the Leper. He's going to be probably stressed to Death's Door on the Jester as well. Granted, that given the fact he is sitting on quite a large amount of bonus stress damage taken, it is looking so grim. You have to stun the Houndmaster again here. Maybe hope that somehow by some miracle he just gets.
Quite frankly, let me take one step out of this game right now. We're saying how grim it looks for Dino Boy, but Cetra right now. If we were to jump into this with little knowledge of the game, we look at Cetra and go, he's 1 man down, one of his characters is almost dead.
Yeah.
He's got 2 guys, one of them stunned, one of them's right at the back, they're only able to stun really. Quite frankly, this is anyone's game right now, so I think we're kind of too deep into it to really get that kind of existential
absolutely.
view.
But that's a very solid move by Cetra, by the way, because he stuns the Crusader, means it's impossible for Dino to cleanse the Leper's debuffs this way. And this in turn means that, there's a minus 60% damage, I think, on this Leper right now, which
in a situation like this, mate, that cleanse from the Crusader is so vital because it also heals him out of Death's Door. That's so much value from one ability.
Yeah. But he might just cleanse the MAA out of the game. That's the kind of the upside of this situation here. There is a decent chance that he indeed gets the kill. There's a finish on this Jester. He just might go for it, because this was a crit. This does enough damage. This might be something that turns the game on its head. It does go through. We might have game 3 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
You love to see it here from
brilliant.
Dino Boy again. Cetra. He was always on that knife's edge, 3 rather to 4. As soon as you lose that one,
that's a dodge from the Leper.
That dodge massive as well.
This is
because also he's at such low health. He's going to have a heart attack soon.
Yeah,
he's just going to die.
Yeah, it's over. I feel like he's just got this. He has a stun available. He has Solemnity to heal himself. He needs to. He has so many tools at his disposal. I feel like Dino just kind of tricked us into believing he was gone. Actually, he snaps out Cetra's candle here. Oh, there's a dodge. That's very unfortunate. He really needed that double stun to land.
So a 20% stun. Obviously, you're going to miss a 20% one in 5 times, if RNT is to be believed. But quite frankly, that was one of the most punishing ones we could imagine. Stun right now, especially when you're in a 4 versus 2 situation.
Dodge again. 15 dodge, and he dodges so much.
98 to 50.
Like, if you are able to lock down the Houndmaster in this scenario here, you are just gonna take 0 stress damage. The Vestal is just absolutely insignificant here. Right now, this is another Hound's here. This might be the
I think that Jess is going to Death's Door.
Yeah.
Look at that, Mike.
He's going to Brazil. And this, oh my god, this is a Vestal that needs healing immediately, by the way. She cannot... Oh god, this is so bad, because this Vestal will die.
The most painful thing is you can't take that Jester to sacrifice him for this harvest.
She won't die. Okay, this is actually okay. That's fine.
75%.
It is. He gets it. He gets it. Okay, this is absolutely vital. He got that. But a single
for Cetra to resist.
A single act out now that stresses everybody else. It's okay. That's fine. He needs the stun.
Get this double trinkets to make you.
So this Vestal. This Vestal of Dino. So close to dying. He doesn't get that actually either.
Hugh has much lower accuracy than Chopper. I think it's 10 lower.
But he has revenge, so he's still okay.
This how much is dodging everything. Don't battle balance. Don't do that now.
No.
That was such a misplay, Mike.
No, this is such a big mistake because he loses the Vestal now for that. He should have just leg stabbed. He had like an active healer.
Tilted by
oh no. Misses, this is massive. This is like, you have no idea how big this is, guys, because this means that the Vestal of Dino Boy dies in the end. She was safe in the back. Now she dies to a Dazzling Light.
Dazzling Light stuns and also plays enough stress to kill that Vestal.
Yeah.
This is beyond.
And that's a dead Jester as well. That's very grim all of a sudden, man. This is so grim. This is a snowball of death that was completely going to be prevented. No, actually, no. That didn't matter. I'm wrong.
I mean, if you're looking at Dino Most side right now,
This didn't matter at
so
all.
much stress. All you need to do is try and stun the vessel and then stun, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe if you keep that up, you can manage it. But also, if you act out, if you pass, if you afflict yourself, all it takes is one stun, one Hound's Harry, and both of your characters are dead here. This is very, very, very knife edge, Mike.
Yeah, that was kind of a series of very unfortunate dodges that kind of dropped us to this position here. Obviously, this is
That's
a very big
thankful crit, though. Popping right down to Death's Door. Unfortunately, you see the Houndmaster, the sliver of health, maybe 1 or 2 left alive. And 1 or 2 right now is as close to 50.
So those dodges might have kind of turned the game around for Cetra here, really. Because I feel like for a second it looked like a very decisive win for Dino. Now it definitely isn't one, though. So, yeah, it's just so unfortunate we had to kind of experience this. And yeah, it looks like, you know, Cetra might just take it. Like, he's going to Hound's Harry this. He has no other choices in this fight.
I think without a doubt you go for that Hound's Harry every time, brother, don't you?
And
you've still got enough health to take one more hit below Death's Door. One again, look at that, he's right down.
So
you've got to imagine you think Dinoboy's going to heal this time.
You have to heal this now for sure. Right? You have to heal because you get this potentially killing blow. But the real problem is that the vessel doesn't die. And now this, you know, you kind of have to go really hard all in. And if you don't get this kill on the Houndmaster, now you're dead. Or you go for a stun on the Houndmaster, potentially kill him, and then the vessel stuns somebody, right? That's kind of the big problem right now. The vessel is really set to stun. That has to be a stun on this Hound. It's an act-out stun. It goes through, still keeping Dino alive. It's absolutely vital that he gets that.
You know, obviously you're not bound to get 225%, but quite frankly, if you got one of those, you'd be in much better stead right now, especially against that Vestal, knock out a stunner against you. But right now, you do have the Crusader able to heal 2 people out of Death's Door with his heal there.
Yeah, but it bleeds.
If he gets stunned,
he's caught. Yeah, that's also stress. Like, this is 11 stress, and this means, like, if this Houndmaster doesn't die right now, this is game over for Dino all of a sudden. He has to kill the HM from the, like, right now, the Houndmaster just has to go. If he doesn't get the kill, using the leper...
Double kill.
It has to be a double. Okay, yeah, it actually has to be a double kill if he wants to survive in this tournament.
Double kill.
He needs to get a double. This is a single kill. This is over. Unfortunately, I feel for Dino, this is just game over. This is a heart attack. This Crusader not gonna be long for this world either.
He needs to dodge twice in a row and also not
Yeah, it's crazy. That's just not gonna work.
This is all but over.
Yeah, unfortunately... Oh man, that's kind of has to feel bad for Dino. Cetra just on knife's edge gets it. Very clutch ending of this game. You have to feel like this is just game over. Deathblow comes through, and indeed we have the winner.
This Houndmaster refused to die.
That is very unfortunate, guys. Rip Dino Boy in a very brutal fashion as well. And this means that we are going to the finals very soon, actually. I didn't expect this kind of to happen so soon, given the very first game of the day that we were watching. But yeah, we're just going to have a look at the bracket right now. So Dino, unfortunately, eliminated by Cetra 0-2. And Cetra moves on to the grand finals of the day. Both Cetra and Jamin are also secure in the big tournament that will happen after 4 small ones like today's. So they will already be like automatically qualified for that. This being said, GG's to both Dino and Cetra. They played their hearts out of this one, and they're really doing so well in this tournament right now. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
To congratulate everyone that has taken part in this tournament, especially the people that have been knocked out at this point. Is Apina and Dino, 2 remarkable players here. To see all of the Mikefield boys make it this far is an absolutely heartwarming thing to see. And I think with that in mind, it's time for me to do a little bit of advertising for Mike. Do you agree?
Once again? Is there what?
A bit of advertising for you, pal.
Yeah, go ahead, advertise. Yeah, very much welcome.
Right now is hosting his 2nd tournament in the same month, I believe. All of you guys, everyone joining, I mean, quite frankly, I think he deserves, if nothing else, a like, a follow, or whatever. Everything you can do for free. Get involved. We have a very active Discord community. The Mikefield is posted right now. I think 200 people in there. This is, I believe, the most highly populated Discord community specifically devoted to Darkest Dungeon, outside of the Darkest Dungeon community itself. This is probably the biggest Butcher Circus Discord community.
It is.
No, man. So quite frankly, guys, I mean, if you like Darkest Dungeon, if you like the Butcher Circus, you are doing yourself a disservice not to join. Also, with that being said, some of you guys, I know some of you have reasonably deep pockets. For $2.99, you can help a Polish man sustain himself in horrific COVID crisis. For only $2.99, you can help this lovely bearded man afford shaving foam and a Gillette razor. For $2.99, you can make a difference. That is all it takes to subscribe to his YouTube channel, guys. You get fantastic emotes, a fantastic follow animation. I mean, quite frankly, guys, he's put so much effort into this. I've put my money where my mouth is. I've put in $2.99 into this guy. Really, that's all it takes. Just anything. Listen, steal your mother's credit card. Steal your stepfather's credit card. Go out on the streets, beg for money for a night, play the ukulele, get $2.99 and throw it at this Polish man because he's living in a third world country right now. He needs all the help he can get.
Sis, go screw yourself. I have a job. Oh, that's a huge overstatement. Thank you for the ad, though, guys. This being said, we're gonna go. Thank you, Sis, for advertising. Those are the emotes you get. Like, if you kind of are a member on my YouTube, you get like special badges, special emotes that you can use. This being said, thank you all for watching. We're gonna take a short recess now, 10 minutes, because both me and Sis need to rest. Like, Sis really needs to kind of have a little bit of time. I do as well. And we're gonna go back and watch the grand finals between Cetra, the Imperishable God, and 135 Jamin. There's gonna be a best of 5, so a bit of change of format. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves there. Now, this being said, we are gonna be back in 10. Sis, fuck you. By the way, like, we are not third world country. Poland is glorious. Poland is absolutely glorious, guys. Don't listen to that man. He's British. He's been going through some really hard times now. We all have been, though. Let's face it, guys. This being said, a 10-minute recess. We're gonna be back at 40 past 10 for. Okay, actually no, 38 past 10 for the final set of the day.
It's all in this, brother. Anyway, I'm going to take a little break. Peace out, my guy. back when you are.
Hey guys, we are ready. So it's gonna be 135 Jamin versus Cetra in the final best of 5 of the day. And it's very interesting in the best of 5s with this setup because you need to win with every single team you have. So your final match is indeed going to require you to kind of take this weakest team of yours and win with it anyway. So it's kind of the biggest downfall of any players who went into those best of 5s before. Good luck to Jamin and Cetra, as Zoko is exclamating on the chat right now. Guys, there's gonna be a ban first, so I just need to wait for the confirmations from both players as to what the bans are, and then we will go indeed into the series.
Like, can you imagine if neither of J-Man's Plague Doctor teams are banned out? In this best of 5 round, he's going to have to win with 2 Plague Doctor teams. That is, some would say, an almost unsurmountable deficit.
Yeah. Okay, it is going to be Queen's Guard and Vendetta going to be banned, so let's just have a look at those. So Queen's Guard and Vendetta. So Cetra loses Vendetta, so this is the non-Jester comp, surprisingly enough. And Jamin does lose this. That's so... I have no idea what's happening with those people today. Why are they banning that?
I mean, these have both been very, very interesting bans from either side. I mean, quite frankly, I believe Cetra maybe banned the Queen's Guard just because it's got a Jester in it, kind of ignoring the fact that there's a Plague Doctor in there too. I mean, I don't like not seeing Plague Doctor, but you know, maybe Cetra had some kind of rationale behind it.
Okay, I'm just gonna let the players know we're ready and we can begin the match as soon as they are, guys. This is so exciting. Best of 5 grand finals of today, and it is Cetra versus 135 J-Man. Sis, I have no idea what's gonna happen in this series. Those are some crazy also setups by those players. Like, can you imagine J-Man made it through with this ridiculous mark composition? Like, this Ollie just goes forward, right? This comp just only goes forward. You made it with PD Lepe comp. He made it with the Highland PD comp.
Like, I mean, coming up right now against Cetra's double Jester comp, can you believe that? We're going to have to see a Musketeer and a Plague Doctor try and 3-win against 2 Jesters right now.
That's crazy.
We're going to have to try and focus out the burn them out team there, the Abomination, Vestal, Helmmaster, Man-at-Arms. But I really think for the J-Man, he's going to have to take an awful long time between every single game, moving his people in and out, changing all of their abilities. Because if he doesn't, his Plague Doctor is going to get wiped out with a finale. His Musketeer is going to get wiped out with a finale. And even if not them, they are reasonably weak characters on their own, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, too much movement here from Cetra, though. We've seen the double Bounty Hunter teams not banned out, though. Which, quite frankly, if they pick into the Plague Doctor Musketeer teams, J-Man's going to have to 3-0 Cetra and the reverse sweep. And I do not think these teams have the capability of doing that.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be so scary. Guys, we are going to the first game of the grand finals as we speak. 135 J-Man on the left and Cetra on the right, sporting this Darkest 2 banner there. It's very exciting to see what exactly those guys do. They went a very long way to get here through 3 different brackets, 3 best of 3s, and this all comes down to this series right now. Cetra versus 135 J-Man. J-Man actually does bring a stress comp to the first fight, and I feel this is trouble, man, because this is a comp.
Cetra right now has no opportunities to riposte, and even a single riposte is an effective counter to this Antiquarian Houndmaster team. This Abomination starting in second right now. He's more than able to throw down Beast Bar, riposte. If he wants to transform, he can try and single target down that Jester to try and kill him. He probably, what has he got? He's got Bellow, Guard, Riposte, and Bolster here. So no command available to him. can't buff up his accuracy to effectively hit that Jester 100% of the time. But I'm not entirely sure that'll matter too much, really.
Yeah, but those guys knew all the ins and outs of this matchup. So, for instance, Jamin just instantaneously removes the stun, which allows you to actually just kind of keep the Abram alive. That's very solid play. But also Cetra pulling forward this Houndmaster, also forcing the Abram to transform next turn and just move forward with the slam. Because if he doesn't do this, he's just gonna get pulled to 4th, and the only way of moving out is going to be this fadeaway. So, also, Ballad drops right now kind of slows the pace of the game for Cetra a little bit.
Yeah,
kind of shifts the momentum.
Slows the pace of the game, Mike, but I really like seeing exactly like these amount of.
Oh, that was crazy dodge, guys. So a sniper just comes through. Houndmaster, the doggo, as J-Man calls him, is still somewhat safe. You have to transform this A-bomb right now. If you don't do this, it's really trouble for you. Because
the third, if you choose to be smart, they pull in the antiquated, although you can counter that with the fade backwards.
There's still a move lost.
J-Man is putting quite a lot into this stress right now. For turn 2, it's not bad across the board to see, quite frankly, but also for Cetra here, that Houndmaster is as good as dead, right?
Yeah. So Cetra is just gonna take the lead in this series. I feel like this comp I feel like the interaction of those compositions just doesn't kind of play in J-Man's hands here. Obviously, Cetra is taking a big chunk of his HP here. I'm kind of surprised, however, that he didn't go for the hook on this Antiquarian from the get-go. Maybe just wanted to keep the Houndmaster at the front. Also, another kind of a big question mark for me is why he didn't stun this Houndmaster before he was able to take the turn and heal. So quite a few things actually just kind of not going the right way here for both players, I believe. Now you have this Abomination finally transforming.
Not going the right way for J-Man right now. We are starting to... That resist to get
That's
another...
fortunate.
35% here, quite frankly, that you don't actually want to hit him out, do you? Because it'll push the Jester into
the finale range. Yeah, but still kind of this does make it a dice roll for you to finish off the Houndmaster. It's just a clean 100% kill here. So it feels very good for Cetra. Like, if you are Cetra right now, you're just kind of... I feel like you're just really... absolutely rejoicing over the current situation. He has a complete control over this game. He has a stun now. He kills the A-bomb probably next turn, very likely to be the case. And from there is just very clean victory, I feel, because this Houndmaster didn't do enough damage. This Abomination transformed once so far. There is no real stress across the board. And if you are down to 2 characters against what Cetra has, maybe the finale will still kind of be on the cards as well. You have to kind of consider that.
If you're the J-Man right now, you need to be kind of on a wing and a prayer, I suppose, throwing in Festering Vapors, trying to knock someone down into Death's Door range with your Rage, throwing down Bellows, hoping that we don't get effectively countered by the Illuminating Flare. Maybe you don't have the riposte, so basically you're just a Bellow bot, really, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's not even bolstered. That dodge might have been effective, obviously not anymore. You don't want to see him play that right now, but I think just Bellow, Festering Vapors, just kind of play, you know?
Yeah, well,
maybe you can be aggressive with the Abomination. You can get someone down, because look at these DOTs, Mike. They're all about half health, aren't they?
Yeah, but like still, I feel like this A-bomb is just gonna get bolted to the door and slaughtered now. And you know, the finale is still available, so it just will follow in suit, and it just doesn't feel like Jamin has any response to that, right? I don't think he has Rampage on the MAA. It just I kind of find no ban, like the lack of the ban on this, or people failing to ban this this Halo comp. I think this is just a very big mistake, because I have no idea. I have not seen a counter to this today. There are counters to the comp. We just have not seen that.
Frankly, it is so brutal seeing someone unban the Halo comp, but not kind of
ready to take it, right?
Exactly. I mean, Cherry beat the Halo comp twice in a row against Mangle.
Yeah.
That was, she had a team set up to perfectly counter it. And
there is nothing
exactly not able to do it. Take the Rampart, knock back the Jester, play more aggressively, maybe take some kind of offensive melee trinkets on the Abomination here, Mike. That'd be late, but I mean...
No, it's just over, right? The A-bomb is dead. Like, we saw, I think, one of the players lose today with that Halo comp, but this is because, like, I think Jamin just destroyed this with the Mark composition, right? So this was the only time when it actually lost. And it was against even more aggressive composition as well. So maybe if you're Jamin, you just kind of anticipate, going against it, you just bring out the boys first. And just demolish it with this high damage mark composition. Maybe this would have kind of been able to win. By the way, Jamin still has to win.
If you are losing your first game to the Halo comp, you do have to be somewhat happy, I suppose.
Yeah, it's out. It's like you lose to this, you no longer have to worry about the existence of this thing altogether. So that's kind of the fortunate bit. However, there is like
in that discuss how this Halo comp is kind of the ladder comp. So to be taken out right now, it's got a very good kind of advantage across the field, but it's not over yet for J-Man. It's really not over yet. If he blow some act outs here, he'll get it.
Yeah,
reasonably unmolested in rank 4.
You should you shoot the Antiquarian right now and you just finale her and she's dead. I feel like that's how it's gonna go. You just bolt her to the door again, and she's just gonna. Okay, now actually he decides to go the other way around, so he just goes for the X-Stab. Just make sure to maximize the damage output of the Arbalest here. So she has like there's both offensive items, which will probably facilitate a very large chunk of damage just dropping on this Antiquarian, followed by the finale. And no, never mind. Fuck me, that was 9 damage. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was so wrong there. That's a devil. This might still turn on its head, actually. You may actually have been right there. Because I didn't expect this to be 9 damage. I thought this was going to be like a clean finale. It obviously wasn't. So it's actually my miscalculation. I feel like this Arbalest is just so debuffed. I didn't realize how hard debuffed she was, but she must be super hard debuffed now. So obviously I feel like
we've seen her cast an illuminating flare yet, Mike. That's what we need to think about.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, maybe you wanted to see at least 2 of those by now, right?
Yeah, those bellows must have been like stacking up super hard. This is just minus 20% though. This is not like really big or anything. So you probably want to get that, like you really need to get this Antiquarian out of the picture right now. You just probably shoot her dead, and yeah, you just kind of move on from there. What the freaking hell is this 7 damage?
Look at these debuffs, man. Well, you want to do
this is minus 20% though.
I mean, still, she's unmarked. That's kind of the low range, You hit 7 to like 13, right?
Abusive also Death's Door means that he's gonna deal way less damage than he would have normally done. He finales this nonetheless. This is a crit kill, clean. Actually, this should be it, right? Because you have to feel like the Arbalest Crusader just deal with the MAA fairly well. This is a heal now. Like he has to heal that. Okay, there's also a that's just over.
Absolutely cements the game. Right?
Yeah. Well, this is a very dominant performance by Cetra, just kind of slightly stunted by the by the low damage output of this Arbalest, surprisingly low damage output of the Arbalest. Yeah, actually that's something very strange here. I guess you kind of realize, the Jester is okay in the back, like he's not gonna take any special sort of punishment, so he would probably just prefer to kind of keep the guy healthy there. Unhealthy, but still alive.
If this Jester, the Jester can't harvest it. This Man-at-Arms, 30% protection. The Zealous Accusation won't hit particularly hard, and this stunning blow hitting for 5. It'll take quite a few times to wiggle him down, especially the sniper shot as well.
And there's a lot of DOT across the board, so this still might not be a solved game indeed. Though I would say like Cetra does hold a very significant advantage here. The Bola are questionable, I would say. He would have probably wanted to heal this Jester at some point.
Right now, it pushes him into harvest range too.
Okay, that's very intelligent. I didn't notice this. That's a very smart play though. Okay, so
I mean, it's also a little bit reliant on the move RNG, but quite frankly,
probably the best move in the end. Yeah,
the accidents, and this happy accident has led to a harvest here, likely to hit the food. 4 damage there.
That was brilliant, actually. That was very smart play. You have to commend Cetra for this. Like he actually made he thought of this, right? He figured, okay, I'm just gonna do this because this is probably the best move I have available to myself. And he just pulled it off. He gets the bleed on this MAA that's probably sorted now. This game is gonna be solved very soon. Because this Jester doesn't die, and this means that he probably... Also, this is bonus accuracy, and crit doesn't really help the Arbalest all that much. But, the Arbalest is actually gonna be saved there. The Crusader also crucially does dodge that riposte, which is, again, like a lot of added value here. And that's just gonna be a very, 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 very dead MAA very soon. Like, this is a Jester with the finisher. You just have to feel this is it. Unless he does something really ridiculous.
This is 3 ways but over, correct, Mike?
Yeah.
I think this Man-at-Arms here is an old man on a prayer, fighting against mortality itself, and quite frankly, Old men have a much lower chance of young, powerful men like me and you might have taken this one home.
Yeah.
I think that announcement was about to come, if only to old age, but quite frankly, a punch in the face by Crusader.
Yeah, Mount Overrest, you could say. This is it. Cetra takes game 1 in a very decisive fashion. Obviously, like a little bit of a stutter in the end of the fight, but overall very solid, dominant performance. You would have expected nothing else from the Halo comp going against that.
A-Man is one of these guys that does like to take some time in between games, altering his playstyle. And obviously, in this first game, you're against so many comps, you can't really get an idea of which one to actively play against. Obviously, it might have been an idea to put something in there to counter-adjust, but he didn't quite do that. So really coming into this next game, he's given every advantage that could be possible of an elite gamer. So I think really he's going to take this and he's going to maybe bring it home in this one. If he doesn't bring it home in this one, Mike, I think he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he does have to take this.
He's able to counter, you know what I mean, any of his really intensely.
Yeah, because you don't want to be forced to reverse sweep. In Darkest Dungeon especially, where, you know, RNG is a factor, reverse sweeping just is very painful because you just have to kind of account for every single move, every single failure that might happen. Because if you're like in a even situation, if you are 1-1, you can take those risks. If you're like 1-0 even still, like if you're a single loss behind still, this is okay for you to take some risks. Maybe gamble a little bit just because you can just kind of claw your back. And then if you go into 0-2, you are really with your back against the wall, and this means that you have to make every single decision you make count, and this might kind of make you risk averse, which is not always a very good thing in the Butcher Circus, guys. So yeah, that's how it is. I'm gonna message the guys, tell them that I'm ready again. And we can begin our series. I guess both of them are adjusting their compositions as we speak. And I'm very curious, actually, to see what Cetra brings to the table now, and also what Jamin does, because both those are really going to be very exciting matches. Like, I really want to see what those players are actually going to bring to the table coming into the second part of the series here. Like, I'd really love to see PD win in the finals. That would be so exciting to see that, man.
Absolutely, brother. I mean, Cedra versus Jamin, two absolute veterans of your community right now. To see them both against each other is such a fantastic sight, man. Looking especially into this game right now, where we believe the person who has just lost the game has a slight advantage in the next game. If he doesn't win this, he might not take home. If he does, we are looking for a fantastic game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So feels like Cetra does have an advantage coming into the next fight, because he does have a very similar Halo composition available still, right? You know, the Downfall comp. You might want to leave it for the last though, because it is a composition that you really kind of can win any matchup with, I think, if you play it correctly. So you probably want to kind of test the waters now, see what Jamin does. So I'll just go for the burn them out first, like, you know, take the stress comp, kind of also a comp that kind of wins a lot of those matchups except for the Mark one, and then maybe just pivot into the Downfall at the end, where you just kind of can confidently clutch at least a single win with it. So again, like, this is a little strategy that comes down because you are limited in terms of the composition numbers here, if you are those guys, because you have to win with every single unbanned composition to persevere, which obviously is going to be quite a big deal. You have to be like really good at Butcher Circus, guys, to be able to win consistently. Just kind of have this idea of how to play 3 or 4 different compositions. This just kind of requires a lot of mastery in the circus altogether. So guys, we're just kind of waiting for the players to get ready. They need to make their adjustments between the series. Obviously, I feel especially Cetra here is trying to strategize. He probably might not be sure as to what exactly he wants to bring to the second game of the series. And this being said, we'll just see what exactly he does. I feel like the more intelligent choice perhaps would be just going for the stress comp, just trying to get the W with it first, and then just kind of clashing with finally getting the victory or in the tournament, perhaps using this flagellant BH Jester Arbalest composition.
Mike, you know what? I want to take over for a second and put myself in the position of one of these players right now. Obviously, second place in the previous tournament against Cherry, my apprentice, some would say. Say hello.
Hello.
There we go, exactly.
Hey,
hello.
Cherry.
So, quite frankly, for these people playing right now, I want to see something just new, just absolutely new. No one expected to face this kind of heavy stress control team. What's the Abomination doing? Bam, 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 into the face constantly. Take that person out, leverage that advantage to a control win into turn 8 or into turn 10. Really, we need these players right now. Cetra has been around for long enough to know how to play these guys inside out. We want to see some incredible new comps formed on the spot. And here we go, Mike. We're about to see it. Hopefully, we're about to see it, Mike.
Yeah, hopefully you don't hate it, right? Hopefully you don't hate it. Also, you have seen a lot of those interesting changes in your games as well, especially because I saw you actually make those alterations to the, I feel, antiquarian trinkets, or like one of your characters was actually able to pierce invisibility, which was something that the Edelbar's composition kind of hinged upon, so
yeah,
that was very smart play.
But that was the Irion and the Arbalest pacing through the antiquarians take cover resist, the Halo comp charge in, but quite frankly, right now, J-Man here with this unfortunate, I think, heavy AoE stress team, AoE DOT stress Cetra. He has 2 riposts available to him, but to activate the riposte on his Abomination, he will need to move backwards, obviously just transform right now, get that stress out, slamming, and he
gets it. Yeah, that's his big mistake.
It's so difficult, it's so dangerous to put an Abomination in turn 2, Mike.
I mean, that's another misplay though. He could have just taken cover.
Faded, exactly. Take cover.
Yeah, and that means that the A-bomb is okay.
Even then, he could have transformed and slammed back, right?
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate now for J-Man, because he is going to be stuck here. Also, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't go for a stun on the Antiquarian, because this just kind of keeps the A-bomb stuck forever. Obviously, you can just you can transform and move forward. This doesn't do the damage, but it still does the stress bit of the transformation, which is still okay. But obviously, like, your preferred state of this game is when you can transform, maybe even rage on the Houndmaster. That's what I kind of saw you do a lot, like where you just kind of get the Avon to the front, where he's mostly safe unless he goes against the Leper, and then you just kind of go for this very high damaging ability and high crit chance ability in the form of rage, where you just can eventually take everybody down. Like almost all the characters do go to 0.
In the world you're describing, J-Man is kind of facing the brunt of both. Up against heavy Hounds, Harry. Pretty heavy control again from this Vessel. The only difference here being the Vessel versus Antiquarian. The Vessel able to stun the Antiquarian, especially in position 2. That Beast Bar, I absolutely adore. Even though it only affects the Houndmaster, rather, the Hound's Harry there, still remarkably effective because it applies stress to both and does a little bit of blight. That really is all you need to do until you transform back, going for another stun, another charge forward rather. But again, this is one of these positioning things. Cetra's Abomination in rank 1. If J-Man pushes him forward, he'll be in rank 3, able to push back in, push J-Man's Abomination back into rank 4.
Yeah. This kind of spells trouble then for J-Man indeed. Like, the thing is, like, you really don't usually want to switch out of the second transformation at all, because this kind of takes away all your damage potential, unless you just want to keep using the Bylot. If you go against another A-bomb, you probably just want to kind of get to rank 1 first, before you kind of flip the switch back to the human form. So Cetra here probably has a slight lead in terms of stress as well, because he has been able to actually deliver quite a bit of that in the previous turn, when, you know, J-Man was basically just scrambling for position. And in this case here...
do you know what I would like to see from J-Man's Abomination here? Knowing that when you become afflicted, you transform from beast mode into human form, I would like to see him save that. I like to see him use his first and save his second. Just beast bile all the time into the second, and transform into the second after you've been afflicted. That way, maybe you are taking it a little bit slow, but it does allow you to be constantly aggressive, rather than being forced into that kind of only beast bile, or if you're in rank 1, even only chain stunning, which really isn't that effective against a team like this.
Yeah, we actually see this repose being used quite early, by the way, by J-Man. This actually means that he gets a decent tempo advantage here, because those repose are doing a lot of damage. They also put a lot of pressure on Cetra, because he can no longer be just kind of blindly using those Hound Harrys. This Houndmaster is actually, I think he might just take 5 blind damage this turn, plus a lot of bleed as well, which is obviously a very, very big deal for for Jamin, who might just want to kind of win this game.
Bellows stacking up as well. Eventually, these Hounds Harry are not even going to proc Death's Door, are they? They're
Yeah,
gonna proc
absolutely, yeah.
Doing 0 damage.
Yeah, and I feel like Cetra's comp is way slower than Jamin's, right? Because the Vestal does control, but if the Vestal can't actually reach the Houndmaster at all, it's actually very good for Jamin, because this Houndmaster is the core damage dealer here, so he's gonna be just very comfortable in the back row, just sitting there dropping those Hound Harrys one after the other, and you know the DOTs that Jamin's anti-current applies are just huge.
Right now, it's by turn 6 when all of these DOTs, these Bleeds and Blights, have you just said, have been actually came to fruition. We're going to see Cetra here basically at 0 health.
Yeah.
And J-Man right now, he's got, maybe the Abomination is going to be quite low. All it takes is a couple rejuvenating Vapors, maybe a take cover into rejuvenating here. Will give him some defensiveness, able to actually, as we've seen, I believe, Sticky Blood before, just leverage these over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But really, he doesn't have the stress advantage. He just want to stack these out right now. Thank God they all hit for him. Look at that. We're going to be seeing 3 afflictions before this turn ends, I believe.
Yeah, that's very likely to happen. So, yeah, it feels like actually 135 Jamin kind of, he uses this very straightforward stress comp against a fairly elaborate and composition by Cetra here, and I feel like Jamin does have an advantage in this, right? Because his Handmaster is just doing so much more damage, and also this anti-current puts a lot of pressure across the board on Cetra. Like she just does those characters can be just able to damage the entire lineup.
If I were to say to you 3 turns ago, on turn when we had Cetra throw down a Repository, counteract the Beast Bar from J-Man, J-Man's Antiquarian, Abomination, and Houndmaster would all be unable to effectively, really, do AoE attacks. They're all being on no health right now. So quite frankly, from Cetra, I'm seeing someone not play how they should. I'm going to say this is quite a bold statement, but not how they should. Let's be honest. He's pushed this Abomination to a situation where he can Beast Bar over and over and over again. He's sending a riposte. That riposte alone should be a reminder to you, a mental reminder to say, listen, I can riposte as well. This Antiquarian has been dumping on me with a stinky brat power. These Festering Vapors and these Hounds Harrys from the Houndmaster have been losing you the game. Throw down a riposte and at least attack back while you're taking these. It's infuriating to see, Mike.
It is still a very even game nonetheless, right? You can see this by... I'm kind of surprised actually you don't see the transformation on the A-bomb of J-Man, but he actually gets the A-bomb of Cetra here. By surprise, removes this transformation, dazes him as well by the same token, and this means that this A-bomb is not going to be able to push J-Man's A-bomb back. So that's kind of very important actually for J-Man to keep this as an option, right? You just kind of have this character there in the middle. He probably wants to transform now and just do some stress damage over time, because he's slowly falling behind in terms of stress somehow, which is very baffling to me, but he kind of is.
Behind the curve on this stress damage. Again, choosing to play this defensive turn rather than Festering Vapors, you know, in the given circumstances, it is probably the correct play. But obviously, if Cetra had thrown down a riposte there, you know, these Festering Vapors and Final wouldn't have been able to go through, getting a fearful hit on the Vestal. We're starting to see afflictions across the board here now, so maybe Jamin isn't as far behind as we thought he was.
No.
Quite frankly, if you're afflicted, you're afflicted, you know?
Yes, the crit as well, that's very big.
That's what's important.
Yeah, every single crit actually matters so much in stress versus stress, because this is basically a battle of inches, and you want to eke out every single possible little bit. So this is very big for both players here. And you know, J-Man here actually, I don't like his position anymore, because he has taken a lot of that stress damage over the course of the past few turns, and actually that he hasn't done enough, and Cetra is slowly stabilizing this fight. Obviously,
stabilization is probably in the name of the game for both characters right now. With Cetra here, the Houndmaster at Death's Door. Look at that triple
dodge, though. Yeah, you hate to see it.
Triple dodge is basically a pass for the opponent.
Yeah.
Going to... That is an unfortunate outcome. Going to Hounds Harry again. Not hitting. You see a 0 hit there again. Paying credit to the fact that if Bellows go through, these Houndmasters will not actually be able to proc Death's Door. Not be able to proc the death blow chance, something that often people rely on quite heavily right now. Unable to cleanse from either side. What is this going to be? Manacles
It's okay, that's an okay act out. I would just take it. Oh, it's resisted though, because obviously this Abel was stunned before, so kind of likely to happen.
Death Door, though, forces a heal unless you want to kind of risk that death blow.
Yeah, he goes for transformation. I think I would have just done the same, simply because first of all, you kind of can put pressure on someone here, maybe prevent the stun from coming through, and second of all, you probably are just gonna lose this character anyway. Just kind of need to get this second transformation out before you lose the characters. He just goes for this.
I disagree with that, Rick, and I'll tell you why. Both of those blights and bleeds will take them down to reasonably close to deaths already. If you rage the Vestal, that might push her down to Death Star as well. And that way, you've got 4 people on Death Star. One Festering Vapors can take all 4 out eventually. So quite frankly, I believe that was
whoa,
heavy dodge there.
That's crazy. That's also the second time in a row where this happens, right? It's kind of insane, to be honest. So Jamin here doing probably better than he should do because of those Hound Harrys kind of not hitting the mark for Cetra, despite the very, very slow trinket choices that he has been making over the course of this fight. So right now I feel like this game has still been favoring Cetra a bit more, but because of those dodges, actually this is kind of going to be on knife's edge in the end. He's like, Cetra is gonna get the stun again, probably just kind of get some control in the game if the stun comes through here. It is actually resisted. It will kind of be 0 HP across the board for Cetra actually.
I'm festering here. I mean,
yeah,
you kind of have to take it, even though it's going to hit 0. If you get some bleeds and blights across, it might actually counteract the amount of AoE healing you can do from that Vestal there.
Oh, those act outs as well. Look at this. Those chain stress. Those are kind of a very unfortunate stress of chain attacks. So chain of stress attacks, that is, where a lot of stress kind of came down as a result of the afflictions of the characters.
Stress is at a Death's Door.
Yeah, across the board. Everybody's at Death's Door now.
In there. Cetra right now is, quite frankly, one act out away from having a chain reaction.
Yeah, it's gone. I think he's gone. He's gone in this game. This chain reaction we were talking about. Like this is maybe not an entire chain reaction per se.
Just the abomination out of the front here, but
yeah,
still, boom.
Okay, that's over. That's just over. Still, like there is a Houndmaster on Jamin's side that is available. You can just Hounds Harry through and just probably kill and finish the job, right? You can also just rage the Vestal, I think. That's probably the optimal play where you can just kind of drop the rage here. Okay, this is an actor, obviously.
I'll tell you what Jamin's playing defensively right now. Cetra, rather. All he can do is either take the Vestal. If he takes the Vestal, he dies. DOT's got him down, health got him down. Pass, brutal. He's done. Cetra's done here. That pass is sealed the game.
Yeah, no, it's just over.
The chain reaction of a couple of goals, he's done now.
Okay, the Vestal's actually gonna survive somehow. So
it's been so back and forth. A couple of times ago, I would have said to you, listen, J-Man is going to get a 2-0 deficit coming into these games, but quite frankly, Cetra, I mean, not quite managed it, really. I don't think there's anything he can do here to really take control of this game outside of remarkable kind of act-outs.
Yeah, I mean, this MAA might just be dead, though. Like, if you activate the MAA, I think he just dies from stress and bleed, right? This is another thing. So this A-bomb here, if he acts... Oh, God, he just... Oh, whoa. Okay, he's very lucky.
That might be enough.
No, it's very lucky, actually, for Jamin not losing this MAA, because he was gonna die together with the A-bomb otherwise. So I think that's okay. In fact, this is okay.
This probably won't be enough to actually put them onto heart attack. Maybe that horror is actually enough.
Yeah, but it's
taking down for 8 right now, though. 194 to 8, that will be enough, unfortunately.
That's over. Also, the Houndmaster of Jamin would have always finished the job anyway, because he's full HP and ready to go. So yeah, this is Cetra just done for in this game. So we're gonna have 1-1 in this series, guys. So 135 Jamin brings it back, takes it over from the dying hands of Cetra, and we are going to see at least 4 games in the grand finals today. Very exciting. And that's a Devil as well, cherry on the top, as one might say. This brings us to the 3rd game of the day. So the guys are going head to head. I really like to see that. That's actually excellent stuff. Like, seeing 2-0 is kind of a decided match usually. Where you see 1-1 now, it's like a very open book right now. We just have no idea what's gonna happen. So, Cetra is going to take a loss here, and it is going to be Jamin, whose composition, the old gold, is also eliminated. So we see the Iron Fist, so the PD comp, or the hardcore mark comp available for Jamin. Whereas for Setra, there is a stress comp that just lost the game, which was very solid, by the way. It did kind of okay, but it has to go against the Iron Fist to win. And finally, the downfall composition, which is the Halo comp. Again, I feel like it's kind of none of those comps is actually favored against the mark comp, so Setra might just have to bite the bullet and take the loss here.
Mike, it's meme versus dream right now. We've seen J-Man come in with remarkable teams, Play Doctor, Musketeer, I believe both of which actually have to take a victory to actually take him home in this tournament. Setra here, pretty strong comps, some of them meta, this Halo comp, some of them not so meta, some of them home built. But quite frankly, you'd have to say that whatever Setra fields against the Musketeer team, whatever Setra fields against the Play Doctor team, on the face of it, to us kind of peasants, maybe he's valued. Maybe he's got that kind of little bit of edge there.
Yeah. Man, I'm so scared for Setra because if he goes against the mark comp, I feel like he just kind of loses both sides of the matchup here. Like, he cannot win with the downfall comp, it's just too slow for the mark. And the ban him out is also kind of squishy, so you can just very quickly lose the Houndmaster to those, you know, long-range carries that that Jamin has here in the form of the Arbalest and the Musketeer. And also, the Houndmaster can actually reach all ranks with his abilities. So it feels like Setra is at a very serious disadvantage coming into this game if Jamin does indeed decide to pick this offensive mark composition. So, and there is very little you can do in terms
with the Musketeer and what you're talking about, right? I mean, that is a particularly potent kind of team in a tournament format. Maybe not so much on a ladder format where you might be facing enormous amounts of movement over and over again, and you've got no idea about who will be playing. But right now, he has a reasonably strong idea of what his opponent is playing. So quite frankly, taking this Musketeer Arbalest team, you know, if he doesn't get moved, he can batter down his opponents with constant crits from 100 to 0 health. Otherwise, if one of them gets moved, the other one is still there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So it feels very scary though. Like those will be very volatile games. I feel like Setra does have to take a loss here in order to be able to kind of take game 5 in the end. That's what he's kind of being forced into right now. He doesn't. I don't think he does stand a chance against this composition of the mark comp anyway. If, however, you know, we see this PD Leper coming into play right now, that's a completely different story where, like, it's kind of a very, very big question mark for me. I have no idea how this one plays. I mean, it's probably going to be this kind of a funnel composition where you just kind of invest everything into the Leper's success, but just buffing him with the Vapors, right? That's probably what's going to happen.
It's an interesting flex out. While you say that, maybe he believes Setra has that kind of same opinion, but instead it might be some kind of DOT overtime heavy leper comp. Maybe you leverage 9 DOT, a couple of the plague bombs into a chop, into a death blow, Mike.
Yeah, possibly, sure. So there are quite a few options indeed. Like, you could also play the accuracy debuff card, right? That's a possibility. That's always on the cards. Or, you know, just kind of, like, I think the backline pressure of the Plague Grenade is also pretty much okay. But you cannot play that comp into something very, like, strong like the BH. The BH will obliterate the PD. So that's kind of a big issue right now. You don't really want to kind of find yourself in the bad matchup there, or you just kind of end up losing naturally. So it's going to be a very, very tough situation for both players actually making those choices right now.
Maybe. We've seen Jeffman paint himself into a corner, not trying to get the win out early with a Plague Doctor team. If that Plague Doctor team is the last team you have available, it's reasonably easy to counter her, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
You get the random win out of her, don't you?
Yeah, so it's like, I feel like the biggest issue, like, it's impossible to itemize against the mark comps, because it's just never gonna work for you, right? You will take a bunch of damage anyway, you'll probably die, so you just have to outpace them, which is impossible if you don't have enough damage yourself. And that's, you know, not on the cards anymore for such. I think we're going into the game right now, so I'm just going to, or maybe, yeah, we are going to the game indeed, guys. So, game number 3 between these two players. One of them will take the opportunity to basically get to the match point here. The other one will unfortunately end up with 1-2. What the
We are seeing this musketeer.
No, no! This is a melee Vestal. No freaking way. I think Cetra knows what's going. I think Cetra just knew this. He knew he had to make something really crazy happen in order for this to work. So he just goes really all out for this. You can see 62 dodge on the Houndmaster.
The Houndmaster have a. He's going to time take that. He can do that. I don't think Cetra accommodated for the fact that J-Man he's got 2 chances to crit on the to increase his prot though.
Yeah, this does debuff the prot, so it's very big. Melee Vestal though, guys, this is what a day to be alive.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's not big enough though. Like, it's quite big, but it's not big enough, and maybe.
I think it is, pal. I think it is. I'm not going to lie to you. All you needed was 1 crit followed by the Arbalest crit. Then you caltrops a hook in, and you've got it, don't you?
I mean, you can push out the BH, so this kind of disables the second turn of the fight now. So this means, like, you actually have to use the Arbalest here to Bola potentially. Okay, or you don't. This means that the Vestal heals now, and
so essentially the Musketeer is the redundant force next to the Arbalest. What it acts as is basically a double crit, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this MA is alive, that's what counts really. So he can be healed again by the Vestal here, of course. And on the other, like, Cetra is playing a stress comp, right? So it's kind of painful to see this, because stress comps like this is kind of a non-tanky comp. It will just get obliterated by Mog. They have to feel like this is just going to be super, super nasty. Obviously, this is a very solid move, by the way, by Cetra. Look at this. He turns the fight on its head. He gets both the markswomen on the front row. So this actually means that neither of them is going to be able to actually target this MAA. The only big threat for the MAA right now is this Houndmaster's activation, dropping the Hound's Harry.
We see a double dodge there, but the especially difficult thing about what you just said there is the Arbalest is able to bowl herself backwards. But I do not believe Buckshot moves you backwards.
It does, but it's just still not enough. Yeah, it does, but it's like, look at this.
Even that being said, you are trapped in that kind of double matchup there. You need to get the entirely correct turn order to move back without interacting with each other, which means necessarily you won't be able to heal with either of them here.
Yeah, so Cetra actually makes a very good choice here. Like, if he gets the Vestal to the front, means she's no longer a target, really, realistically speaking. She's not a target. You have to make a call, though. You have to go for it now. So the Vestal is kind of safe here, right? Just because, like, the first turn, she's not targeted down, she can just start healing now. And honestly, like, unless there's like some very lucky movement here of this Arbalest, this Vestal is just gonna be able to keep healing constantly anyway.
Look at those double guards actually hitting the back row there. Yeah. That is beyond belief. Actually not pushing either of those out of their position. Yeah. I'm not sure how important or impactful that would have been, quite frankly. We've seen this Divine Comfort coming down, pushing Cedra's Man-at-Arms out of death below. That bleed, though, eventually going to act up.
Oh,
back down there. This is where guard is not actually that great for you.
I mean, it's okay because it does give you protection, right? So this may be just the case of the BH not having enough damage to deliver the killing blow. Because if this MA just goes down prematurely right now, this has to be a lot of trouble. This is a 50-50, it's a killing blow as well. And this sets Cetra back significantly in this fight. This is way too early.
Over and over again, but I was pressing the wrong push to talk button there. That Man-at-Arms was dead the entire time there. It's very important for Cetra to see here. But quite frankly, J-Man, this is what I absolutely adore seeing. He's been put in an unfortunate position. What he does is he leverages that position to any advantage he can. If he can try and leverage a single death blow chance, he'll do that. Even if it's 25% of his 5%, he'll try and do that. If he gets that kill, he's absolutely fantastic. These are the kind of tempo pushes that J-Man needs to take, considering how his team is positioned right now. Bouldering back, pushing his highwayman forward, not doing much to affect Cetra's team order here, though. I mean, Mike, Cetra needs to pull something out of the bag here, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I feel like he played this game as well as he could have, right? That's the problem with this. And he still is looking to be in the losing position here. Obviously, the stun just kind of comes down now. It's kind of late as well for that. I feel like the guard actually might have killed the MAA, unfortunately, for Cetra, because those kind of bits of damage from Bola and Backshot were kind of funneled on the back line of Cetra, just ultimately causing the death of this MAA. So it's kind of unfortunate really to see this, but frankly, Exeter is not in a terrible spot, man. He's just in a bad one. Because he has been able to do a lot of damage overall.
Changeable terms, Mike, quite frankly. We've seen this Musketeer stunned in first. This Bounty Hunter in fourth, only really able to come hither, but that come hither might be enough. Putting him into second, able now to leverage the extra damage off Mike with the Arbalest. That might just be enough. You crit with the Arbalest, you get a Hound there. Kill the Cetra Houndmaster here. Might be it for you.
Also, this Vesta can potentially get hooked and killed. And this would mean that the Abomination of Cetra lands in fourth, right? But again, there's a guard coming down, so that's not going to happen.
Really interesting. Trying to... We see a stun there on the Abomination.
Oh, very fortunate it's dodged.
1 in 4 there, but...
Yeah.
Still, maybe would have wanted to see a Hound's Harry there instead, trying to apply more AoE pressure.
Yeah, so he probably wants to kick the Houndmaster again. No, he goes for a transform. Actually, I have really wanted to say okay, that's fine. So he does block the possibility of the stun removal here. So he's probably gonna go for a double stun with the Vesta, kind of follow it up right now. And this means, you know, only a single stun of those could be removed because the other one is just kind of gonna be wasted right now. So a single move taken away. It's still not looking too great. Like, losing the MAA so early on into this fight is just absolutely brutal.
Man-at-Arms in a stress versus kind of pure damage fight, do you? Because that Man-at-Arms suffered the clutch character 1v4 coming into, I'm not sure what turn now, quite late though, maybe turn 5, turn 6 or something like that. And we really are not seeing much stress applied to this Musketeer Arbalest DOT team, Mark team rather.
Yeah, it's like that's why I actually argue about Bellow not being overpowered, because if you nerf Bellow, if you nerf Bellow from what it is, you'll just see Markham's dominate so hard, because right now it just kind of keeps, at least it gives a possibility to the non-Mark player, the stress player, to win against them. So if you just kind of nerf the Bellow even further, if you take the Bellow to 15% damage, for instance, debuff, that just means, those comms that big abuse Mark.
I can tell you how much I hate this guard dog. He's trying to stack up guard dog to an inordinate amount, and I really think you've only lost one character. None of your opponents are afflicted. You need to start playing into your favor right now, and you're not playing into your favor right now.
No, you need to take over the game, completely take over the game. Because, Cetra gets to maybe transform now, but I feel like this is a dead Houndmaster if he does do something extreme here.
It'll be in 7 before all 4 characters are afflicted. And that's far too late. It's far too late. You've got 2 characters in the front who are almost dead. Cetra right now, he's playing really heavy stun control. That needs to be said, but still. Bounty Hunter and Arbalest in the back. Bounty Hunter in third can finish him. Hitting for 18 there, pushing him down to 0. I mean, Arbalest has got a 30% base against marked extra death blow chance. And with Trinkets, I believe the Trinket probably does have an extra 15% chance. And that's pretty close to a finisher on anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of the scary bit for J-Man here. That's... for Cetra. He has very little he can do against those high damage output characters. And, I feel like, as I said, it feels like almost an auto loss here, in fact. I just don't really like the spot he's in, but I feel like this is the only way in which this game could have played out, right? So even though Cetra makes this kind of ingenious decision to actually switch characters around a lot and just kind of get this kind of extraordinary setup here, he still ends up losing the fight anyway. Very unfortunate.
I know exactly what you're saying, but I do have to disagree with you for one point. The entire point of Darkest Dungeon, Butcher Circus, is you have to be dynamic at every single point. At turn 6 now, you have, I say, 3 opportunities to have a pivotal decision in how you take the game forward. We're starting to see now some of J-Man's targets be at low health, but quite frankly, you're against an Arbalest and a Musketeer. Pushing them back is only going to do so much. All it takes is one crit shot from either of them to essentially lose you the game. What you need to do is make sure all of them are busy healing and not dying. All you need to do is make sure you don't get 100% death blow chanced, You can take a 25% chance here or there on different characters if that gives you a tempo advantage. But what you can't do is this. You can't kind of rely so heavily on guard dogging one character, buffing up your Houndmaster's dodge, while not actually applying any stress. I mean, Cetra right now, we love him, but a bit too dogmatic to one playstyle, I believe, brother.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, I mean, it's like... I mean, he's trying to kind of use the dodge to his advantage, right? So he might just kind of pull through because of that as well. Like, if he gets lucky, like, he needs to get like some obscene levels of luck right now, but those dodges might indeed just mean that this Hellmaster never dies. So that's what he's, I think, banking on. Obviously, he might just kind of end up with the Hellmaster dying to some random trash happening, but maybe, just maybe, he dodges the killing blow from the BH and perhaps pulls through this fight. Obviously, a big question mark anyway for that. Because... But we can just attack this Vestal and you can just, you know, make use of the fact that the damage is transferred onto the Hellmaster. Actually, Jamin doesn't do this though, he goes for healing here. Just trying to be safe, I guess, is the correct call, as like he just doesn't want to lose anybody too soon. Because a Hellmaster and a Vestal is something to be reckoned with.
Right now, to actually kind of take control of this game is maybe stunning the Houndmaster, getting good Hounds Harry out, getting 2 killing blows in one, 225%. But he's not acted towards that, you know. We've seen these players that are very, very strong on paper. They played very, very well in these games previous to this. But when they come into this kind of incredible crunch time against people, and specifically characters they've never played against like this, I mean, I wouldn't really know how to play against Musketeer Arbalest. They kind of fail at this last hurdle here. Pushing himself up to 82 dodge, but it's still a coin flip. It's still a coin flip. You've spent 4 turns aiming towards a coin flip,
and the dodge bonus is gone as well, because he is 62 only now, so there's not even that much, right? Considering the fact that, yeah, he is really banking on this Houndmaster staying alive for his victory, right? This is his only win condition now. Like, this Houndmaster just has to survive and demolish everybody else.
And it's not like the team he's facing against has a low base accuracy.
No, no, not at all. That's a stun as well. That's the end of it, I think.
Yeah, 60% stun goes through there. I would say that Cetra now, the imperishable god, is about to taste his first lick of defeat in this tournament, Mike.
I mean, we are 1-2 now if he loses this, which is very likely to happen. But you have to remember, J-Man is left to take he has to take a win with that crazy PD composition of his. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cetra just takes 2 games in a row later. Like, I'm not obviously kind of betting my money on this. But also, I had to remind you, sis, I said Cetra would take it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I do agree, yeah.
And he is here, so...
1 beer to 1 beer, by the way.
Yeah.
So we have to send each other a beer, pal.
Yeah, that would be lovely. Oh man, so... Yeah, this Houndmaster passes. It's over for Cetra. There's nothing you can do. Like, a single Vestal against 4 characters, no matter how hard they're stressed, she just always loses this. She's just kind of waiting for the execution there.
When a Musketeer team beats you, you just have to be worried. You've got a Plague Doctor team. There is 1 Plague Doctor team left. You've been beaten by a Musketeer. It seems you might just be beat by a Plague Doctor in the very same vein. There seems to be a remarkable game where, I mean, in the first game, I think we both thought Cetra had it entirely, just based on J-Man's team compositions. But J-Man, I think he's picked apart this tournament format in the exact correct way. This is exactly the kind of evolution I wanted to see here. Taking off-meta picks here, knowing that a Musketeer Arbalest comp will just demolish anything in a tournament setting. This isn't the ladder, Mike.
No. Like, he's a very good mark player, by the way. We have not seen him lose with this comp, I think, so... Very decent performance by J-Man here, actually. He takes game number 2, game number 3, and this brings him to match point again. He has a single win, dividing him from taking the championship today, guys.
It is all on Cetra, Mike. It is all on Cetra. Facing up against this Plague Doctor team here now. I mean, if you were to say to me, Mike, and if I were to say to you, listen, you're going to be the Plague Doctor team twice in a row, I'm pretty sure we'd both go easy pie. Fantastic.
Yeah, so that's a Highwayman on there. So Vendetta, you know, you are playing with a comp. You have to win with a stress comp against this, right? If you're Cetra. So there's a Vendetta. There is a lot of buff damage from the Vapors as well. There's a Crusader and the MA to kind of act as a buffer of sorts for you as well. And honestly, Cetra comp is kind of weak to this. Like the Burn Him Out, the one that we just saw. There's a lot of AoE there. Like, he just doesn't.
Mike, we say that, but we've seen Sticky Blad in particular in this tournament, and I know that Sector has been watching every tournament game that he's not been playing in. Quite frankly, these kind of teams are where the player who goes, okay, I'm not going to play how it's prescribed by normal ladder. I'm not going to just follow through this basic strategy. I'm going to think about what I'm playing against. If he actually decides to kind of do defensive plays, maybe single target plays, it would seem stupid to me or you on the face of it. If he actually pushes those through, he might be able to get an advantage in the late game. But that being said, going against a Plague Doctor team here, that Plague Doctor is just... I mean, Mike, the tournament setting is where Plague Doctor shines, does it not? If you know your Plague Doctor will not be moved, your Plague Doctor is probably the strongest character in the game.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like this is a funnel PD though. This is not a PD that is supposed to do damage. She's just... I don't think she cares where she is, because she just wants to be buffing this Highwayman here.
We say that, Mike, but you've got to imagine that Jeffman has always been dynamic in his picks. Maybe Cetra is believing that. I know you've said that before. Maybe Cetra heard that on stream and went, okay, I'm going to try and pick against that then. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's got a few plague bombs to throw down here, Mike.
Yeah, I agree. Chesness, thank you so much for the follow, my man. So you're getting a lot of follows today, actually, guys. You got like 6 or 7 people on Twitch. It's kind of actually more than theirs.
I think it's perfect time to remind guys to follow the Discord as well, then, to join the Discord.
Yeah, true. I'm going to spam out all the links then. Guys, prepare. Air Banana, thank you for the follow as well, guys. Remember, join the Discord. We have a huge community. If you want to take part in the future tournaments, guys, this is the way to go. This is the place to go. You can just join the Discord using this link, and you just kind of become the member of the community automatically. Very big deal, because you can just kind of sign up for the future tournaments, which is a lot of fun, guys. And finally, you also can become members of the channel and donate if you want to kind of support the work we're doing here. Like, remember, we're just kind of throwing the tournament here for everybody, for the community.
Lurkers, I mean, we've seen a lot of lurkers unable, kind of unwilling to join, just because they're a little bit scared, but really, if you want to join the Discord, you can join up for these tournaments whenever you feel willing to. 200 people here talking, constantly putting out new builds. We must have 300 builds here, probably 50 pages if you were to print them out on A4. A fantastic build with in-depth 4-paragraph guides for each one, guys. Seriously, this is the deepest, most in-depth Butcher Circus lore base there is. So please join, even if it is just to read, okay?
We are in the game, though. We are in the game, and 135 J-Man with this crazy-ass PD compulsion goes fast, guys. He's a single win away from taking the championship today, and this is just ridiculous. Like, if he is able to do it, if he makes it through, that's gonna be absolutely crazy.
No, Mike, you know what, Mike? That was far too quick. You slow down, you guard the PD, you make sure she can't be pulled in, because right now, if Cetra pulls that PD in, you have lost the game, basically. If you are going to go for this kind of long, strategic blight scenario, which you should do against a flashing like this.
Yeah, maybe. I think he has like a different game plan. He's just gonna stick to it because he knows it works. Like, he's just gonna... I feel like this is what this comp does. It just funnels all the power onto this Highwayman, and this just takes over. Like, because this means like you can potentially do a lot of damage with it.
It only affect Dutchess here. The Bounty Hunter and the Arbalest both have very high base accuracy.
Yeah.
This will be quite punishing to see. Maybe we can see this Bounty Hunter marked for death. That's so interesting, Mike. Rather than pulling in the Plague Doctor, he marks for death the Man-at-Arms.
I mean, we also saw Bolster, didn't we?
That's what he does, yeah. We saw a Bolster there purely for the dodge, but now you're absolutely right. He does emboldening vapors on the Highwayman.
Yeah, that's always a given. I'm kind of surprised by no repose here. This kind of is a nice opening for Cetra. He kind of didn't realize it maybe, but he could have just focused the Highwayman before anything happened. Because can you imagine losing your core character? By the way, oh, that's very big, because this means that you have to use that heal now. You have to just go for the healing straight away, or you just lose the fight.
You can see of this kind of quasi-halo, we'll call it.
Yeah.
The Flagellant here has that late game pressure the Crusader doesn't have right now. Obviously forcing J-Man's Crusader into healing rather than stunning the Bounty Hunter. The Bounty Hunter here He's got basically free reign to do whatever he wants. He can pull in the Plague Doctor if he wants to now.
Yeah, absolutely, he can do this. So it's actually very scary right now for J-Man, because he is at death's door continuously now. The Jester probably comes forward. Like, obviously there is a Bellwalk of Light, so this might just not do enough damage. You have to hope, if you're J-Man, that this Dexter doesn't do enough. But we do see Reign of Sorrow, so since Cetra went second, he actually gets to wait here. He can play the waiting game.
So much damage onto the man-at-arms.
At some point this MAA is just going to be at death's door, and you just take over the game then.
Mike,
so,
I'm going to say 2 words: battlefield medicine, yes or no?
he did use it already. He was forced to do it at the very start. So right now he's just dead, right? He's just dead here at the front. The problem is, however, like, he is taking a lot of...
I mean the Plague Doctor clearing the bleeding blood on the man-at-arms here.
Yeah, but she already had to do this, right? So this is just a dead MAA. Now this is the last turn. This is the last turn we see this MAA in this fight here. Also doesn't do enough damage to the Jester to take him to 0, which is very important. So there is no real threat for this Jester of Cetra. Very important.
Pushing that Jester down to death's door. And there he goes. He's straight down. I mean, quite frankly, J-Man here not leveraging the DOTs he could have applied to the backline. And we could be looking right now at a Bounty Hunter and an Arbalest at 0 health.
Yeah.
And he's pushing right into that.
That's too much. I think like he should have kind of pivoted from here at some point, because this just doesn't seem to be bringing the results. And on top of everything, I feel like you can just safely even leave this Highwayman as the last man standing, just kill him last. Yeah, that's probably fine for you.
Pulling that Plague Doctor in, obviously marking her the most obvious target. Push that.
You can Exile now, that's fine. You can Exile the Highwayman, just, you know, even take the punishment. But most importantly...
I mean, I would say you Exile the Plague Doctor, quite frankly. Because pushing that Plague Doctor into first, it's... I saw what he was going for there. He was trying to push her out of the range of sniper shot. Obviously being marked there, but quite frankly... She's a goner anyway, right?
Yeah, but... I think you want to Exile the Highwayman, because this gives you like long-term advantage. When are you going to do damage to them, and if not now? Because this is safe. You Exile to full HP, you do a lot of DOT. Look at this is so much bleed and blight now that at some point this Highwayman is just gonna be taken to 0 HP. And I don't think you can use. I'm not a PD expert. Can you use battlefield medicine from first? I don't think you can.
You can't use it from second either. I believe it's only third and fourth. So right now, I mean, J-Man is in such an awful position. Not utilizing the Plague Doctor, perhaps in the way you should against a team with heavy movement here.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if he's taken a decision. The only ability you can use is the Plague Doctor in rank 1. That battlefield bandage there, not medicine, obviously. Medicine being the Plague Doctor ability. Pushing the Jester out of death's door range. That Jester here, I mean, it's all over for J-Man.
Yeah.
She's got a finale left.
Yeah, so you probably pressure the PD into just dying from direct damage, and then you just kind of leave the finale to finish up the Highwayman. He drops low enough from those DOTs that, you know, you basically applied with the Exile alone. So this just plays very well for Cetra now, and despite all those buffs, I feel like this Highwayman just doesn't have enough juice. I feel like the Jester can just finale this right away almost.
I think what we've seen here is J-Man 2 Dogmatic. That is a pretty heavy hit though, 11, 8, and 7.
Like, that's not enough though.
It's not, is it? If we would have seen a couple of Plague Bombs come out, that's a lot of DOT over 2 of the people on the backline. Right now, we would be facing 3 people at Death's Door here. And also they'd be blighted, so not able to be healed from this Arbalest. So quite frankly, J-Man here.
Ow.
I think 2 Dogmatic stuck to his game plan. That Jester stunned though.
We might see the Jester go down then, because, you know, this Highwayman is actually in prime position to just finish the guy off now. When the time comes, because this PD will probably... Oh, he doesn't have the stab, right? He doesn't have the stab, so there is no melee attack available.
No incision here.
But this, I feel the Highwayman just going to finish the job here for J-Man, and then it will be no finale available, and quite an even fight overall. So he has to move this back. Obviously, very solid situation for Cetra because of that. So Cetra does have 2 moves now, so he probably will just capitalize on this mark now, or maybe just he can actually take down the Highwayman from the get-go. That's pretty okay for him as well. You can just kind of tackle the character now, just do some damage, and try to finish it off later with a finish him ability, right? That's very important. The Heartseeker does bring you a lot of damage, so we can basically just use finish him as a normal damaging ability, much to the likes of a sniper shot. He goes for...
only hitting for 6 there, but
That's
that
crazy.
bleed and blights to knock that Plague Doctor down, I believe, Mike. Quite frankly, any ability Setzer would have used here would have been reasonably effective. That Runa starts dodging. The Highwayman is a character with quite a lot of these buffs tunnel into him, but it's just not enough.
There's no finisher. It's like 25% chance it doesn't come through. And now we just see the Jess activation. You have to see it. You have to believe it. And this is just a dead Highwayman. And the game just kind of solves itself. I mean, this one is absolutely solved of a puzzle for Setzer. Setzer probably will equalize the score to
Play Doctor. I almost want to put myself up into a show match, a best of one with Play Doctor on my team, because quite frankly, this Play Doctor, you see that surrender?
Yeah.
He knows he didn't do my wife justice.
No.
Yeah.
Guys, we are going to the final game of the series. You know, whoever takes it now is going to take the win of the tournament. That's such a long evening, guys. We have been streaming for 6 hours now. Can you believe it? And
yeah,
this is the final... Yeah, you can, because you've been talking for 6 hours. I know the feeling. I'm a teacher. So, Downfall composition eliminated again. So we are down to the Iron Fist. So PD, MAA, Highwayman, Crusader against Burn Them Out. So the Vestal, Abomination, Houndmaster, and MAA. So those are very important things that you have to kind of realize as a player. Now you are down to a comp that kind of lost a game today. So you have to make the most out of the bad situation.
With that in mind, we need to understand that both of these people have lost the game with these teams. They should learn from that loss, especially this Plague Doctor team coming out here from J-Man. We have seen how punished it is to fund all of your efforts for 2 turns into one character. Half of your team died. What we need to see is massive pivots that we should have seen in the game prior. Setzer here is in pole position, prime position, whatever you want to call it, to take this game home. J-Man here, prima facie, he is going to lose this, right? Queuing right up there. We're going to see a game around, an entire tournament, in fact, deciding game coming up very, very soon.
Well, that's been such a long day for me, because I had like a conference in the morning. Now we go into 6-hour cast, but I'm still so excited, so energetic, I think, for the very final game of the day, because this is it, guys. There is no more Butcher Circus today. That's all she wrote. One of those guys takes a big W today and takes that tournament win. Is going to be maybe not on the level of Cherry then, because Cherry took a bigger tournament win, but still kind of gets this really solid status in the community. You know, a person who was able to go through all those brackets.
This is only one of 4 per season, remember? We do 4 per season, then we're into a grand tournament. So this is really just basically a regional. Or maybe some would say going into the grand finals. So whoever gets this win is basically given a free buy into the finals.
Yes.
So something really, it's almost a golden ticket you're giving them.
Yeah. Because the way we're gonna do it is the people who are first seed, they get out of the group stage without any trouble, and then the group stage is just kind of gonna involve the people who are second. So this is a very big deal for those guys if they want to kind of compete for the big prize. And this means we're going into this match very, very soon. I feel like the players are getting ready indeed. I'm so thrilled for this one. I'm really kind of not sure which one of those comps takes it, specifically because you have a lot of anti-AoE on the side of the of J-Man here, with this Highwayman getting funneled ad infinitum almost, and just taking a lot of bonuses. I don't know about PD, actually. I'm not sure the role of the PD is on this composition, other than just kind of buffing. Obviously, you can do a lot of DOT as well.
A meme comp. So J-Man Runners came into this. You're going to make a meme comp about buffing up a Highwayman with heavy riposte now counter some kind of AoE damage team, but unfortunately, he's not being able to pivot effectively. Just, to look at and see, okay, this won't work for me. What I should do is just throw down Plague Bomb, Plague Bomb, Plague Bomb, Plague Bomb to throw down Blight. I believe Plague Bomb is 5x3 over both backline, and we've often said Plague Doctor has a reasonably low base accuracy. It's 95. That's high. 95 is high. With the 15% trinket that also increases Blight skill percent chance, she is a beyond formidable foe, especially if we want to see this man-at-arms pre-guarding here, which he didn't do last time, which was kind of not punished by Cetra, instead choosing to take that man-at-arms down. I mean, this is kind of, I think you like to say a comedy of errors. I often like to say a circus of folly. You know what I mean? A lot of clowns in the area tonight.
We got this, man. This is it, guys. This is a 2-2. That's the final game of the day. I'm so exhausted, but really thrilled to see this one. It says let's go get into this, and we have 135 Jamin going first.
Quite frankly, we need to see here, J-Man, if he has okay, Mike, I'm gonna enter tournament mode here.
Go.
I wouldn't have done that. I would not have done that, to be honest. I would have done something offensive there. Maybe either stun on the Abomination or drop down the accuracy debuff or a Plague Bomb on the back 2 there. I think that was potentially a misplay.
I feel like he just wants to kind of survive the onslaught of stress, right? Which might work. He also does resist that, so that's very big for the Highwayman, where he's just going to be able to actually just drop the Repose from the get-go, I believe, and then continue from there, right? It's kind of important to get this thing done. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't repose sooner, though.
Mike, this emboldening vapors, that riposte only actually affects the Houndmaster, right? You are basically devoting 2 members of your team into countering 1 member on the opponent's team. And whenever you do that, you are going to lose.
Yeah, but what a member it is, though. You have to believe the fact that, you know, I'm actually surprised. I would just rage the Highwayman here, because this just gives you such a big advantage if you can land that crit. Or even like land a 16-17 damage blow from the get-go.
Mouse movements back and forth. Vendetta again.
He
could have taken longer to think about this. This is something he thought about too quickly.
Yeah.
He maybe didn't want to do that.
The problem is now he can't activate Repose for 2 turns. If he really wants to do this, I believe. I mean, he can obviously just go for the point blank here, just maybe eliminate the Abomination altogether very, very early into this, but you can still stun this one. Like, you can just go for the Vestal stun. Very likely you're just going to land this, and this means that, you know, this Highwayman is gonna take over.
Far too much. Just
so be taken over.
One Highwayman, he's not even able to do anything yet. He can't activate his riposte yet. I mean, J-Man has just lost the game doing this exact same thing. Right now, we want to see J-Man pivoting, trying to play more aggressively, surely.
Yeah, so he's going to go for this point blank, potentially just maybe demolishing the Abomination of Cetra completely. But, like, he is also going to endure a lot of debuffs from this MAA of Cetra. He's playing as a stress cup. I feel like he's just going to be too slow on the day. We can see the Shredder I was talking about, right? This does a lot of damage. Also kind of threatens you, like you can no longer be just consistently...
Don't do that again. He's doing it. I mean, you're taking these... You just said we're taking these bellows, these damage debuffs. You need to start applying DOTs. Right now, we could have... Turn 2, we could have 10 by 3 blights on these back 2 characters right now. That's 30. That's enough to push them down, because this is evidently going to maybe turn 4, turn 5. If at that point you can leverage something like that to take you a win, you can do it. But this isn't it, Mike, is it?
Yeah, look at this 41 crit PBS. That's what he was kind of shooting for. Because the problem is, can he...
41 crit.
Yeah. Can he capitalize on this well enough? That's the question now. Can he take this Abomination down soon enough for it not to be able to transform? Because, you know, Cetra does go second next turn, so you can probably just kind of... You have no Wicked Slice, you have no finisher, however, on this team. It's going to be a big deal.
This turn, J-Man's Crusader is stunned. Cetra has 2 guards available to him. He could, if he wanted to, drop both on. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something like that.
That's time running out, though. You have to kind of make up your mind very quickly now. So the problem here is that even if you kill this Abomination, you still are enduring a lot of stress overall, right? So, I don't know, like, I feel like this is an okay situation for
Not yet, to be
Cetra.
honest. That high stress kind of racked up. If Cetra doesn't get the second transform off from the Abomination, you can really leverage your DOTs from the Plague Doctor, which we've not seen him do. We'll get the kill, That's
not a kill, actually, because there is no finisher. There is no way he gets this kill reliably. Obviously, the snap here taking the place of the finisher, maybe not the best thing in the world, really. Because obviously, you're kind of funneled into a lot of damage overall. But this still means that...
More importantly, Mike, that was his only chance of actually attacking that character this turn. Now it's being healed up.
I can't believe he has no finishers, though.
He doesn't have any finishers because he believes he's going to do enough damage and DOT damage to not even need the finisher. But he's not even used play bombs once. Just throw them down already. Surely, now that you've used your emboldening vapors 2 per battle, throwing down a guard there. I mean,
it's just gonna be instantaneously guard broken, I think, by the A-bomb if he wants to kind of pressure this. Or he maybe just doesn't want to do this because you're free to just kind of bellow and then transform the A-bomb, finally get the transform out, just get the dial out as well on the A-bomb. That's kind of important thing to do, I believe as well. The Plague Grenade finally comes down. You know, I love the saying too little too late. This looks like too little too late altogether.
It's just remarkable that we've seen J-Man stick so dogmatically to this kind of buff twice per turn, per game rather, function with this Play Doctor. When I've said before, just apply pressure, not apply any pressure. If you don't start applying pressure until 3 or turn 4, you are never going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovesick55, thank you for the follow. And yeah, that's true, like, he has no pressure, and I look at this, Cetra perfectly healthy across the board. Those characters of his, they're just gonna do a lot of damage again. There's no repose really, because, you know, the single MAA with like minus 60% debuff doesn't really do much, and it just feels like...
Again, Mike, with that being said, with his debuffs, we would have liked to have seen this Crusader. If you are playing this defensively and weirdly, at least cleanse the debuff on the man-arms you've reposted, something like that, no?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is so little down. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he just didn't notice the guard. I don't know. Like, he could have just actually gone for this Hamlet, at least force the Vestal to heal instead of stunning you. Because I feel like if you are Cetra now, you probably stun the Highwayman, right, with the Vestal, then just kind of funnel all the damage on the guy, just kind of to force some response. Actually, like, Cetra doesn't do this. He goes for a stun on the Crusader, kind of preventing this heavy damage coming down on the Hound. Hound also did resist the Blight before, which is very big, because this means like there is very little pressure right now on the man.
What he does to relay, throwing down a Plague Grenade, thank God, so late to be honest, but if he actually...
That's the second one.
He's not lost this yet, Mike, he's not lost this yet. If he actually plays it very, very, very defensively, keeps throwing down those Plague Grenades, he can take the 2 backline out. The issue is, in the Vietnam War, people used to maim their opponents and not kill them, because it was more difficult for their opponents to heal their team rather than actually kill their opponent right now, yeah? This Vestal, if she's forced to heal, that means she can't stun. So, quite frankly, just push, play so aggressively right now that your opponent eventually, maybe even next turn in 2 turns, has no option other than to heal. Because you're not out of this game yet. It's still 4 versus 4. This stress game, although it's not in your favor, boom, bang.
Whoa, what the hell? This is like double repose. He went for that. Like, he might have just lost the tournament with this play.
Bang.
Whoa. Oh my god, this is like such a big mistake. He kind of underestimated the potential damage here. He's dead.
I'm just talking about Vietnamese traps. Imagine attacking a double riposted trap. This is some random giant walk. Oh, so bang, bang, straight out.
Oh my
2
god!
times in the death blow, 75% there. He's out of the ball. He's out of the ballpark, etc. Not quite lost here. That 22 point blank shot will maybe do it for him though.
Yeah,
Probably
it's so scary now.
Won't he?
I mean, you hate to see, like, you lose the Houndmaster. It's like the backbone of this composition. You may say MAA is the backbone, right? But the core stress comes from this Houndmaster. It's just gone now.
Pressure.
And
no one right now is able actually to push death's door.
yeah, I felt like Cetra was winning this easily, but right now I feel like this is over for him all of a sudden. Like, losing this Houndmaster like this, man, PD guy will win the tournament, I think.
This is beyond punishing, Mikefield.
That's ridiculous.
Accidentally messing up 1 turn somewhere, and it kind of... This is the butterfly... Mike, the butterfly effect is nothing but proved in Darkest Dungeon, no? 1 crit can give you enough stress to make all of your opponent's team afflicted, even just 1. And right now, we are seeing this kind of act out. This played a dodge there. Maybe this dodge will kind of even out into a very late game win from this man at arms set. He can still bellow.
Yeah,
he might
can.
be the one before. This play dodge is not able actually to blight him unless this play dodge starts to play a little bit more offensively, which is just not.
But can you believe it? Everybody has been playing this nice, pleasant meta. The A-bomb goes down, by the way. Everyone else but Jamin, they were bringing those meta comps to the table, you know, the Halo, the Flagellant Mark, the Zenith comp, the Distress comp, the Stun comp that you can see here. That's all they were doing.
You're not quite right. I think we've seen a lot of people take the Halo comp. We've seen some people take some kind of variant of stress comps, but quite
but they're kind of meta-oriented, and what Jamin does here, he brings those crazy things to the table, he wins with them.
He's taking characters that are non-meta, rather than comps that are non-meta, and quite frankly, to see a Plague Doctor win this game, I mean, we believe she's going to win this, right?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely she is, yeah. No doubt about it, like, I feel like this is just kind of, I would say this is a solved game already. Like, there is very little actually that Jamin can do to lose this. You have to just kind of go have, you know, go like to the convenience store, you know, 15 minutes away to buy himself a beer to lose this game now. I have no idea how he loses this, seriously. He just has so much going for him. Like, look at this, like, even the damage 6 doesn't do that much, right? To the MA, but still kind of slowly and steadily, he will wear Cetra down. He will kill him. Just because he can do this, he has so much time now to do whatever he wants. The single MAA, you know, usually a clutch character, but not against this much damage, I think.
It's not so much clutch right now as it is a nail and a hammer. And quite frankly, for J-Man, it's not so much about hammer and anvil in a war situation. It's about hammer and anvil in just simply doing some DIY right now. He's already solved this. He's got the kind of framework laid out before him. And those dodges especially, really just the cherry on top of the cake for him right now. He's hammering these nails in. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't activate the Zenith first, not even once, despite the fact that he really does need to remove those debuffs. Because he does need to remove the, you know, the Highwayman debuff here. He does need to probably just kind of get the Crusader to the state at which he can damage the Vestal as well later on, like once this MAA is dead. Like, you can see actually an act out here that's annoying, and maybe, like, you know, Vestal, MAA, Geo can do something here still. Like, you have to believe this might be the case, because this is a heavy, the 16 isn't that much damage. If you can just consistently heal this and just drop the bellow every turn, maybe some crazy act out just saves it for you still.
Shines, Mike. We need to see this Plague Doctor actually applying heavy blights to these characters that have reasonably high protection, 30%. I mean, quite frankly, we want to see them being whipped down by this Plague Doctor, trying to play very, very aggressively right now, because this is your game to lose, and that is worst position to be in.
Yeah, especially against stress comps, right? Because they are really good at killing you when it's your game to lose. So this healing, whether here's the healing trinket here on the Vestal, so she is healing for quite a lot of HP every single time, and she is kind of outpacing whatever damage Jamin has been able to output. And this is gonna kind of keep happening until he, you know, the rally to the flame is dropped and this Highwayman just recovers his regular damage bonus.
Without a doubt. I mean, coming from J-Man right now, you have a gluttony of options. You've got 3 movement, 3 action to your opponent's 0 right now. I mean, quite frankly, you have 3 to 0. Maybe you want to play a little bit defensively. I don't get it, obviously, on my own, but perhaps that's weird.
Yeah, that's very strange. I mean, he's trying to bring the Vestal to the second, I guess, but honestly, like, not using that stress, he's trying not to get afflicted, I guess, on this Highwayman, because it might be a bit of a disaster, you know, an afflicted Highwayman just attacks your ally for like 30 damage or something, right? You don't want that to happen.
People kind of get this tournament shock where they think so long about plays that they make the wrong play. And I know I've done that once or twice, but like, you need to be able to snap yourself out of that.
Yeah.
You need to go, no, it's very dumb for me to do that. I can't overthink things. And I mean, right now, this is how you lose games. And J-Man, unless he gets the kill right now, he is losing it. 0.
Slowly, yeah, sure. That's not. But he did stress. Like, he just probably wanted to do this 29 stress, and Yeah, that's still okay. I think he gets the Dazzling Light on this Highwayman here, and that's just gonna be enough stress, I think, on the Highwayman to maybe, or sorry, on the MAA to maybe finish the kill even. I have no idea how much stress it is exactly, but this might be enough. It's one stress off. One stress off.
Yeah, exactly. Without trinkets.
Oh no.
Being a slight axe out here. Maybe if this is a crit, that won't do anything, I think. Maybe a slight axe out will do it, Mike. But quite frankly, we could be seeing one more bellow come out from Cetra's old man here.
Yeah, this is like the last breath of the man. Like, you can actually just try to heal this, but 24 Blight means you can just never consistently just keep this guy alive. There's gonna be a dead MAA right now. This is the last bellow of this guy in the tournament itself, because, you know, no matter how it ends, I think it ends quite poorly for Cetra.
No trinkets that does kind of monstrous extra stress. You do get that plus 10% from the Pit Fighter's helmet there. And hitting for 11 across the board, nowhere near enough here. There's masochistic Vestal, unable to do anything other than stun and die, I'd say, Mike, right?
Yeah. That's over. This is just over. Unfortunately for Cetra, he is, and very fortunately for J-Man, who made it all the way from the initial bracket, just as Cetra did. Those guys fought it really valiantly. They took so much time today to actually make it through all those little nooks and crannies of the bracket, and Cetra just surrenders. It is 1-3-5 J-Man taking today's tournament by storm, using those extraordinary compositions. What a crazy, crazy, crazy turnaround, sis. Would you have anticipated that?
To be honest, Mike, the issue, I say the issue, the perfect thing about these tournaments you host, Mikefield, is that you are allowed to say, listen, you know what? I'm going to make 2 Plague Doctor teams. I'm going to ban out a movement team. I'm going to counter another movement team. And I'm going to say the F word. Holy fuck, I'm going to win with 2 Plague Doctors and a Musketeer, Mike. This is what your tournaments are all about. The ladder on Butcher Circus is only one element of this gameplay. And this is really what we, I hope, in our purest form can try to expose. Because the Halo comp on the ladder, it might win 9 out of 10 games. But in a situation like this, we've seen time and time again, it can be countered with relative ease. To see a Plague Doctor duo comp and a Musketeer.
So can you mute the music in the background, please? For like literally a little bit, because it's just playing. I'm afraid we might just get kind of suspended for that.
Is it still on?
Yeah, it's off. It's off now.
I was about done, by the way. All I was saying is it was monstrous there to see double Plague Doctor Musketeer team taking home the victory against, some would say, a very heavy meta lineup team, but quite frankly also, all the meta teams we saw here with a Halo comp, the rest were all reasonably homebrew.
Yeah. Wow, what a crazy, crazy day, guys. So we see J-Man. Congratulations to the man on the day. He does take the second community tournament. But Cetra does indeed qualify for this kind of season finale as well by the virtue of just taking this tournament by storm as well. You can see the way they had to work. Look at this J-Man just destroying RNG, destroying Mizican, destroying Zapine, and finally taking down Cetra. Cetra had to face a lot of very tough opponents as well. Winterbliss in the first one, then Andrew Fago, who did eliminate Sticky Blood before. Then he goes against Dino, takes him 2-0, and then he just goes into this very even best of 5 against 1-3-5 J-Man and loses. Guys, this is such an excellent day. Thank you for being here. Sis, man, you gave the student everything. Seriously, this is like such a long cast. 6 hours, just you and me. Very thrilled, that this was indeed the case, that you kind of stuck around, that we made it work. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you were here.
It's obviously, Mikefield, you deserve all the thanks for all the follows, all the subscriptions, all the Discord joins, but also, Cherry, love you. Love you. Peace out, my guys. I hope you enjoyed what we had to offer you tonight.
Yeah, people, that's gonna be it for the broadcast, so please remember, follow, subscribe. You may consider donating, there's a link below for that, or you may consider also becoming members on YouTube. Again, costs $3 per month at the lowest tier, and it just brings me immense amount of joy. I hope you guys enjoyed the event. I'm very glad that you were here, by the way. Thank you to the audience as well. You guys were awesome, just kind of talking, discussing the games. following the entire event. That was really fun for us. It kind of gives us energy to keep going, people.
Without the audience, Mike, we are nothing. If there's two of us talking to no one, it's nothing. But if there's two of us talking to 50, 80 people, then actually we're kind of entertaining people. We're making people happy, you know? And that's something if I'd imagine.
And yeah, this being said, the games will be uploaded, like the ones that we played anyway, that we so played, will be uploaded maybe tomorrow or Monday. I'll probably do it in parts. So thanks for participating, guys. I'll announce the second tournament very soon, I think, so that you have like more time to register and prepare. And good luck, everybody. What a crazy, crazy series, guys.
Quite frankly, the Mikefield boys took it home. I can't say how proud I am of all of you guys for taking it home.
Yeah, because we were just Mikefield boys today, weren't we? Basically, that's it. Like, everyone here is a person who is registered on the Discord. So Mikefield boys played the tournament. They took it. Guys, congratulations once again to 135 Jamin. He almost joins Cherry on the podium here. Very happy that this is the case. So we have two people now who are able to win a major tournament. Obviously a lot still ahead of us here, because we'll have 3 more of those, and then we have like a big one which will basically involve all the winners of the previous ones as well. So guys, stay tuned for that. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and see you around. Let's host somebody. Let's make somebody's evening pleasant as well. So I'm just gonna look for someone to host on Twitch. If you are not on Twitch yet, if you're watching from YouTube, please do jump to my Twitch, follow me on Twitch, and then also just kind of join the raid with everybody else. This might be a massive one today, because we have quite a following on Twitch indeed. We have like several, at least 2,000 of viewers on Twitch now, I think. So it's kind of a decent number.
I mean, double a baker's dozen, Mike, quite frankly. And just to say before we go, please, guys, again, if you are not followers of our Discord, please join. We've got 200 people there, the biggest Butcher Circus Discord community literally in the world. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages of build ideas. There's a darkest Dungeons and Dragons thing going on. Even if you want to lurk, there will be more than enough in there for you to get your hands on. If you want to join, you can join as a player, even as a caster. Please, guys, come on. It's all on you.
Yeah, thanks for advertising, sis. Guys, I'm going to look at that list here of people whom I would like to host. Let me see. So probably we'll be hosting someone playing DD. I feel this is the only reasonable thing to do, given this was a DD tournament after all. So you probably want to keep watching DD, not some random StarCraft streamers. So I'm just going to have a look here. Right. Let's host Lady Magnus then, I guess. She's like considerably small streamer as well. So I think we'll just go for that. Guys, I hope you enjoyed yourselves. We're just gonna be hosting Lady Magnus on the Twitch. So let's just go and raid. Thank you, people. GG's to everybody playing today again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Good night, brothers. Remember, this is not the last tournament. Love you, Cherry. Everybody, love you all.
See you guys. Have fun. And say give my greetings to the next streamer. So kind of say hi on the chat at the very least. So let's go, guys. Let's raid Lady Magnus indeed. Okay, we can't raid her apparently because she blocked the raids completely. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. Okay, there's a guy fighting the Eldritch Horror. I think this is also a decent raid target. Okay, so let's just jump on this one then. Your Final Joy is our target raid here. And we can go. Thank you again, everybody, for watching. See you around. Have a great night or morning, depending on the time zone, I believe. Peace out, guys.